Well, welcome back to Comic Book Historians. I'm Alex Scran. Go ahead and click on that juicy red subscribe button down below. Also, go ahead and click on that bell for notifications of new content and material. Also, check out my new comic book available online on Amazon, Barnes & Noble, and other online book retailers called Journey into Mexico, available in both English and Spanish. Cheers, and let's get started. Well, welcome back to the Comic Book Historians podcast with Alex Grant and Jim Thompson. Today, we have a key figure in comic history, someone that I've really enjoyed following over the years since I was a kid, actually, Jim Shooter. Jim, thank you so much for joining us today.
Oh, thank you. It's nice to be here.
As our audience knows, we really like to actually investigate the history of comics and by asking comic book greats, and Jim Shooter certainly qualifies. So we're going to start in various stages of Jim's life. So Jim Thompson, go ahead and start us off.
Okay, so Jim, you were born in 1951 in Pittsburgh, and your dad was a steel worker. That is about all I know about your family background. Can you give us a little bit more information, please?
Well, I mean, being a steel worker wasn't that great a job in those days. I mean, there was kind of the last big industrial union to make any headway. So, I mean, we weren't well off. You know, I had one sister, and we were not doing all that well, especially in those days because there were often steel strikes, and then there's no work. My father's out mowing lawns and stuff, doing anything to get make a few bucks. So, I mean, money was an issue, and when I don't know what was wrong with me, but I was. I read comics when I was little. I loved comics, but then I got kind of bored with them because they were all the same.
That was around age 8, right?
That was at age 8. I remember it well. It was shortly after that. There was a book DC did. I think it was called Showcase, maybe, and it had the Flash in it.
Sure.
And I thought that was cool. And then, of course, it only lasted a couple issues, and after that, I kind of gave up. On it. I just said it's the same story every month. It's like Lois Lane trying to find out Superman's secret identity, and
You felt they were kind of gimmicky, just repeating the same gimmicks.
Yeah, this thing, every issue, Batman is fighting the Joker or the Penguin on top of a giant typewriter or a toothpaste tube or something. It was just, So I got bored of them, and there really weren't any. There wasn't a lot of variety. There was there's little kid comics. There was just a few superheroes from DC, and that was about it.
Now, you read some Donald Duck and Uncle Scrooge.
Yes.
Were you aware of like the good Duck comics versus which were Carl Barks versus the others, or was it just?
Well, I didn't know from they don't think they had credits in them,
right?
And I don't know if I would have paid any attention anyway. But I know I preferred Uncle Scrooge, and that was Barks.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so I mean, but the Duck comics they're pretty good. But I mean, I was like outgrowing the Ducks, and so anyway, I gave up on them, and I didn't read comics, between 8 and I guess 11 or 12, I guess.
When you had your surgery.
Yeah, I was in the hospital for minor surgery. I had to be there for a week. I wasn't, in bad shape or anything. I was stuck there for a week, and so. In those days, in a kid's ward in a hospital, there's tons of comics. They had tons of comics because everybody read comics in those days. It was, everywhere there were comics. In the supermarket, they had comics racks. So, I read some of the DC comics, which were pristine, like no one had ever opened them, and they were the same stuff, the same boring stuff. And then I found these Marvel comics, newfangled Marvel comics, and those were all ratty and dog-eared because everybody read those. And so I thought, well, let me check these out. So I read them. I thought, wow, these are good. These are terrific, And I didn't feel like I was being talked down to in those books. And so, I mean, that's 12 years old. I decided I'm going to do this. I'm going to write like this Stan Lee guy.
His name stood out to you. You knew it was his words when you were reading that stuff at that age.
Well, I mean, Marvel Comics had credits. DC did not. You didn't know who wrote it or drew it, but and unless you read the letter column and Julius Schwartz told you that it was John Broome or whoever. but I mean, like he had his name was there, as the writer and editor, and I'm like, okay, So I spent literally a year studying comics. I comparing this one to that one. Why do I like this one? Why don't I like that one? Trying to get a sense of how you did it. And after a year, I thought I was ready, And so I wrote it, and I didn't know there were scripts. I didn't know anything about it, So I just tried to make something that looked as much like a comic book as I could. I made a cover for it. I colored the cover. I drew every panel as best I could, and lettered in word balloons for everybody, and sent it off to Mort Weisinger at DC Comics. I knew his name because his name was in the indicia. And so I said, well, I'll send it to this guy, right?
Now, when you were doing this year of study of Marvel, what I read was you weren't like learning it like a lot of people do, the history of the characters and all of that, as much as you were studying the pacing of it. Like by the time you get to page 6, what you have to accomplish within the story and what should happen at that point in the story. You were learning the form of comics, not the characters and the history of it so much. Is that
exactly right? I mean, like I started noticing that in the ones I liked the best, at the beginning, they kind of let you know who we're dealing with here, who the Fantastic Four are or whatever. And Stan would get that done very succinctly, not burden you with it. It was just part of the story. And that usually early on in the book, some problem would arise. And then the rest of the book is them solving the problem. It comes to some crisis, and they finally solve the problem. And occasionally it would continue. It would take 2 issues. But anyway, I started to figure it out. And I also started to notice that the DC Comics, the form was easier to figure out because they were pretty much all the same. Stan would mess around with it. He would do it, he wasn't doing it by formula. He got it done, but he did it in interesting ways sometimes. And I thought, wow, the bedrock is deeper than it's not. It's not just there's the formula. There's more to this.
How much of that do you feel were like, let's say the layouts put together by Kirby or Ditko or those guys versus Stan's pacing of the story? Like, let's say later, looking back at that era of comics you were studying, how much of it do you think was Stan versus kind of the co-plotters at the time?
Well, okay, years later, I worked very closely with Kirby for 2.5 years. I worked with Ditko. I got him back to Marvel. I worked with him there, and I worked with him at all 3 companies I started. When I was at Marvel, I had the opportunity to talk to a lot of people. And so I found out what really happened. I talked to Flo Steinberg. I talked to Saul Brodsky. I talked to Maurice Severin. I talked to George Roussos and Mori Kuramoto, people who'd been there, right? And so that knowledge I'll save for a minute. But at the time, I was really influenced by Ditko because I loved how he did it. And Kirby, can't argue with Kirby. This is great stuff. But the dialogue was important to me too. And I assumed that it was Stan's story, but I didn't know. I assumed. Years later, it's popular now to say, "Oh no, it was all Kirby." Baloney. I worked with these guys. I know Stan was the man. I mean, there's no question about it. You don't have to pad Kirby's resume. He was the greatest creator we ever saw, but don't take anything away from Stan. He was the man. He was in charge. He made it happen. It was his stories. It was his plots, and for the most part, his characters. Now, did Jack and Steve, help? Yeah, of course. I mean, it was Spider-Man, for instance. I asked Steve. I said, percentage-wise, what is it? He said, 70 me, 30 Stan. I said to Stan, what was it? He said 50-50. I don't care. They both contributed, right? Jack tried to say that everything was his, and then I talked to him for a while, and he conceded that I was right. He said, "No, you're right. Spider-Man was Steve and Stan, and Stan contributed to everything, and I mean, like I say, you don't have to pat anybody's resume. This guy's a genius, Stan. He was a genius, and you don't have to take anything away from Kirby to say that. And so anyway, all right.
I don't think in Alex's question, though, that he was really questioning that as much as just the pacing in terms of, because I brought up that what happens on page 6, since they were doing it the Marvel way and their rhythms are different. You know, like Ditko will go back to normal by the last page. It rarely has Spider-Man even on it. It's about Peter Parker on that final page for most of his run, whereas Kirby puts here's what's happening next at the very last panel. I've been studying those last pages. So they do have different rhythms between the two of them. And I'm sure Ayers had a different rhythm, and Colin obviously had a very different rhythm in terms of that. So
let's not go there.
So I'm just saying that maybe that's, you know, that in terms of studying it formally, structure wise, that's part of the reason there'd be a difference.
Well, Jim, it was the way you phrased the question. Like it was his co-plotters and you know, like how much was their influence and stuff like that. And I answered the question, how much was their influence?
And it's true. And I would say probably you're both correct. I was curious about, do you think the variability was based on who the stories were done with? But also it was I actually enjoyed hearing your take on the concept anyway. So yeah.
Well, the thing is, yeah, I mean, and they did have different styles. I'm not sure Kirby always ended on a you know, slam bang next issue blurb, but
only at the beginning, by the way, not only in the first like 10 issues of the FF.
All right, well, I'm going to have another look at those, but the thing is that they did have different styles, and that's one of the things I was trying to say. When you read the Marvel books, they weren't all like the formula. They were scattered around. And I'll tell you this also about Stan, is that when Stan had an artist who was good, okay, he played to their strengths. For instance, Kraven the Hunter, okay? Why was there a Kraven the Hunter story? It's because Steve Ditko told Stan, hey, I like to draw animals.
Yeah.
So Stan did Kraven the Hunter. And it was Stan. It wasn't, you know, Steve didn't make that up. Stan did. But you know, it's you know, I do the same thing. I mean, if I've got you know, David Lapham, I mean, you know, you can challenge him with anything. If I've got a newer guy or maybe somebody who's more old fashioned, you know, I try to, you know, keep it the way they can do it the best.
Right.
So, you know, I mean, it's some of that is Stan, and some of that is just because, you know, I mean, okay, Steve and Jack were irrepressible. You know, I mean, they had a lot of stuff they wanted to do their way. I'll tell you a little thing about that, again, relating to, you know, who was actually doing this stuff. When I was 17, I went up to Marvel Comics. I lived in Pittsburgh, but I was in New York, probably to see DC. And I went to Marvel Comics, and come on in, you know, no problem. So I talked to Saul Brodsky, and I had gone to art school, and I thought I could, you know, draw, and especially I thought I might be able to ink, you know, because, you know, I thought, well, I probably can't draw as well as some of these guys, you know, any of these guys, but maybe I could control the tools enough to be an inker. And so I asked they introduced me to Saul Brodsky, and I asked him, could I, you know, try out to be an inker? And he says, sure. And he goes over to this shelf, and there was a stack of pages. It was more than a ream of art boards. It was, I'll guess 700 art boards, almost all Kirby's, mostly Kirby's. And they were rejected pages. They were pages that, you know, Stan gave Jack the plot. Jack went off some weird direction. Stan said, no, draw this over. This is what I want. So this big pile of rejected Kirby pages, and the others too. So Saul flips through the pile, and he gives me the rejected splash page for the, I'm going to say FF94, was the Agatha Harkness issue.
Yeah. Okay.
Stan didn't like the splash page, and he had Jack redraw it. And he also gave me a Gene Colan Daredevil page which Stan rejected. And, you know, I mean, like, he was not just some guy you just wrote the dial. He was running.
No, yeah, he was vetting the stuff for sure.
You bet.
I'm with you.
And directing it. But like it's like if you have a David Lapham, if you have a Don Perlin, if you have Barry Windsor-Smith, you don't have to feed them their lines. You give them the direction, the idea, and then let them go.
Right.
And that's exactly what he did with his best guys. He was a lot more hands-on with the guys who weren't great storytellers. Ditko and Kirby are like probably the best I can think of. I mean, but there were some guys who weren't that good, and maybe good artists, but they weren't that good storytellers.
Mm-hmm. Let me go and get back to the early days for just a couple of minutes. A couple of questions I ask everybody because they often give the same answer, which is, were you a super early reader?
Yes, I was reading well before first grade. My mother would read comics to me, and she would read them slowly and point at the words. Okay, and after a little while, I didn't need mommy anymore, and I could read them. And
almost across the board, we get that answer.
Yeah. I was real into reading too. I mean, because once you get a kid reading, then they read everything: the newspapers, the soup can labels. It becomes sort of normal for you. And I don't know. I don't think it was first grade. Maybe it was like about in second grade. I was reading 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea. Going to the dictionary a lot because there's a lot of big words in there. But, and that's another thing my mother taught me, go to the dictionary, right? So I was reading everything. My mother, and when I was, I guess I was like 9 years old. And my mother was a sucker for like salesmen would come to the door. She almost felt bad about turning them away. Didn't have any money, but she'd buy something. So one time somebody sold her a set of encyclopedias. World Book encyclopedias, 1960 edition. And I read them cover to cover, the entire set of World Book encyclopedias, because that's what I did.
Once you stopped reading comics at age 8, since you were reading, what were you into Edgar Rice Burroughs? Were you into science fiction? What kind of stuff were you reading?
Adventure kind of stuff, Swiss Family Robinson, Robinson Crusoe, 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea, a bunch of H.G. Wells, a bunch of Jules Verne, and some other things. My sister was 3 years older than me, and she would bring books from school, not only her textbooks, but, library books and stuff like that. I'd read everything. I'd read whatever she brought. And so, so I don't remember all of them, but a lot of stuff.
So let's go to you writing those sample comics to send in to DC.
Right.
And you were thinking you didn't pick DC because they were your favorite company. You picked them because you thought they needed the help and you might have a chance of getting a job there because you were going to bring Marvel to DC.
Their books weren't as good as Marvel's. I didn't think I could compete with Stan, and he was writing everything. And DC had a lot of different writers, apparently, because Julius Schwartz would tell you in his letter columns. Gardner Fox and John Broome, and I don't know. But anyway, so I just thought I had a better shot there, and that I could, maybe do books good enough to be better than some of the stuff that they were doing, and that worked out. So
from a tactic standpoint, why did you pick Legion of Superheroes to be the thing you were going to write?
Well, I'll tell you what, Legion of Superheroes every month would have a great cover, an interesting cover, and then you'd read the story and it was tepid, there was nothing. I remember this one cover, it had half the Legionnaires on one side and half the Legionnaires on the other side charging each other. Like it's going to be this big battle.
Oh yeah, I know that with the flag holding up. I totally know that one.
And so you read it and it's nothing. It's really a very tepid story. So what I thought is like, of all the DC books I read, I thought that had the most potential and the least realized potential. So I thought, there's so much you could do with this, that they're not doing. And also it was kind of dumb. I mean, Look, the guys. At first, I thought those guys. I didn't think much of the guys who were writing that stuff. When I found out who they were, Otto Binder, Edmund Hamilton, those guys. And as I learned the craft, I discovered that no, they're really good. They just were old guys, and they weren't hip like Stan, and or young like me. So and they had a kind of a mindset that worked in comics in the 40s, and and they were it was just a job, just making a story, and and I of course was passionate, but so anyway, what I'm trying to say here is that I thought that these guys aren't any good. Yes, they are. They were excellent. They just were out of their time, and so anyway, they left a lot of stuff lying around that, sort of unrealized potential. And I thought, I can do something with this. What would Stan do, And tried my best. I did a very pale imitation of Stan. And, Mort Weisinger was the editor. He was the head editor at DC. They didn't call him editor-in-chief, but he was the vice president, kind of in charge. He read what I did, and he thought it was usable.
So you sent in one story, and then he sent you a letter and said, "Can you give me another one?" And you sent him a two-parter.
Yes.
After that.
Yes.
And then they bought them and printed both of them, right? They
printed all of them. Mine, everything I ever did for DC, it was bought and published.
And my understanding is in the early days when you first talked to him on the phone, he assumed you were an older person, that you weren't 14 or 13 or 14.
I never said it in so many words, but I think he thought I was a college student. And because another guy used to send him stuff all the time who was a college student, was Kerry Bates. And I guess he thought, well, he must be like Kerry, right? Kerry, his stuff Mort didn't like for a while, and Kerry was one of those guys who came up with good cover ideas, but the stories weren't happening. And as a matter of fact, the very first thing of Kerry's that was published is that Kerry sent in a story with a cover design, because Mort, I guess, at some point had told him the most important thing is the cover. And so Mort said, "I'm going to send you a drawing, a cover drawing. I want you to write a story to go with it." So he sent me Kerry's drawing, and I wrote the story for that cover. So for Kerry's first published work was a cover on a story I wrote. And but soon after that, he was starting to get the drift, I guess, and then they started using him too. That would have been late 60s. My first was 65, I think, and his was maybe 68 or something. I don't know. Something like that.
Now, the two-part story that you sent, so
Yes.
the second one that you wrote, that was that's a major story in the Legion history, because that's the one that introduces Karate Kid, Princess Projectra, Ferro Lad, and Nemesis Kid, right?
Right. Yes.
I mean, that's incredibly bold to introduce that many Legionnaires to the status quo, in day one. And then when you get into who they were, it's even more amazing, because we'll talk about Ferro Lad in a couple of minutes, and you're playing for him. But what were you were you thinking, I'm going to go big and really get their attention?
Well, what I was thinking was that, issue after issue was the same characters all the time. Whereas at Marvel, every issue Spider-Man's a new villain, and a lot of new characters, and always introducing new stuff. And I thought, also I thought the Legionnaires, all of them have these point your finger powers,
Yeah.
I mean, they point their fingers and something gets heavy or something gets light or something, there's lightning bolt or something. I needed somebody who could knock a wall down, or, I wanted some physical action. And so I thought, well, great characters. I mean, it wasn't like deep thinking on my part. It was just, sort of like I saw that that's what Marvel did all the time, and saw the opportunity, and I did it. So I don't know. I mean, I guess I was trying to make them as good as I could, of course. And I thought maybe, creating some characters would be a good idea.
And you came up with that name Karate Kid as well, right? I mean, that's your name.
Yeah, that's me.
So then when the movie came out, just out of curiosity, did they have to deal with some trademark issues with DC?
Yes, if you look at the end of the Karate Kid movies, they all have a copyright notice, DC Comics.
Yeah.
And at one time, actually, there was a guy lived out on Long Island someplace, and he sued Columbia Pictures because he said that he came up with the name Karate Kid, and he wrote a story very similar to that, and he'd sent it to Columbia, and that he was, that it was really his, and so forth. So the Columbia Pictures lawyers, I guess, found out from DC that I created the character, and so they came to me, and I had to testify in federal court.
Oh, wow.
That I created Karate Kid. This guy alleged that he had created in 1968. And I held up my comic book and I said 1965. Right?
That's awesome.
And so in the Columbia, the guy, I love the guy from Columbia. He says, "You're the best witness we had since Clint Eastwood." Well, good guys,
And just out of curiosity, did you like the Karate Kid movie, even though it's not the same character?
Oh no, it was fun. Yeah, I liked it. It was good. I mean, the thing is, they just needed the name,
right?
And any similarities, I mean, pretty much all the martial arts movies, at least in those days, there's somebody who has to find a sensei to teach him, and blah blah blah.
Yeah, the young hero story. But that's cool. You came up with that name. That's awesome.
So Ferro Lad, was that a nod to your hometown? Was that about Pittsburgh and steel?
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I was looking for physical characters. My father was a steel worker. I also was, I was a big science nut. I was a big science student. So I was interested in chemistry and I read books on it all the time and got familiar with the symbols for the various elements and also, the periodic chart and all that stuff. And so when I was trying to think up a character, I thought, somebody who's strong and, can't be hurt, but I don't want to do the normal thing everybody does, where it's just, they look normal, but they can break through a wall. So I somehow I came up with Ferro Lad, and it had that great symbol, and I put him in a mask, because I was planning a surprise reveal.
Yeah. But you always intended to have him killed off fairly early, right?
No,
I
intended, my original intention was, I didn't know when I first created him what was going to be under the mask. I knew that I didn't want to have the Dr. Doom thing where he had scars or something. And so I'm thinking well, what could it be, right? And then I thought, well, maybe it's nothing. Maybe it's just part of his armor, And then that made me think, what if he takes that off and he's a black guy, I thought, well, how would that play? Now remember, this is the 60s, okay? And everybody's getting, enlightened. I mean, I was born on the other side of the watershed. I was born in 51, where people still had that sort of old-fashioned mindset. And then all of a sudden there's women's liberation and Martin Luther King and equal rights and blah, blah, blah. And so, that hit right about the right time for me, because I was just kind of coming to that age of reason and saying, yeah, that's right. So then I thought, well, okay, I'm going to make this a black character. And my plan was that at one point he would take the mask off and he's this brown guy and nobody bats an eye. Nothing is said, not mentioned, nothing. Because they got an orange person, they've got a blue person, they've got a green. Who cares?
It's the future. I mean,
it's the future. They got it figured out by then, And so that was going to be like my little secret statement. It was, this doesn't matter at all, And then what happened was, I wanted to do a story with it was like, big, epic, super powerful villain and all that. And so I came up with the Sun Eater, and I was going to have this, battle against the Sun Eater. And I thought, these guys are going into these battles all the time. Doesn't somebody get hurt once in a while? Now, they had Lightning Lad get killed once for a little while, and then he's back,
And Triplicate Girl.
Yeah, and they killed one of Triplicate Girl because they had spares. I mean, they really didn't, I thought, no, somebody's got to, should be seriously injured or killed in this, if they're doing all this dangerous stuff. Well, so I had that idea for the story. And I also, around that same time, I told Mort what my plan was for Ferro. And he just said, no way, forget it, not happening. I said, why? He said, because we'll lose our distribution in the South. What? And so he just said no. And that's kind of become the reason for me to do that character in The Mask. And he said no. And I thought, well, I want to have somebody die in this story. They probably wouldn't like it if I killed, one of the old ones. So I'll kill one of mine, And he that was fine with him. He didn't care.
Oh, I've not read it that way before. That's interesting. I mean, I haven't heard, and I've read a lot of stories about that, and I had not read that basically because Mort wouldn't let you do it, that's why he was the one that you ended up sacrificing.
Yeah, because my plan for him was kind of ruined, and I thought, well, okay, then I'll make him the guy who gets killed.
And you knew at that point that if this was Marvel, you might have been able to do it because they had done Black Panther, but DC wasn't Marvel, was it? And you weren't going to get to do it.
I don't know when Marvel started, when the Black Panther first appeared, but I think at Marvel it would have been fine, and they wouldn't have lost their distribution anywhere. Besides, DC was distributing. Marvel was being distributed by Independent News, which was owned by Warner, actually owned by National Periodical Publications. Later became Warner, was sold to Warner. But anyway, the distributor was owned by the same company as DC Comics. It was the only distribution that Martin Goodman could get. He had a distributor. He left him for another distributor, better deal. That distributor went bankrupt. Then he had nothing.
Right. The Atlas implosion.
So he went with his hat in his hand over to DC and convinced them to distribute his books. They put a limit on it. They said, we got plenty of comics. You can only do 8. And that's why there were only a few Marvel comics first. It slowly got ratcheted up.
Yeah, 8 bi-monthly, but then it increased a little, yeah.
Yeah.
But that's interesting that you were saying that about the distribution in the South, because I had also read that, Infantino said that about a possible Black character reveal in the Teen Titans that never quite panned out. And again, seemed like he said the same thing, evidently, was distribution in the South when DC was doing the distribution. Evidently, that was just office language in the 60s there.
Yeah, I think that was sort of the sort of prevailing wisdom at the time. But it didn't turn out to be anything. When Marvel did it, it was nothing.
Now, we were talking about this is your very first stuff that you were submitting when you got the call and saw Weisinger wanted to fly you up to New York, and you said, I've got to bring my mom, or let me ask my mom, and you ended up going there together with your mother, and he took you to see It's a Bird, It's a Plane, It's Superman. I love that. I read that and just started laughing because I love that production. So what was that like to be a kid and you're there with your mom and interviewing for a job like that and going to Broadway? I mean, you're from Pittsburgh.
Well, it wasn't an interview. I'd already been working for them for months. After the first 3 stories, when my first phone call from him was February 10th of 1966. I'd written the stories in 1965. And he called me and he said, look, we like these. We're going to buy these. We're going to publish these. He said, and I want to start using you as a regular writer. He said, but I don't want you just sending stuff in. I'll give you assignments. And I said, oh, great, sure. And he said, all right, first assignment, Supergirl, 12 pages next Friday. Okay. So I wrote a Supergirl story, 12 pages, called Brainiac's Blitz. It appeared in Action Comics. And then after that, he just kept, as soon as I'd finish one, I'd start on another one because he always kept me busy. Busy as much as I could do. And so after the couple months goes by, then it's like in the it was maybe March or April. He said, look, we need to teach you some things. I want to fly you up to New York. We'll put you up in a hotel, spend a week, and in the office, and we'll show you a few things. I said, well, I mean, just hesitated. I didn't say anything because I'm thinking, like, how's that going to play, especially like, fly to New York, stay in a hotel. I thought, can I even do that, and so that he asked me, after I hesitated, he said, how old are you? And I said, oh, I just turned 14. He said, put your mother on the phone. So put my mother on the phone, and he found out that she was on board with it, that she didn't mind what I was doing. And so he got me back on the phone, and he told me, he said, I don't care how old you are, I'm going to treat you just like I treat everybody else, which means that he was going to yell at me all the time. But he did say, he said, all right, we're going to bring your mother with you to New York. But it had to wait till the end of the school year. So it had to be like early June. And then my mother, we went up to New York, flew up to New York, stayed in the Summit Hotel, which was a really nice hotel. It was right across the street from DC Comics on 51st Street and 51st and Lex. And, I'd go to the office every day, and my mother would go do, tourist stuff, shopping stuff, whatever. And then a couple times we were on our own, but several times they took us out to dinner. And one night they took us to see It's a Bird, It's a Plane, It's Superman. And that was just amazing. Well, Mort was, kind of a big shot. The theater was packed. It was a hit. But we were sitting sixth row center, great seats. And afterwards, Mort walked us around to the back of the theater, went up and tapped on the stage door. Guy lets, oh, Mr. Weisinger, come in. And so he brought us in, and I got to meet a lot of the actors. I got to meet Linda Lavin and Jack Cassidy, Bob Holliday, and Patricia Moran, who played Lois Lane. Bob Holliday played Superman, and he autographed a picture for me. He gave me a picture, said, Jim, keep writing those stories about me, signed Bob Holliday. Picture of him as Superman. I still have it. It's around somewhere. But anyway, I mean, it was like magic. I couldn't believe it was all happening, and I loved it. It was great.
It's funny, if you listen to this part and you don't know anything about comics history, you're thinking, wow, he sounds like a really nice guy. And that wasn't your experience. And I mean, obviously we're going to have to talk about that a little bit, but because you mentioned talking about your mom, was she aware of how abusive he was to you as a kid working for him?
I don't think so, really, because I mean he talked to her when we were there on that trip, but he wasn't abusive to me in front of her. I'll put it that way. But I was just me dealing with him. After that first trip with my mother, and he saw that I was substantially taller than him, and he actually would not. I'm at a hotel across the street, and I said, "Do you want me to come over to the office?" He said, "No, you stay there. I'll come to you." I'm like, "Why?" So anyway, he comes across the street and comes up to my room, knocks on the door. I open the door, and I have a jacket and a tie on, because in those days, that's what you did. If you're going to ride on an airplane, you dressed, like for business. And so I had a jacket and a tie. And so he looks at me. First of all, he's looking, as the door opens, he's looking this way, and he goes, and he said, and I quote, "You'll do." And he told me later that he was afraid that I might be this little freckle-faced boy in a Charlie Brown T-shirt, and that he'd be walking me into DC Comics, and he'd be embarrassed. And P.S. by the way, in DC in those days, and up until something like 1977, you couldn't enter DC's premises if you didn't have a jacket and a tie.
That's interesting.
They wouldn't let you in.
That kind of office culture, did that make an impression on you?
Well, I guess I thought that's how it was supposed to be. I don't know. It was you might as well have been in an insurance business. It was, everybody was suit and tie. And I think I got to know some of these guys, and I quickly realized that their greatest nightmare would be that they'd be on the train from Long Island and their briefcase would fall open and comics would pour out and they'd be embarrassed. Nobody, they really weren't. It was just a job, just making stories here. That's it.
But wasn't that also the office culture later at Valiant, like the shirt and tie deal?
No. When I started at Marvel also kind of almost had a dress code, an informal dress code, and basically that was you came to work like dressed to paint a house. The rattier your clothes were, that was what you were kind of supposed to do at Marvel. and it was a totally different place. The first time I went to Marvel, and I'm walking around the joint, and there's everybody's dressed all ratty and stuff. The Tony Isabella was sleeping under a desk because somehow he didn't have an apartment. He had he was actually literally sleeping there. And looking for an apartment, I guess. The big paper mache figure of Thor made by fans hanging from the ceiling in the production department. People sword fighting with yardsticks in the hall. I mean, it was. I thought, hey, I like this.
Yeah, it sounds like Animal House. Sounds like the movie.
It was. It really was. Yeah. Well, when I came in as editor-in-chief, well, actually, even when I came in as associate editor for 2 years, I dressed like this, just like what we used to call school clothes. You weren't allowed to wear jeans. So you had to wear some kind of pants and a shirt that had a collar. That was school clothes. So I was basically dressed like that, and everybody thought I was weird because I wasn't wearing ratty jeans and sneakers and stuff. I thought I can't go to work in an office, looking like I'm going to paint a house, And besides, I felt like I was in a position of responsibility, and I should look responsible. Anyway, so then when I became editor-in-chief, and all of a sudden I have to go upstairs to these meetings with executives and stuff. And they're all wearing jackets and ties. So I thought, I'm going to do that. So I started wearing a jacket and a tie. I never told anybody how to dress. I didn't care. But because I was wearing a jacket and a tie, some other people said, hey, you can dress, you don't have to dress like a hippie or something. You can do what you want. And so some people did and some people didn't. And it was all different, then that was fine. I did no dress code. Do what you want. It was the same at Valiant. Now, I would wear a suit and a tie. Layton liked to do that too. Don Perlin didn't, he would come reasonably dressed, but wouldn't dress up. Some people did, some people didn't. I couldn't care less. And but I wanted to be presentable. If I was going to be the CEO and the publisher and president, then I thought I'd better look the part.
All right, let's go back to the Legion for a little bit, because I'm a Legion guy. I mean, I started it around the time that you started writing it.
Okay.
So these are the ones that I love the most. And I've argued sometimes about the which comics have the best rogues galleries, and everybody always says the Flash and Batman, and then it gets after that a little bit looser. I think the Legion has one of the best rogues gallery, at least in the top 5 or 6 of all of them. And it's yours. Ditko Spider-Man too, but you're primarily responsible for that rogues gallery and the Fatal Five, Dr. Regulus, Universo, the Dominators, the adult Mordru. I mean, those are all your characters, aren't they?
Yes. And like I said, I was trying to think like Marvel and have a lot of new characters and a lot of new villains and stuff. So I did that fairly frequently. The Fatal Five, Mort Weisinger was famous for doing this. He would take something and all right, the Fatal Five. He called me and he said, there's a new movie out. He said, I want you to go see it and write a story like that. And I said, what's the movie? And he said, it's called The Dirty Dozen. Okay. So I wasn't going to argue. You didn't argue with Mort. You just said, yes, sir. That's it. So I just thought that wasn't ethical. I said, wait a minute, go see a movie and write a story like that? That's not right. So what I did was I looked in the newspaper at the advertisement for the movie. And it was about a bunch of bad guys that get recruited to go on this, dangerous, super suicidal type mission. what else do you need to know? That's all. That's fine. So then I created the Fatal Five, and I did my Fatal Five story. And to this day, I have never seen The Dirty Dozen. But he would do that sometimes. He would, for instance, even classic books. Orion the Hunter, another villain. He told me, he said, have you read Most Dangerous Game? I said, yes. He said, do a story like that.
Oh, and you did.
It just, I didn't like that, but first of all, we needed the money. And second, I actually did enjoy doing the work.
And I want to talk about the art in relation to this for a bit, because, you were doing, whether you call them storyboards or whatever, that you were drawing it panel by panel, yep. And then having the artist look at it and follow that. And some followed it more than others, I take it.
Mostly they did what I asked them. The reason I did that is because I didn't know what a script looked like. I didn't know there was a script. So I just made the first things I did look as much like a comic book as I could, including making covers for them and stuff. And the thing is, Mort liked that. And even when I found out what a script was, I said, do you want me to start doing it this way? He said, no, we like the little layouts. You have a good visual sense. And I said, oh, okay. And the artists loved it because it made their work easier. Because, a writer writing a script, he'll ask you to have somebody answering the phone and lighting his pipe at the same time. And, they would often ask for stuff that was really difficult. But if I drew it, it obviously could be done. And it made it a lot easier for them. They didn't have to try to figure it out. I did it for them. And
tell your Gil Kane story in relation.
Oh, Gil Kane. My Gil Kane story. Yeah, I worked with Gil on a couple jobs. Captain Action, I think. So, but he was never in the office when I turned up, or at least I didn't know he was. And so I never met him. And I also didn't know that there were comic book conventions. I had no idea. And when I found out, it was members of the Pittsburgh Comics Club found me and, got in touch with me. And they said they were going to the July Con in New York and I should come. I said, what's a con? What are you talking about? And I'd never been to a convention. I didn't know there were conventions. And so I don't know how they got there. I drove myself to New York, and the convention was in the Commodore Hotel, which I think now is a Hyatt. I don't know. And I walked in there. I'd never seen anything like it. It was amazing. It's like all these people. Like first I saw was Joe Sinnott. I saw his picture somewhere, so I knew it was Joe Sinnott. And then he had a crowd around him, and he was just drawing a free sketch for somebody in their little sketchbook with a pen, the Thing in action, drawing it with a pen. And it was perfect, of course. And I'm tall, so I could look over the crowd and see it. I couldn't believe it. It's like, that's Joe Sinnott. Oh my God, and then I'd see other people, and they had a really great cast of characters there. And then somebody told me that Gil Kane was being interviewed on stage. Do I want to go listen? Sure. Well, the guy interviewing him actually was one of the Pittsburgh Comic Club guys, a guy named Mark Lehrer. And so the place is packed. There's hundreds of people. And there's no place to sit. So I come in with this other guy, and we're standing in the back of the room to listen to Gil being interviewed. And it was amazing. He was, they asked him, what do you think of these young artists, Kaluta, Starlin? And he says, they're not picture makers. They're no good, they're no good. Okay. And then Mark Lehrer says, well, who was your favorite writer to work with? He said, writers are idiots. He said, they're all stupid. The writers are terrible. And Lehrer says, well, surely there must be somebody, some writer you like working with. He says, well, there was this one young man, and he was from Pittsburgh, I think. And I liked working with him. And Mark said, are you aware he's in the room? And because he could see me, I was standing in the back. And he said, no, I never met him. And so Mark says, Jim, could you come up here? So I walked up on stage and I met Gil Kane, shook hands with Gil Kane in front of hundreds of people, and they cheered. It was cool.
So that was what, like 1968 or so?
Why did he like working for me? Because I did the little layouts for him. I made his work easy. And so he didn't have to go, trying to figure out what the writer wanted. So that was the whole thing. He would even take some of my stuff and just he'd put it on the opaque projector or light box it, and of course fix it. I mean, make it good. But you just use my layout and it saved a lot of time that way.
Yeah, I always love that story. That and Wally Wood was kind of the same way, right? He liked to work off of your stuff too.
Yeah, and that's really funny too, because here I am. I'm in high school, and these Grandmaster Hall of Fame guys, they treated me with great respect. They followed my layouts. They did all this crazy stuff I called for. They they were fine. These days, the younger guys, man, they think of the script as a suggestion. They just draw what they want. But those guys, I mean, the Hall of Famers, they all felt like they should respect the writer, even if, like Gil, they thought he was an idiot. But Woody was great. He's the first guy who gave me a credit.
Oh.
So Woody, DC Comics, they did not give you credit, and if you were an artist and you say signed the splash page or something, they white it out. I think sometimes some guys got away with putting their signature on the cover. They did it discreetly. But if Kurt Swan signed something, they white it out. So the only person who ever got to write his name there was Woody. And the story goes that he had a 38 in a shoulder holster, and that's why they didn't mess with him. I think they didn't mess with him because he was one of the greatest of all time, and they just left him alone. But he did have a 38 in a shoulder holster.
Yeah, when you did Captain Action 1 with him,
yeah, that was it. Yeah.
Were you aware of Woody at that time?
Yeah, of course. I'd seen the Daredevils and stuff.
Daredevil, yeah, okay, from '64, yeah. And then was he familiar to you through Mad magazine as well?
Yes, yeah, and I'd seen his work. I kind of knew of him, and then when I did my layouts and the script for Captain Action #1, Woody, like Gil, thought writers were idiots and didn't like them. So whenever he signed a book, he just put his name, art by Wood or inks by Wood or something like that. And that old English script he used to use, and they, like I said, they respected him. They wouldn't white it out. Anyone else, forget it. But they left alone. Anyway, so when I did the layouts for him, I wasn't an idiot writer. I was an artist. And so he put my name along with his story by Jim Shooter, art by Wally Wood. He also, in the next issue, he inked the next issue over Gil, and he put all our names, and they didn't white it out. That was the first time I ever got a credit on the splash page.
So then, quick question on Captain Action. Was that an influence on you as far as the concept of like toy and comics and corporate product synergy? Did you learn that from Captain Action?
Well, people have told me that was like the first comic based on a toy. I'm not sure that's true. I'm not an expert at that. But whether it was or not, it was one of the early ones, and it made it clear to me you could do that. I mean, I was given a lot of stuff. I was stuck with stuff from the toy, and then I was stuck with stuff that Mort wanted, and I did the best with it that I could. But that stuck in my mind, and years later, when we had the opportunity to do, say, G.I. Joe, well, it wasn't new to me.
Exactly. That's why I think Captain Action is such an interesting thing with you being involved in that.
Yeah, I think it was an interesting experience, and it was just great working with Woody and Gil. That was just highlight real stuff.
So to go back to the art, another aspect that I found out in looking at this was, those Neal Adams covers for Adventure that were so fantastic.
Yeah.
Some of those were you did the cover sketches for those, and he would make them into the great covers that they were, but they were your ideas, weren't they?
I did two cover sketch. I did two fully drawn and colored cover drawings. They weren't great. I mean, but they were the best I could do. I did two of them. And in those days, Mort and a few other of the DC editors, they would do splash pages that were not part of the story. They were, Mort used to call it the second cover. The idea being cover would catch your eye, you open up, and there's kind of another cover which make you start reading the story. So I would send two, and typically Mort would pick one to be the cover and use the other one for the splash page. Sometimes, he'd make up a different splash page, but I think almost always they used my covers. I can't remember one that they didn't use.
So you did you do the girl Legionnaires, throw in the
boys?
Yeah,
that was me. Yeah, and the thing is, okay, I was doing these sketches for Kurt Swan and I think Al Plastino a couple times and a few others, and they did what I asked them to do. And then this Neal Adams guy comes along, and I think one of his first jobs at DC was drawing covers from my sketches, and he liked them, and Neal told me that when he was up in the office and getting one of those covers, that he saw my layouts for that issue too in Mort's office, and he was looking through them, and he said, we could train this guy to be an artist, and Mort says, no, I need him as a writer, and so Neal had some respect for me, and you're exactly right. I would try to do the cover like the way I thought it should look, and I just didn't have the skills. I wasn't good enough, but it was almost like he was reading my mind. He'd look at this crude sketch, he knew what I meant, and then he'd make it what I was in my head that I couldn't make come out of my hands. It was just amazing. I had this one, I wanted to do sort of a forced perspective upshot, and that was way out of my range, and I tried and I couldn't do it. So I just kind of did a bad version of it. He looked at it, he knew exactly what to do, and he did it perfectly. It was the one where the Legionnaires are doing the hero for hire stuff, getting paid for superhero stuff.
Right.
Yeah. But anyway, there's like, you see the floor, and then you're also looking up and you see a kid on a ledge, and you have to, it's forced perspective. You're looking down at the same time you're looking up. So beyond my skill set, but no problem for Neal, man. And a couple of the covers he did were, Mort used to every month he'd have all the covers up on the wall, and he also have the older covers with the sales figures on them. Okay, this one sold 600,000. This one sold 550. This one, and that was kind of how he evaluated the cover. I mean, and he would any covers that did not sell well, he didn't want to do anything like that again. But covers that did sell well, like he wanted to repeat those. And so he thought comic book readers only read comics for about 2 years, 6 to 8 years old, right? And so he figured every 2 years he could recycle covers. Wouldn't do exactly the same thing, but he would do a very similar to a previous cover, and or the same theme to the cover, and then a slightly different story to go with it. That's that Girl Legionnaires one you're talking about. That was, that had been done before. He said, all right, I want you to do a story where the Girl Legionnaires take over.
Right.
Okay. And he said the cover should have, the Girl Legionnaires like throwing the boys out or something. And I said, okay. And so I did that. And you're right. Neal did that, didn't he?
Yeah.
That was great. So, but I hadn't actually read any of those Girls Take Over stories, so it was all mine. I didn't. If there was any similarities to previous stories, I don't know. But he did that a lot, and he did like every 2 years, the Legionnaires get turned into babies, and every 2 years there was a Super Pets Legion of Super Pets story.
Yeah, you did a Super Pets story.
I did a Super Pet story.
You didn't do the babies. That was E. Nelson Bridwell.
Yeah, I mean, like I think Mort could just tell my heart was not in doing it. Me am super baby. I can't do that. And that's okay.
You did the opposite, because you did the Adult Legion, and so did you ever hear from any other Legion writers that just said, "Damn it, you trapped us into all it," because you put real stuff in there, like who was going to die and who was going to become a lead, and some people played with it great, and some seemed like they were like stuck with it in awkward ways.
Well, that was a story. There is that that was one of the things they did every once in a while, was a older, Legionnaires all grown up story. So that had been done before too. And so he told me he wanted to do, Legionnaires All Grown Up story. And I said, well, I got to figure out what's going to happen to them. And he said, yeah, go ahead. So anyway, I had some grand plans for that. And I wrote a plot because I wanted to make sure, it was vetted before I actually sat there and did the layouts and everything. So instead of hearing from Mort, I heard from Nelson. And Nelson just, he said, no. He says, you don't have, Lightning Lad and Saturn Girl getting married. And you don't have that. You have to have this and you have to have that. Now, I thought he was like speaking for Mort. No, he was speaking for Nelson, the fanboy. Okay. And he did not want couples broken up and this and that, So I took that as an executive order. I mean, I said, all right, okay. So a lot of the stuff I did was what Nelson wanted. And what kind of, to me, it was like, isn't that the obvious thing? I mean, can't we change some things so that it's not just, every boy and girl couple remains married, in the future? And it just didn't make sense to me, but I did the best I could with it. And I got away with doing a few things that were just really me. And I put Shadow Lass in the Hall of Fallen Heroes. That was a bit of Legionnaire business. I don't know if you know that. Fans used to write in ideas for Legionnaires, and Mort called it bits of Legionnaire business. And then if he liked one of them, he would use it. And no one thought anything of it. It would, nobody thought you were infringing on anything or stealing anything. So he told me, he said, if you ever, see any of these bits of Legionnaire business and you think you have an idea, he said, go ahead. So I did. I said, no, use a Shadow Lass character. And since she wasn't a Legionnaire, I could kill her. Have her be in the Hall of Fallen Heroes. And then a couple issues later, I introduced her.
Yeah.
And I was doing my own continuity. I owned the future. I mean, DC didn't do continuity, but I was the only guy writing a book that's set in the future. I thought, I'm going to do my own continuity. I'm going to try to do what Stan does.
And I was eating it up. And then just because it's my favorite of the two-parters, I love that issue 375, 376, where Bouncy Boy appears to win the contest, and it's actually Chameleon.
Yeah.
That was just an elegant story, and very romantic, and it was great. I remember where I was when I read it. I was in the back seat of my car, my parents' car, and I thought it was fantastic.
Well, thank you.
And then it disappears. And so you were talking about sales. Why did we lose the Legion as a lead story during your reign?
Well, what happened was in the very first issue of mine that was published, which would have been the issue where Ferro Lad and Karate Kid were introduced. I don't remember the number, 3 something, whatever. In that issue, there was a postal statement of ownership. You remember the postal statement of ownership? So you have your second-class mailing privileges. Every year you had to publish a statement of ownership. And in the statement of ownership, you told how many copies were sold of the issue nearest to the filing date, and also what the average sales of number of copies sold for the year was. And in my first issue, it said that Legion of Superheroes was selling 500,000 copies a month, give or take. And so now at that time in the 60s, Marvel was taking off and DC was falling badly. Superman, when I first started writing, it was 1.2 million copies, but it was going down. And Legion was 500,000, and most of them were doing pretty well, but they were all going down. Superboy was plummeting, and so I don't know if you remember, there was a 2-issue story, Surprise and Mysterious, that was done by Mort and probably Nelson. He told me he wanted to do something, and he's going to, let me do World's Finest and Jimmy Olsen or whatever for a couple months, and he wanted to do this story himself or have it done in the office. So okay, Surprise and Mysterious, who later turned out to be, I think, Superboy and Supergirl, right? I think. It was an experiment to see what the effect would be on the Legion of Superheroes if you took Superboy, the super characters out. Okay, and not surprisingly, sales fell. All right, not catastrophically, but it went down a little. So, all right, all these other books are plunging. And the way Mort explained this to me is he said, we think that Legion of Superheroes, Adventure Comics, is diluting the sales of Superman, or not Superman, Superboy, and also when we use Supergirl. He says, so what we're going to do is we're going to make the Legion stories a backup in action, try to pick up Action Comics sales, which are catastrophic, and because there's no Legion monthly book, then Superboy will go back up. No, it didn't. But they did something with Supergirl, and that didn't work either. And Action Comics did not appreciably increase. But that was the reasoning. I thought
I hadn't read that anywhere either. That's interesting.
In the last issue I did, full issue, Adventure Comics, Legion of Superheroes, there was a statement of ownership in that one too. And in that one, it was 500,000 copies a month. Okay, so all the other books are falling, and the kid's holding his own here, you know. But I could not understand this. You know, you got one that's doing well, leave it alone. But no, they thought that it was more important to prop up Superboy and Action Comics, and
then you go to Action and trying to do it in a shorter form, and you first time out you get in trouble with the Comics Code, right?
Yeah,
Forbidden Fruit.
Yeah, I think that predates Stan's Drugstore. I'm not sure. I'd have to check. You know, of course, I'm in high school. It's the 60s. There's, you know, drugs everywhere and stuff. And
but you're not a drug guy.
No, never. So, I mean, I had that idea for the story. And Mort said, okay, go. You know, so I did. And my ending of the story was different than what was actually printed, because my ending was drug rehab, you know, and also I didn't have the thing where he's, you know, oh, I can't let my girlfriend get injured, I'll stop taking drugs. You know, that doesn't work.
And this is Timberwolf for anybody that doesn't know the story.
Yeah, and Timberwolf and Lightless. But at any rate, so I had a slightly different ending. The last page or so was different. And then it got rejected by the Comics Code. And so Mort called me up and said, we got to change the ending. And it's like I think the whole time I worked for Mort, I think there was only 4 pages that I had to rewrite. And those were 2 of them right there. I had to rewrite the end of the story, which I thought made it more tepid and not good, but it was, you know, I think if it wasn't before Spider-Man, it was certainly around then. And I guarantee you, I didn't know that they were going to do a Spider-Man drugstore, or they had done one.
When they were rejecting a page, were those finished and drawn and colored pages, or were they like, or were they inked and all that, and then you had to do all that over again, or was it just a script they were rejecting?
No, they in those days they had art boards were sent to the Comics Code, you know, and then sent back to the publisher, who then sent them off to the engraver. Later, the whole industry got so late that they just started sending photocopies to the code, and sometimes just photocopies of lettered pencils, stuff like that, you know, because things were late. But in those days, the actual boards came back, and each board had a stamp on the back of it, Comics Code.
Jeez, that's a lot of work to just redo.
Yeah, so we had to redo those last couple of pages. The other time I had 2 pages that I had to rewrite was because Mort approved something in the plot, and he changed his mind. I had something in the plot that I was using to set up something I was going to do in the future, and he said, "Yeah, that's good." And then when I did it, and he looked at it, and he thought about it, and he said, "No, do these over." You know, okay, you know. But I mean, I did what he approved, but that, you know, in those days, you just, you know, you didn't argue.
Besides Legion of Superheroes, which I could talk about all day, clearly, you did some Superman work also that included creating the Parasite. You also did the first Superman Flash race. Yep. What about those? Are pretty important in terms of Superman mythology. Talk about that a little bit.
Well, like I said, I mean, I was trying to create characters when I could. I mean, Superman hadn't had a new villain for a long time, you know, and you get tired of Lex Luthor pretty quick. And you know, who else you got? The Toy Man, you know. I started trying to create some villains. Some weren't my best, but I thought the Parasite, you know, was a good idea. I was in ninth grade biology class, and we're studying parasites, and I'm sitting there trying to come up with a villain for Superman. Parasite. Yeah. And that's how it started. And then I did it. And I'll tell you something interesting. I mean, this is this little ego thing, I guess. But if you look up in Wikipedia or whatever, and you look up the Parasite, it'll say it's created by Jim Shooter and Al Plastino. I'm sorry. I designed that character. I laid out every panel, and I drew him just the way he is.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
Look, nobody has to pad Al's resume either. I mean, you know, he was great. He did great stuff, but you know, it's like they automatically assume that the writer just wrote some words and the artist, you know, created the look of the character.
But you actually drew him as you wrote and created him. That's awesome.
Yeah, I did all of them. All the Fatal Five look like still have the drawings that I made for the Fatal Five.
Oh, that's great.
Mort Weisinger called me up and he said, "We need a Superman story. You have any ideas?" And like I said, when I was a kid and the Flash came out, I thought it was cool. And so he said, "You have any ideas?" I said, "Can I use the Flash?" He said, "I can arrange that." I said, "Great." So I did what, you know, like when the Flash came out, I knew Superman had super speed, Flash had super speed. Little, you know, 6-year-old Jimmy said, "I wonder who's faster." And that thought stuck in my head, you know. And so I thought, well, let me do this, you know. And then I had certain rules I had to follow. You couldn't have gambling, and you couldn't do this, and you couldn't. But you know, I did the best I could, and it came out pretty good. And they've done several of those now, I think.
Yeah, it was actually like even in that Justice League movie at the end.
The thing was DC had all kinds of stupid rules. Like for instance, anytime there was any competition between superheroes, it had to be a tie. Because if you had the Flash win, then they felt that the Superman people would be upset. If you had Superman win, they thought the Flash people would be upset. So when I told him what the story was, he says, it has to be a tie. I said, why? I wanted the Flash to win, because that's his only power. Give him a break. He said, no, it has to be a tie. Oh, okay. So I had to engineer it to be a tie. Mort really very rarely interfered in my stories or even suggested anything. You know, I mean, Mort's suggestion would be like, I did a World's Finest, and he called me up and he said, you know, you've done a couple of time travel stories. He says, and they seem to go real well. He says, can you do a time travel story with World's Finest? I said, well, could I do like King Arthur days? And he said, yeah, that'd be good. I said, okay. So I did the Superman and Batman and King Arthur's court story. But that's, you know, I mean, he wasn't real hands-on about that stuff.
Yeah. A quick question about Mort before you guys move out of that is Kurt Swan had said that Mort would abuse a person until they hit a point where they would then defend themselves, and then Mort would then back down. We interviewed Hydre Weisinger about that, and he confirmed that if Mort saw that, he would stop berating that person and almost enjoying berating that person. First, was your youth working against you in that, or did you actually step up and say, I'm not taking this anymore? Or were you kind of too young to do that? And did that affect you moving forward?
Well, there's some calculus going on here, because I didn't do this on a lark. I did it because my family needed the money, right? And then the money was important. I mean, my mother, you know, we need a check, you know, hurry up, you know. Not in a mean way. I mean, she's a great lady, but you know, I mean, we were desperate sometimes. So anyway, I didn't want to lose the job, you know, so I'm a little careful. And also, I mean, like, you're 14 years old, you're 15 years old, and some big important man from New York calls you up and tells you you're a blah, 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 idiot, you know, at the top of his lungs, you know, moron. Why can't you spell? What's this? You know, what's this supposed to be? Looks like a carrot. Is that supposed to be a gun? You know. All right. So, I mean, like a couple times, I mean, actually, it was almost standard procedure after a while. he'd get done yelling at me for, we had a regular phone call every Thursday night, right after the Batman TV show. He'd call me. And he'd call me any other time he needed. But that was our regular call. And in that call, he would go over what I'd sent him that week. And we'd talk about, other stories and whatever. But more and more, it was just like him, you moron, can't you do this? Blah, blah, blah. I'm like, holy cow. And so several times, I at the end of the phone call, I say, I guess I just can't do this. I said, maybe you need to get somebody else. And he said, no, because he knew we were struggling. He says, no, I'll give you one more chance. You're my charity case.
Yeah, I heard that.
So anyway, I mean, what happened with me is I wasn't, despite my reputation as being a bad guy, I'm not a combative type. I never, I didn't look for fights. But one time remember that story where the King Arthur story?
Yeah.
Where the Batman and Superman go back to King Arthur's day? Okay. So I wrote a plot for that. Because I wanted, Mort kind of said, I want, this time travel thing. I thought I better write a plot. He didn't always have me write a plot. Sometimes you just have a discussion, but sometimes I would write a plot. So I wrote the plot in some detail, and I sent it to him. And in the plot, I didn't have a name for the villain yet. And so in the plot, it said, I called him the Black Baron, and I put in parentheses a working name, just a placeholder, until I can come up with a name. So Mort gets the plot, and we're in one of our phone calls. He says, well, this is okay. You can go ahead with this. He says, but I don't like the name of the villain. I said, yeah, well, I don't either. I'm trying to come up with a better one. He says, I'll give you the name. He said, I have a name. He said, we're going to call him the Jousting Master. I said, well, that just trips off your tongue, doesn't it? And so, jousting, yes, sir, because you don't argue with him. So anyway, I finished the story, and I sent it in. And then I was going to go up to New York. After the first trip with my mother, I would go up all by myself fairly frequently, mostly in the summer when there was no school. So I had a trip to New York shortly after I sent that story in, and so I'm sitting in Mort's office and we're talking about this and that. Nelson Bridwell was his assistant, and he calls Nelson. Nelson comes in. And he says, Nelson, we're going to test your editorial skills. He said, Jim, I had Nelson read your World's Finest story. He says, so Nelson, you sit down, I want to analyze it for me. Tell me what you think. And Nelson is like a deer in the headlights. He's like, oh my God, and he knows he's got to find something wrong because, or else oh, it's fine. That wouldn't work. He figures there's got to be something wrong. So he's trying to think. And he says, well, Jim, he says, I really like it. He said, but I really don't like the name of the villain. He says, it's really dumb. He says, you're usually so good with the names, And Mort's like, really, Nelson? You don't like the name. And so Nelson thinks he has found the bow tie on the bulldog. He thinks, that's what he wanted me to find, right? And so he's like, on, and Mort just gives them rope, and like, well, tell me, Nelson, well, what would you like? Why is it that way? Or what would you like it to be? Or, stringing them and I'm sitting there watching him, tear the wings off a fly, and I'm thinking, this guy, it's not me. I'm not stupid. I'm not a moron. They wouldn't keep sending me these checks if this stuff was such garbage, and this guy's just mean. He's just mean, and I'm not going to feel bad anymore, So anyway, I'm there, and Mort sort of has his back to me, and I'm like this to Nelson, stop. But Mort just feeds him rope, and then finally he says, I created the name Nelson. And Nelson, he just went pale. I thought he was going to die. I'm like, oh, geez, you're a mean son of a bitch. You really are. He's just torturing the guy. And then, of course, Nelson's trying to backtrack. No, you're right. I think, no, now that I think of it, it's like,
oh, that's hard to watch.
It was, I was squirming in my chair. Nelson was dying. It was terrible. I think that's one of the reasons he liked Nelson. So it was somebody he could pick on. After that, he kept yelling at me and stuff like that. But it just rolled off my back. When I had a chance to go elsewhere, I went elsewhere.
So that's a good segue, because we're in 1969 and a lot of things are happening. You're graduating high school, and that's sort of the end of your DC time. What I wasn't clear about, you took some classes at Carnegie Tech, and they were art classes.
Yeah, there was a special program in the Pittsburgh area at that time, where it started in 5th grade. They would, depending on how many kids were in each school in kind of the whole tri-state area, they would give each school as many, a proportionate number of seats. In Bethel Park, we had several grade schools, 4 or 5, I don't know. And so I think out of all of Bethel Park, there were like 5 kids that they picked for this class. And the criteria was very strict. You had to have a record of good behavior. You had to be top of your class. You had to be recommended by your art teacher. You had to, they had rules like if you missed 1 class, you had to have a doctor's excuse. If you missed 2, no excuse will do. You're gone. You're out, because other people wanted that chair. And these classes were held in the Carnegie Museum. They had the Carnegie Music Hall there, and it seated an enormous number of people, and thousands, a couple thousand maybe. And every seat was full because they, like I said, people wanted this program. Kids wanted to be in it. So you do that for 2 years. And if at the end of 2 years you were in the top 100 by their judgment, then you got to go to painting class. So 5th and 6th, you're in the drawing class in this giant hall. Then 2 years, this painting class. There's 200 people in the painting class, 100 new guys and 100 people from last year. And you painted with tempera paints, and they taught you a lot about painting. Then that was 7th and 8th grade. And then in high school, if you made the top 50 out of your painting class, they would take the top 50, and you got to go to these special Saturday classes at Carnegie Mellon taught by, it was Carnegie Tech when I started, it was Carnegie Mellon when I left. And they were taught by college professors. And like I said, it was only 50 kids. All right, so basically 50 come in every year, and there's, so there's a total of 200 people having a class there. You had to take design. Your first year was design, and then you had your choice. There you could take drawing, painting, or sculpture. And there was drawing 1 and drawing 2. So I took design the first year. I did 2 years of drawing and 1 year of painting. It was college professors. It was great. You'd get down to Carnegie Mellon, and you had to be there real early. The classes went all day. I don't know what time it was. It was maybe 6 hours. I mean, because you were doing a whole week's worth of college class in one day. And boy, I learned a lot. It was amazing classes, with real professors and live models, and holy cow.
Oh, that's really interesting.
Stuff. Yeah. So I learned a lot about it. I never had the time to, really perfect my skills. I got really good at laying stuff out, but I never finished anything. So it was not an accomplished artist, but at least I know what I'm talking about most of the time.
And did you take classes at University of Pittsburgh too?
No, but I was involved in another program. There was a program called biology research when I was in high school, after school class. And what you did is you with the help of an advisor from the University of Pittsburgh, you created a research project. And they would help you, they'd coach you, and you would do your research project. And one of the things you get to do was, that was every week or so, you get to go to the University of Pittsburgh and kind of be a lab assistant for your guy, whoever your coach was, your mentor. And so that was good. I mean, I learned a lot about it. I was a big science nut, very interested in science. I never thought I'd end up in the comic book business. I thought I was going to be a scientist, but It's just not how it worked out.
So when you got out of school, what were your plans? I mean, you were leaving. Did you leave DC because you were moving on to your next thing, or like you were going to college? Or what was in your mind?
Well, I mean, I knew I couldn't go to college unless I got a scholarship, and I guess I got lucky, and I took that National Merit Scholarship qualifying test and NMSQT, and I did really well. NMSQT, the National Merit people give you $1,000, right, for toward your tuition. But if you're a merit scholar, lots and lots of colleges send you scholarship offers. I had dozens of them, and I even got one from MIT. But the best one was at the New York University. And since I worked in New York, that seemed reasonable. And this scholarship was great. Every year they would pick two students, or one or two students, and they would call them university scholars. You got to name your own curriculum. You got, they paid for everything. They even gave you a stipend to go to cultural events like Broadway plays and concerts and stuff. It was, but you still had to, feed yourself and pay your taxes and stuff. And so I called Mort. And I said, look, I've got this scholarship, I want to go to NYU. I said, I don't think, after going to school for 4 years and working all evening, I said, I don't know if I can do that another 4 years. I said, is there something easier I could do? Could maybe editing or office work, something, He said, no, I need you as a writer. The moron? You need the moron as a writer. Okay. So what I did, and this is the dumbest thing ever done. I flew to New York, flew there first. Then I called Stan to try to get an appointment. Now, is that dumb or what? But miraculously, I got him on the phone. Nobody got Stan on the phone, but I guess I sounded desperate or something. And so the receptionist, Holly, she put me through. And so, I told Stan, I said, look, I'm a writer for DC Comics, and I'd like to work for you. And he said, we don't like DC Comics. He said, they're no good. No thanks. I said, no. I said, listen to me. I said, over at DC Comics, they call me their Marvel writer, and they mean it as an insult. Bob Haney was the one that started that. And the Marvel writers here. And I said, I don't like what they do either. I said, I'm trying to do it like you do. He said, I'll give you 15 minutes. So I went up to his office. 3 hours later, I walked out with a job. But it was a day job. I couldn't go to school at the same time. And I thought, I'll take the job. So I did. The job required me to move to New York, work in the office. And I didn't have any money. I didn't have any friends there where I could stay. I didn't have any support mechanism. And after a few weeks, I couldn't hack it. I hadn't eaten for a couple of weeks, no money. And I was sleeping on people's floors and at the Y and stuff like that. It was not good. So
now,
I reluctantly
was the YMCA, because you did a story about the YMCA in like 1980 in the Hulk magazine 23. Sure. Was that from that time period in 69 during those 3 weeks?
No, it was actually when I was 15, I think. Like I said, these days, if you're 14, 15 or something like that, and you go to the airport and you get on the plane, you fly to New York and you check into a hotel and stuff like that, they'd arrest your parents, But in those days, nobody batted an eye. It was fine. The people in the office didn't care. The hotel didn't care. The airline didn't. Nobody cared. Here's this 14-year-old guy who's going to New York. Okay. So anyway, one of my friends, a guy named Mike, he knew I was flying off to New York every once in a while, and he said, "Why don't I come with you? I want to go to New York, see what that's like." I said, "Well, I'll be working all day, but I guess there's lots to do there, and we'll go out and get a hot dog later." So he wanted to come with me, and again, his parents didn't have any problem with that. Nobody had any problem with it, so it's fine. So he paid his own way, but he came with me, and trying to conserve money, the first place we stayed was the McBurney Y on 23rd Street.
Okay, and this was when you were about 14 or 15?
15, I think.
15.
Yeah.
Wow. So okay, so this is like 1966.
The middle of summer is really hot, and we had this room with the 2 beds that had one little window, and the window had bars on it. You couldn't open the window because the bars were in the way, you know. And it's hot, and I'm like, what's going on here? Why are there bars on the window? You know. Anyway, so it's really hot. In the middle of the night, he decides he's going to go take a shower and cool off. So he goes trundling down the hall to the community shower, and then I hear screaming, and I hear running in the hall and screaming, open the door, open the door. And so I open the door, and he runs in. There's guys right behind him chasing him. I slam the door, and they're banging on the door and stuff. I said, what the hell? And he's naked. He's wet and soapy and naked. And I said, what's going on here? He said, they tried to rape me. And I said, oh. And so he told me the whole story. You know, he went in the shower, and these guys attacked him. And he got away because he was slippery. It was soapy. So anyway, I filed it in the memory there. And years later, I'm doing this Hulk magazine, and the idea was that we wanted to make the magazine more like the TV show, which is sort of like The Fugitive, except he turns big and green.
Mm-hmm. Also, it was an adult magazine.
It was supposed to be a more adult story. And so I don't know if the Hulk was still on television, but for some reason it wasn't selling all that well. And so we were going to cancel it. And so I'm trying to get somebody to do the last issue, and nobody wanted to do it. Nobody wants to do the last. I ended up doing a lot of last issues because nobody else wanted to do the last issue. Okay, so I thought, well, I'll do it. So, like I said, trying to make it more adult, trying to make it more like the TV show where he's like on the run and he's, you know, going from town to town and stuff. And I thought, well, all right, I'm role playing this. You know, he doesn't have a job, doesn't have money. What would he do? Well, he'd probably stay in the cheapest place he could find. Oh, Hawaii, you know, $7 a night in those days. So anyway, I thought about that. And then another thing I thought is I was editor-in-chief of Marvel. And I thought, you know, I keep trying to tell these guys, you know, who these characters are. And they goes in one ear and out the other. I keep trying to explain to them. You keep having these stories where there's trouble and Banner's in danger, and then he turns into the Hulk, and the Hulk fixes everything. I said, no. The Hulk is the problem. That's why Banner is so upset about becoming the Hulk, because the Hulk makes it worse, you know? And so I keep trying to explain this. And people are, you know, it was hard to get people to understand sometimes. So in this story, definitely going to make it so that the Hulk doesn't solve the problem. He doesn't become a superhero, or why would Banner care? If the Hulk just solves the problem all the time, then, you know, hey, I'm going to turn to the Hulk. Len actually had him like do things like fall off the chair and stuff like that, trying to hurt himself to become the Hulk. No, Len. Anyway, so, you know, and I couldn't. I mean, I was the editor-in-chief. I couldn't be hands-on with every book, you know, so I'd talk to the editors, I'd talk to the writers. Sometimes I'd make progress, you know. Guys like Larry Hama, Louise, you know, fine. They understood, and we got along just fine. But some of the younger guys, not so much. Anyway, so I wrote this story, and I thought, hey, I got an idea. You know, I'm going to do that scene with Mike. Why? Because I was a charter subscriber to New Woman magazine. Okay, I used to get all different magazines, try to keep up with what was going on, and Publishers Clearinghouse loved me. So I was a charter subscriber to New Woman, and they were doing a series of articles about post-rape syndrome. All right, because a lot of times if somebody's attacked, they're in shock while it's happening. They don't even react really, and then it hits them later. And so I thought, what if he was attacked? And it's just such a shocking thing that he doesn't, you know, he's in shock. He's not under stress. He's in shock. And then later when he thinks about it, he becomes, you know, oh no, you know, not now, you know, he becomes the Hulk and he causes trouble. So I thought that's a good idea. I'm going to do that. And the story is really a drug story. It's all about people addicted to drugs and stuff. But there is a scene in there where Banner's in the Y, and he goes to the shower, and he gets attacked, and he escapes. And while it's going on, he's just in shock. And then he's outside, and it's all hitting him, and he starts to turn into the Hulk, and he's, oh God, no, and then the Hulk proceeds to tear up the city. And like I said, he's the problem. Right? It has to. They got it right in that one Avengers movie. They got it right. But anyway, so that was that story, and it was the end of that little tale is that the book goes out, and we started getting calls from like the Advocate and some of the other gay publications, like you did an anti-gay story. It's not anti-gay, And I kept telling people, I said, look, Marvel's an equal opportunity employer. Anybody could be a villain, So a couple of them, I talked to them on the phone. They were satisfied. The Advocate wanted to send a guy to interview me. Okay. So he comes into my office and he sits down. His first question is, he says, why is Marvel anti-gay? I said, we're not. And he said, well, why are you anti-gay? I said, I'm not. And he said, well, if you're not and Marvel isn't, how come you don't have any gay characters? I said, we have lots of them. He said, which ones? I said, you can't tell, can you? And he folds his notebook up and he leaves, and he wrote the story that he was going to write anyway, about I'm a homophobe. All right, fine, whatever, So anyway, I mean, somebody called the president of the company and complained. And so he calls me upstairs. He says, I reported to him directly. And I go upstairs and he says, what's up with this story, And I said, well, I had a gay character, and, he was a bad guy. People are upset. I said, I shouldn't have done that, I guess. And he said, what are you going to do? I said, I'm going to answer every letter we get personally. I said, and I'll publish answers, and I'll, try to, address it. And then the next thing happens, I get a call from Stan, and he's out in California. He didn't have anything to do with the comics. Even when I first started there, he was out of the comics business. He was working on TV and stuff, even when he was still in New York. But by that time, he was out in LA. So he calls me up, and he's all upset. He's, what have you done? I said, I don't know. What did I do? And he said, this is an anti-gay story. He said, there's an anti-gay story. And I said, no, it isn't. And he said, well, the people at Universal are upset, and they're talking about canceling the Hulk show and stuff. And I said, why would they do that? Well, the producer was gay. Okay. I said, well, I think that's crazy, Stan, because that's not what the story's about. He said, well, I don't seem to have it. He said, can you send it to me? In those days, there'd be no Federal Express. I said, I'll get it to you as fast as I can. So I got a copy, and I took it to the mail. I said, get this there as quick as you can. 20 minutes later, Stan calls again. He says, I found your book. He said, it was in the new stack of comics, because everybody would get what they called the bundle every week. He says, I read it. He said, it's the best comic book story I ever read. He said, don't worry about it. Now, you have to understand, Stan was prone to hyperbole. So he said it was the best he ever read. Means it was good enough, But he said, don't worry about it. He said, I'll take care of it. And he did. And so they didn't cancel the show, and everything was fine.
I mean, the title of that story is interesting because it's called A Very Personal Hell.
Yes.
So
that refers to the lady in the story.
Right. And but still, I still found that I was young when I read it. I read it, as a later when it was already an old comic, but it stuck in my head. But I was young, I was impressionable, but I thought that it just felt like you got to be careful when you're out on your own in a big city, and that's all how I took it. But I understand why some would look at it other ways too.
I can understand that too. Like I said, maybe if I was, I thought about it more, I wouldn't have done it. But it was a real event. I mean, it wasn't like I made this up. This happened to my friend Mike, and so it never occurred to me that something that really happened could be, you couldn't say it. But anyway, Stan liked it, And several times after that, he told me that how much he liked that story.
So how long were you actually at Marvel then? Just 3 weeks or so, or for how?
About 3 weeks. Yeah, because I was long enough to get a paycheck, and when I saw how much taxes they took out, what would have been a living wage in Pittsburgh, I couldn't make it in New York. I was looking in the papers for apartments, like, you know, 5th floor, cold water flat, you know, no elevator, 600 a month. That was more than I made a month. It's like, what? So I wasn't practical. I would very reluctantly left that job.
That's in '69 when Roy Thomas is working with doing some of really interesting stuff with Neal Adams. Steranko is around. Tom Palmer is working. I mean, the whole look of Marvel is really like they've got the tiger by the tail at that point. Were you watching any of that happen, or was that happening in the bullpen? Did you see people?
There wasn't really a bullpen. The office was at, I think it was 635 Madison. It was a very small office. It was the only 2 offices. Stan had an office, kind of nice. Saul had a smaller one. And then it was just, you know, there was a couple rooms that were shared. In one room was Marie Severin and Tony Mortallaro, somebody like that in there, and maybe someone else. And in the room I was in was the stat machine, and Mori Kuromoto and me. And I had this little table. And originally, I mean, my job was to do editorial work, but basically there was only a few people there. It was Holly Breshnikov or something. She was the receptionist. There was one guy named Alan Brodsky, no relation, and he did a lot of the letter columns and miscellaneous little small, you know, writing gigs. And I was there to be part of I was the editorial staff. That was me. My first job was editing Stan's a Millie the Model script that Stan wrote, and I caught a big mistake. And I went to him and I said, Stan, you did this whole build up to this joke, and you made it about the wrong. You forgot where you were. You know, but let's say the joke was supposed to be about the moon, and the punchline was Mars. You know, something like that. And he, oh my God, you know. So I did that. I went over Stan's stuff. He very rarely made mistakes, and usually it was something because he would go to bed after he finished page 6, and he write, you know, the next pages the next day, and he would forget something he did the day before. He would get everybody into his office, everybody, and we would plot stories together. And he would say, where did we leave Iron Man? And somebody would tell him where the last one left off. And he would say, I'm thinking of doing something like this. And people would offer suggestions and stuff. And so we'd come up with that month's plots, you know. And then one of my jobs also was to write plots. I wrote a plot for one of the Silver Surfer books, and he liked it. They used it. But everybody did everything. Like Maury would come over and say, here, paste this up. Okay, I kind of vaguely know how to do that, you know, and I'd be pasting up balloons or something, or he'd hand me a lettering pen and say, you got to do some lettering corrections here, you know. All right, okay, lettering corrections, sure. You know, I did everything, you know, even little ink touch-ups and stuff. You know, everybody did everything. It's all hands on deck, and it was a little tiny office.
It must have hurt to leave that.
Oh, man, I hated it. I hated leaving, but I couldn't. I needed to get a sandwich somewhere.
So did you go back to Pittsburgh? Is that what happened?
Yeah, I went. Well, I knew I could, you know, find somebody to spot me a sandwich in Pittsburgh, and also I could get work there, and I did. I had several small, you know, like day job things. Most of the time I was doing some kind of writing anyway. And then I got hired by an advertising agency that did advertising work for them.
Now, did you think you were done with comics at that point?
Yeah, I didn't know. I mean, the thing is, the advertising work, the reason they hired me is because I was the kid who did comics. And so they had some comics format stuff. And so, yeah, let's call the kid who does comics. And they did. And I did ads for U.S. Steel and some of the local like supermarket chains. And, I don't know, various ads. Levi's jeans later.
And then but you did go back to comics to DC in 1974.
Yeah, I got a call from this guy named Harry Broges, who was a journalism student at that point. And he was a big Legion fan. He published something called the Legion Outpost.
Yeah, of course.
Wolfman magazine. And it was really great. I mean, and Harry, really super smart guy, literate, good at his craft. He was amazing. He still is. But anyway, he drove all the way from Indiana because he wanted to interview me for his fanzine. And so he met me at my mother's house and interviewed me. And then afterwards, after the interview was over, he said, "How come you're not working in comics anymore?" And I said, "I've kind of burned my bridges at DC and I kind of left Marvel in the lurch." And I said, "They don't want me." He said, "Yes, they do." I said, "Well, they can't find you." I said, "How can they not be able to find me if they're sending me comp copies every month?" And he said, "Well, like, for some reason, the editorial people don't know where you are. They say they think you moved to California." So, okay. So anyway, he knew lots of people at Marvel and DC, and he's asked me, "Would you be interested?" And I said, "Yeah, if it ever comes up, I guess. I don't know." So the next day, I get a call from this guy, Duffy Voland, who was a friend of Harry's, also from Indiana. And he at Marvel, and Duffy represented himself as an editor, and he said, "Oh, we hear you might be interested in doing some work." He said, "Boy, could we use you, And I said, "Well, okay, now what?" And he said, "Well, can you come up to New York and talk with us?" I said, "Well, when?" And he said, "As soon as possible." And I said, "Well, I'm not working tomorrow. Is tomorrow okay, And he said, "Oh yeah, that'd be great." So I go and I get on a plane. I'm still flying student standby. And I still have my NYU card. And so round trip was $50, Okay. So 400 miles, 50 each way, $50. So I go to New York and I go in there. Duffy was not an editor. He was an assistant in the British department. But he got me there, introduced me to Roy, and Roy offered me Man-Wolf. I never heard of Man-Wolf, So I went out to lunch with some of the editorial guys, and they said, "Why don't you go check with DC?" I said, "You can work both sides of the street?" I said, "In my day, you couldn't do that, because if they caught you working at the other company, they fired you. So that's why everybody had pseudonyms." But at any rate, so I went up to DC. I knew Mort had retired. Wouldn't ask for him anyway. I went to DC, and the only person I could think of to ask for was Nelson Bridwell. I thought, "Bet Nelson's still here." Yes, he was. And he was happy to see me, walked me right into Carmine's office. And Carmine says, "Oh, the guy who created the Legion." I said, "Well, not quite, But he got me. He insisted that Murray give me Legion. Murray was happy to do that, and he had told Julie to have me writing Superman. Julie said, "Well, I already have like 4 guys, but yeah, I can use another one." And so I started getting Superman and Legion stories, and I thought, I'm just going to pass on this Man-Wolf thing because I don't even know who it is. I have to do lots of research and stuff. Well, so I got DC again, and I worked there for a couple of years.
So you were working under Schwartz and Boltinoff at DC,
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
And what was their managerial style as compared to someone like Mort Weisinger, who you had kind of a weird, it was like I don't want to call it love-hate, but there was a lot of emotions going on with just breaking into the industry. How was it working under Julius Schwartz in comparison to Mort Weisinger?
Well, Julius was a pretty nasty guy too. He could be. I mean, he wasn't as bad as Mort. I mean, but he gets snarky with you. And Murray was an older man, and he was getting a little forgetful, and nice enough guy, but they were both like the old-fashioned editors. They ruled the roost. That's it. You just do what you're told. And Murray, the problem with him was that, I would write a script and he would say, well, how can they see Phantom Girl? She's a phantom. I'm like, Murray, you can see her, but she can go through walls,
So I mean, he almost didn't understand what.
No, he didn't understand, and he'd forget, and he kept doing things like he'd tell me to write a 12-page story, and then he'd find out that he had, an 18-page story as well for the same issue, and so he'd have to get something done or cut it, or I mean, he was always like screwing up with stuff like that. He was kind of losing it. He had an assistant, Jack Harris, and Jack and I used to, like, now what,
I see.
So it was difficult. I mean, I liked Murray, I really did, but it was a little difficult working with him because he just wasn't all, wasn't as sharp as he used to.
Oh, I see. So at this time, some of those older guys were kind of on a bit of a decline at this point.
Yeah, and then Julie was sharp as ever, but Julie, for some reason, he just seemed like he was hazing me. Like I said, all the time it was a Mort. I rewrote 4 pages and it wasn't my fault. Julie wanted things rewritten again and again, and I'm like, well, maybe I'm rusty or something. I don't know.
I see.
And he kept like making me jump through all these hoops, and he it just seemed like he was hazing me.
I see. Like almost unnecessarily.
Oh, absolutely unnecessarily. And I'll tell you the punchline here in a minute, but I couldn't understand why. And then years later, I found out that because Carmine had walked me into his office, and he hated Carmine, that I was Carmine's boy.
Oh.
He was not pleased to have me be forced on him, right?
Mm.
No, he thought I was like buddies with Carmine. I wasn't. Nelson walked me into the room,
Yeah.
Nelson was Julie's assistant, by the way.
Interesting.
One of two.
But with office politics being what they were, the tribes were set once you walked into that office, I guess.
Yeah, that was it. So years later, Al Milgram was asking me what was wrong, and yeah, he was also friends with Julie, and Julie told him about, he's Carmine's friend, and Al says, no, he isn't. He happened.
It's terrible.
Carmine happened to see him.
It's just like bad luck almost.
The next time I was at a convention, and Julie was there. He couldn't have say he was sorry. He couldn't be friendly with her, but he came over and started making fun of my tie. That means he's your friend again.
Yeah.
And so it was all right. And after that, later in his life, we used to go to lunch every Wednesday.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's nice.
It worked out. But the thing that really killed it with Julie was he asked me to write a story, a Superman story, and he wanted Green Lantern in it.
Okay.
He asked me to come up with a plot. So I came up with a plot, and both Murray and Julie insisted that I fly to New York and have plot conferences. So right away, it's by that time it was $100 round trip. So right away, I better get a bunch of work to pay the $100, right? And neither of these guys would ever give me more than a couple $100 worth of work.
Mm.
You're paying $100 to get $300 worth of work. It just started being weird. And then on top, and then like I said, I'm rusty. I'll get better. It'll go faster. So Julie makes me write this plot. And I have to fly to New York, and I go into his office, and he says, I said, well, I have the plot. He said, throw it away. He said, I don't want it. I said, what do you mean? He said, I'll give you a plot.
Okay.
Take notes. So he gives me a very detailed plot. Very detailed. All right, that's the plot. Oh, and he did actually take my plot that I handed to him and threw it in his wastebasket. So anyway, all right, but he gave me a plot. That's work. It's a couple $100, fine.
Yeah, yeah, I see what you're saying. It was almost like kind of spiteful, a little spiteful. Now, you were working at this time on Superman and Superboy, and wasn't this also around the period when Kirby was working at DC? He was living in California, but he was turning stuff in, right?
That would have been, yeah, when did he leave DC? He was at Marvel in the middle of 1975 was when he went back to
Marvel. That's right. That's when he went back to in 75. And I think from 70 to 74 and a half or so, he was doing the DC stuff, the New Gods and Mr. Miracle and the
right.
Demon
And Jimmy Olsen, which when they took the Legion away from me, and I was doing the backup stories in action, Mort's plan for me was to write Jimmy Olsen. And when I bailed out on him, he gave it to Kirby.
Oh, I see. Oh, that's cool.
Anyway, just to finish that Julie story, the thing is like, so I write this plot, I write this story based on Julie's plot, and I get a letter from Bob Rozakis, his other assistant, rejecting it. Why? Because he doesn't like the plot.
Huh.
I tell Rozakis, this is Julie's plot. He says, well, I don't care. He says, I don't like it. So I fix it according to Rozakis, send it in, get it back from Nelson. This plot's stupid, Jim, you know. So anyway, next time in the city, I go in and I said, Julie, you gave me a plot. I followed it exactly. I said, first, this assistant rejects it because he doesn't like the plot. Then the other assistant rejects it because he doesn't like the way the other assistant wanted me to fix the plot.
Yeah, it's annoying.
He said, I stand by my assistants. I said, fine. Okay.
Yeah, it's like a no-win.
Yeah, and then the last one was the Green Lantern one, where I wrote this story according to his specifications, and I sent it in, and he just sent it back, rejected. And I said, you know, that's enough. And so what I did was I wrote a letter to Carmen, and I said, look, I said, you know, had these issues with Julie. I said, what do I expect you to do? I expect you to stand behind your editor, you know, but I thought you ought to know, you know, that why I'm not there, you know. And so Julie intercepted my letter.
Oh.
I guess he saw that there was a letter from me, and it was in manila envelope because I think I sent the plot to him. But he intercepted the letter, and he wrote me back a letter saying, "Dear fellow JS, you know, I intercepted your letter. You never should have written that. You will never work in this business again."
Oh, God.
And I'm like, oh. So I called Murray. I said, Murray, do you want me to finish those stories? He said, yeah, of course. Why? What are you talking about? You know. So I kept working for Murray. And then when the Marvel opportunity came, I took it.
Then you went there. Were you glad Weisinger was gone, or did you kind of miss him at that point?
I didn't like him at all. I didn't want anything to do with him. I mean, after when he wouldn't let me work in the office or do anything, when I said, I can't do this. I can't go to school and write. Can I do something else? No, I need you to write and everything. And I got the gig from Stan. I thought, the hell with him, you know?
Yeah.
And so the first day I was sitting at my desk, rumors spread quick in the comic book business. I've been sitting at this desk for no more than 15 minutes. The phone rings. It's Mort telling me what an ungrateful son of a bitch I am and blah, blah, blah. After all I did for you and saved your family and, you know, yeah, goodbye, Mort. Click.
I see. You were done with him.
I was real done with him. Oh, P.S., a little coda to the Nelson story. When Mort retired, he made them throw a little banquet for him, right? And so they're having this dinner, and different people would stand up and talk about how wonderful Mort was, right? Nelson got up and made it into a roast. Nelson fried him. Now, I wasn't there, but Paul Levitz told me this story. It's just Nelson just eviscerated him. It's supposed to be the celebratory thing, and Nelson just took him apart.
Yeah, it's tore it apart.
Good old Nelson.
Because of these situations with Schwartz and the frustrations, did you then express to someone at Marvel that you were interested in a job, and that's how the editor-in-chief at the time, Marv Wolfman, asked you to join? How did that occur?
Like I said, the Pittsburgh Comics Club people kind of got to know me, and there was going to be a convention in Pittsburgh, and Len Wein was going to be at it. So I went, met Len, you know. He saw you should work for us, you know, and I said, well, you know, you got anything, you know, let me know. So I don't know if he was still editor-in-chief, but eventually they asked me to write, I think it was an Iron Man, I think. I wrote several stories right around then, and I'm not sure which one came first. One of them I wrote was a supervillain team-up. I didn't really understand the Marvel style. I really didn't. Everything I'd done was my layouts and full script, right?
Full script.
And so whoever asked me to write the story, I wrote a plot and I sent it in, I guess to Marv, I don't know, Marv or Len. And I'm expecting to get a call and say, yes, go ahead or fix this, you know, something like that. No, weeks pass. All of a sudden, a package of art arrives.
Yeah.
What? it's like, that's my story, but it's art, no words. You know, how does he know what I'm going to say? You know?
Yeah.
I had no idea what to do with it. So I'm asking the Pittsburgh Comic Book guy, I said, what do I do with this? How do you do this? And nobody knew. And so I finally found somebody said, I think you just write the dialogue, you know, just, you know, put little marks where it goes. So I did, and it was really hard.
Yeah.
There were a couple things there. It was drawn by George Evans, I think.
George Evans, that's right. Yep.
Yeah. And the thing is, he had never worked that way either. He had always worked from full scripts. So he gets a plot. What the hell am I supposed to do with this?
Yeah.
And he didn't know he wasn't familiar with the characters.
Yeah.
So one of the lines in the plot was Dr. Doom taunts the captive, right? He draws this.
I mean, he's a cartoonist. What do you expect?
I'm looking at this. Now, anything I ever got from Mort, you didn't argue it because it was approved by him.
Yeah, right.
So I get this, and I'm assuming, well, some editor saw this and approved it, I guess. I don't know. And so I put a very polite note in the margin saying, I'm not sure that this is appropriate for Dr. Doom, you know, something like that. I really, as nicely and politely as I could, because I didn't want to offend anybody. And I wrote the story the best I could.
Right.
And it probably wasn't all that great, but it you know, and then I figured somehow somebody explained to me, and I figured it out. I think Dan Adkins explained it to me.
Yeah.
Because Dan would call me once in a while.
Oh, Dan Adkins would. That's cool.
Yeah, he lived in Ohio, and I lived in Pittsburgh, and somehow he tracked me down when I was still working for Mort back in the 60s. And he just wanted somebody to talk shop with.
Oh, cool.
He lived in Ohio. And so, yeah, we talked, and he sent me some books and stuff. He was a good guy. So I think he explained it to me, because I think I called him at Marvel and explained it. I was trying to call Marv, and the switchboard put me through to Dan. That works, you know. Hey, Dan. But anyway, so I did a couple jobs for Marvel, and I was doing a couple jobs. I was still doing stuff for DC, and then Marvel opened in 1977, December 77, 70.
Yeah, I have 75, right?
75.
Yeah, 75.
December of 75, he called me up and offered me, he said, how would you like to work in editorial? He didn't specify what it was.
Yeah.
I said, I'd consider it, you know. And he said, well, why don't you come up here and, you know, we'll have a meeting and discuss it. Okay. So I did, and I took the job, and I ended up starting as associate editor on the first day of January in 1976.
Yeah. And do you remember some of the earlier stuff you were editing there? And what does an associate editor exactly do?
Well, that's really interesting, because see, when Stan wasn't doing all the writing anymore, and they started having all these people writing, some of whom didn't live in the city, what would happen is that everything was late. And so the writer would write a plot, and he would send it directly to the artist. The penciler would draw it, and he would send it back to the writer. The writer would write the dialogue and send it directly to the letterer. The letterer would send it directly to the inker. And the job would arrive, the first time it was seen in the office, it was finished, right? And it was a nightmare, because if somebody, you know, screwed something up, something was really bad or wrong, you had to redraw pages, you had to, you know, change panels.
That's a disaster, yeah.
Fixing it in the production department was a nightmare, and a lot of stuff couldn't be fixed. So it went out wrong, you know, and they really didn't have any. They didn't have much of an editorial staff. There was the editor-in-chief, and there were a couple of like assistant editors, and they did things like the letter columns and proofreading.
And what wasn't distribution so ramped up at this point that 60s model of one editor-in-chief over all these books? There's a limited number of books, like you said earlier, but in the 70s with Curtis circulation at this point, there's just so many books. You know, wasn't it kind of haphazard in how one editor-in-chief could oversee everything? Well,
the thing is, when it was Stan, it was just him and Saul.
Right.
And so they didn't need an organization. You know, he was doing all the writing. He was in charge of everything creative. And Saul was sort of his second in command. Saul would do anything Stan didn't want to do. If it was legal, technical, financial, or complicated, that's Saul. You know? And so, but that was, so there was no organization. So when Roy becomes editor-in-chief, Stan was at that point the president of the company. He didn't like it. He got out of that pretty quick. But he was still kind of involved with the comics. And so, here's Roy. He's trying to do all this stuff, and everything's late, and he's got all these writers scattered all around. And Stan is telling him, "I want to add 2 more books. I'm going to add 2 more." And they go from like 12 to 100, in very short order once they had coded circulation. And that system of every writer was his own editor, basically. You make up the story, you give it to the artist. Some book would arrive finished, and that's it.
Yeah.
And like I said, chaos ensued, and none of the succeeding editors. Len followed Roy, then Marv, Jerry for 3 weeks, then Archie Goodwin for 19 months. None of them did anything to really change that system, except Marv. He tried. Marv decided. No, I went up to see him. He told me what he wanted me to do. He called the job pre-proofer. Pre-proofer. What's that? And he said, well, here's what it'll be. He said, now, when the plots are done, they'll come in and you'll make sure they make sense. And then we'll send it to the artist. And then when the pencils come in, check it and make sure it's what's supposed to be. And then the writer, and then you check that. And then when the book comes in finished, it won't be like a disaster.
Uh-huh.
He said, you want me to edit the books? He said, no, I'm the editor.
You're pre-proofing him.
You're asking me to edit these books. And he said, well, I don't want to call you editor. I said, I don't care what you call me, as long as you pay me.
Yeah.
He paid me a reasonable amount of money. And he said, I want to call you associate editor. I said, that's fine. I don't care.
Okay. That's how that came about.
But I was the editor of the books. All of a sudden, I was approving plots and scripts and stuff like that. And all these guys who had just had total anarchy before, they didn't like it. They didn't like somebody telling them anything, especially, it's that DC guy, what does he know,
It's Carmine's boy. Yeah.
It was a little tricky there for a while. Chris Claremont was the first pre-proofer. He lasted a very short time. First of all, he wasn't going to get in any fights at any writers or anything like that. Uh-huh. He just kind of processed the stuff through, and I took the job seriously. I said, no, I'm going to make sure these books are right, and I didn't interfere with their vision. I didn't tell them you have to do this kind of story. It wasn't playing Mort. I was there. They had the book. They're assigned to Captain America. They're doing the Captain America stories. I'll tell them if they're not doing the character right. But, I'm not going to tell them you can't do this story, you must do that story. Mm. So I was just there to make sure that, it wasn't a disaster. So I did that for 2 years.
How was working under Wolfman at first? And then I know Conway was just a few weeks, and then under, let's say, Archie Goodwin. Did you enjoy working under Archie? Can you tell us about him? Well,
first Mort. Wolfman. When Marv hired me, and okay, I'm in the office, I'm working every day. Marv would come in 10 o'clock, 10:30, and he would go in his office. There was an editorial room, and then there was an office within the editorial room. And he would go in his office, and I'd hear him typing. Okay. And then he would come out. Usually Len would come in around lunchtime, and he would come out, and he'd hand me the pages that he typed. He was doing his freelance. Okay. And he'd hand me the pages that he typed, and he'd say, look these over, right? And he and Len would go off to lunch. So I'd look them over, and Marv, brilliant, creative guy, like a machine gun of ideas, but not entirely familiar with the English language. Len used to just shake his head with some of the stuff that Marv, because Len was a real wordsmith.
I see.
Yeah, and so there'd be things to patch up, or I'd write notes. Maybe you want to say this, stuff like that. And he liked that. I mean, he was happy that I helped him. I mean, he sometimes he'd argue with me about something. He wanted to use the word noisome as if it meant loud, and I said, that's not what it means, Marv. Well, that's what everybody thinks it means. So I'm going to leave it. It was a little weird working with him because he was. he basically, with most of those guys, they just took the job as if they were the head writer, and they'd lead by example. And then some of them were doing their freelance on staff time, and that's not right. So so Marv, he was fired. He's, things were going to hell. Everything was late.
Mm-hmm.
Things, sales were going down. He'll tell you he quit. Well, he basically was, allowed to leave gracefully.
By who?
By Jim Galton, president of the company.
Okay, the president of the company. Okay.
Now, when Roy took over, it was Stan. Stan was replaced by a guy named Al Landau. They caught Al Landau embezzling. They finally got rid of him. The year before I came in, that's when they brought in this guy Galton. And Galton, he used to be at Popular Library, publishing books. He was president of Popular Library. Popular Library was bought by CBS Books, and they got rid of him. And so here he is, a publishing executive looking for a gig. Yeah. And the only thing that came up was Marvel. He had never even seen a comic book up close. He didn't know anything about him. So anyway, so I, when after Landau left for a little while, during right after he came in, one of the first things he did was get rid of Marv, and then he was the president through most of for all of Archie's reign, I think, and then he was still there when he's the one who hired me.
Yeah.
Yeah. And working with Marv, like I said, there wasn't much to do. I mean, after they came back from lunch, he and Len would sit in Marv's office and play Mastermind. Oh.
So they were still, they're buddies, obviously. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. We used to call them Len Marv, like they're joined at the hip.
Yeah, because they did that fanzine in the 60s and stuff.
Yeah. And they did a convention with Steve Ditko in the early 60s and stuff. It was great. I mean,
yeah.
Like I say, Marv has a lot of talent and a lot to recommend him, but he I don't think he was real interested in doing that job.
In the editor-in-chief part. And then tell us now about
3 weeks with Jerry. Jerry came in for 3 weeks.
3 weeks with Jerry.
Yeah, and he was very good. He's very smart. He taught me some things in 3 weeks, but there was a big political snake pit problem there because Marvel was really at war. There was the Len Marv faction, Len and Marv and all of their guys. And there was the Roy faction. And even though Roy wasn't there anymore, he still had a lot of clout. He had Stan's ear. He was the guy who got us the Conan license. He had a lot of power.
Yeah.
And so he protected his guys under his nuclear umbrella, and Len and Marv, hired their wives and,
Oh, interesting. Okay. Lennis wine.
They created the coloring department. We never had a coloring department before, but they created a coloring department so that their wives would have jobs.
Yes.
And so, I mean, it was really a camp. I remember Tony Isabella who was one of Roy's guys, he would tape notes to Stan's door every day with the letters. And they were all listing all the crimes that Len and Marv had committed the day before, How do I know that? Stan once called me in his office and said, read this. And I read it. And I said, he wasn't even involved with comics, but he's Stan. So, so I read it. And I'm like, I don't want to get involved in this. He said, what do you think of it? And I said, Stan, I'm not political, He said, no, I'm talking about that. He said, what do you think of the writing? It's pretty clean, compact, it's not bad. He said, yeah, I thought so. He says, is this guy working for us? I said, yeah, he does 3 bi-monthly books. He says, oh, that's good. I think he can write. I said, yeah, I think he, has some talent. So it's like walk out of there like feeling like General Half-Track, like now what, And so anyway, all right. So I worked with Jerry for 3 weeks, and in this snake pit, he was one of the Roy's guys. Len and Marv hated him. There was, he ended up firing some people right off the bat. That didn't make him popular.
Yeah.
Len and Marv were doing everything they can to see if they could undermine him. Jerry was doing everything he could to get rid of them.
I see.
At one point, I walked into his office. I said, Jerry, it's like you're trying to drive Len away. And he closes the door. He says, of course I am. So
oh, wow. That's wild.
And I said, I don't know if I can work with you if you're, if it's got all these vendettas and stuff.
Uh-huh.
And so I was going to resign. But he kind of beat me to it after he got his first paycheck, and they took a lot of taxes out. And I guess So he talked Marvel into giving him a contract to write 8 books a month. 8 books. I don't think so. But so he went freelance.
I see. So he left more because of the money, wasn't it?
Yeah, he left because of the money, and also because he couldn't screw the people he wanted to screw, and he couldn't keep the people he wanted to keep. He was trying to keep Englehart, and Englehart quit. When Englehart quit, Starlin and Simpatico quit with him.
I see.
You know, there was he wanted to do stuff. He had the right ideas. He had plans to get things on time. You know, because everything was late. And he was a smart guy, but he had a bunch of little agendas of his own, and he was thwarted by, you know, the Len Marv faction in some ways. And so, you know, he just said, screw this, and he became a writer.
The funny thing about these names you're saying is these are the 4 people that are depicted in all those Rutland Parade comics.
Yeah.
And it's just amazing to see that there's this political vendettas between them.
It was really a very political, hostile place. And I'm the new guy. I don't know which side anybody's on. I'm not on anybody's side. I'm just doing my writing or my editing, and there was so much of that. I had to keep my head down. So anyway, all right. So then they fire Jerry. Now I was assistant to Marv, second in command to Marv. So I was the heir apparent. Passed over me, hired Jerry. Okay, all right. I learned from Jerry. He's a smart guy. So Jerry quits. Passed over me again. They hire Archie. I thought, well, it's just in the way I'm going to be Mr. Spock forever. It's fine, you know.
And who's doing that? That's Galton again?
Yeah, it was Galton. But
okay.
Galton didn't know anything about comics. He didn't know. He had never met any of these guys, and he couldn't care less. Uh-huh. And so what would happen is that Stan would recommend somebody, and then Galton would hire him, you know. So Archie was there for 19 months, and Archie, he's one of the greatest creators this business has ever known, and maybe the best writer ever. I mean, he's that good, and his editorial sense is excellent, and he's really good. His eyes would glaze over if he was talking to an accountant or a lawyer or you know, licensing person. He didn't care about that at all. He's like Stan. Stan didn't want to do that. That's Saul's problem, you know. And so Archie didn't like that stuff, and it was just he hated it. And he also was not a very combative guy. He didn't want to be yelling at people and trying to make them get on time, and you know, he didn't want to get in any fights. He just, you know, so he mostly what he did was he would get together with John Romita or Gil Kane or somebody, and they'd do all the covers. He'd create all the covers, and he'd write the bullpen bulletin, and that's pretty much what he did, you know. Mm-hmm. And I'm editing all the books the best I can, but of course I didn't have the authority to hire and fire, so it's really hard. And I say, hey, Doug Mensch, you got to change this. This is wrong. He would say, change it yourself. I'm not doing it. You know, because you know, like everything was page rate, and if I did anything that slowed him down, he wouldn't make as much money. You know, if I made him rewrite something. Yeah. So anyway, that was working with Archie was great because he was so smart, and I learned things from him, and he was really just one of the greatest creators this business has ever seen. But you know, he was not an administrator.
Right. The legal and managerial. Well, I guess he could manage people, but I guess it sounds like it was more legal licensing, a lot of the dollars and cents of it.
Yeah, and as far as managing people, I mean, he was a permissive parent. I mean, he didn't want to get into anybody's face. He wasn't gonna, you know. I mean, and he used to tell me, I said, Archie, you know, why are we using this guy? He's terrible. And he would say, there's always going to be a lot of bad things and a few good things. There's nothing we can do about it. I said, yes, we can, you know. So it was a little dicey with him sometimes because I was bearing all the suffering from, you know, him not exercising authority.
Like you would have to be the bad guy there.
Well, I'd have to be the bad guy. I also didn't really have the power to do what had to be done. So, you know, so anyway, somebody would send in a script, and it was, you know, it was garbage. And I would call them. They'd say, yeah, hell, you know, I don't care. Yeah. I get paid. And so I used to keep a file of Bill Mantlow's script pages. And I would only put in the file pages where it was entirely rewritten. In other words, I had to rewrite the whole page, every word. That file was getting pretty thick.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
But those scripts would still be credited to him, even if
Oh,
you
yeah,
rewrite them.
yeah. And like you tell him, Bill, look, you can't, do this. It doesn't make any sense, and he'd say, yeah, I got paid, I'm not fixing it,
Right.
And oh God. And, and other people, no, there were some guys like Claremont, he didn't want you to change anything. He'd say, just tell me what it is, I'll fix it. I want it to be my words.
Right.
Archie was like that too. I'm like that. Stan was like that. But some of these guys, they just, fastest way to the paycheck, and they don't really care if it's crap, So anyway, working with Archie it got a little tense sometimes, but because he wouldn't support me, at all. And I'm trying. So here you are. You have lots of responsibility and no power. That's not a good combination. And so eventually Archie decided to leave because he didn't. It was getting to him. And also, I think Stan started to realize that Archie was not really running the joint, right? And so Stan came up with this idea that they'd maybe make a special position for Archie, special projects or something, and kind of kick him upstairs, because I was working with him on the strip, and he
Yeah, you're working with him on the Spider-Man newspaper strip, right?
That's right, and he liked what I did, and also, he also when I was first there, what he had been away for a while, and he took back his office, and so one of the first things he did was he started reading the books. And he was appalled. And so he called Archie and said, Archie, I want to talk to you about these books. And Archie, sits through this a couple times. He's not telling Archie anything he doesn't know, And so Archie finally says, I got to go. Hey, Jim is the editor of these books. He said, he's the guy who's hands-on. I'm the editor-in-chief, but he's the hands-on guy. You should talk to him.
I see.
So I
delegated it to you.
Yeah, so I started coming in, and Stan's going over these books with me. And he keeps saying, he says, don't let him do these snaky pointers. And then the next week, he says, this still has this, don't let him do these pointers like this. This coloring is mud. What is it? Tell them not to do this. And I'm like, okay, Stan. And like week after week, he's telling me the same things. And he starts talking to me like I'm in kindergarten, like short sentences of one-syllable words. Now, Jim, I told you. You really shouldn't let them. Now, I didn't work for him. He didn't have anything to do with the comics, but he's Stan, And of course, he had the ear of the president. And he thinks I'm an idiot because he keeps explaining simple things to me, and I can't get them right. Why? Because I'm editing 45 books.
Yeah.
And I just shoring up the bottom the best I could. And I didn't want to say anything. I wanted to say, yeah, it's Archie's fault. I couldn't say anything. I started working with him on the strip, and he was like surprised. He said, this stuff is good. And I said, yeah, I know.
Were you basically feeding him plot ideas? What were you doing?
Well, Stan, at that point, he didn't want to work that hard. He wanted someone else to write the plots. And then John would draw the art, and then he would just do the dialogue. Yeah. Now, he would help with the plots. In other words, you'd have a little discussion with him about what it should be about. I think the stories ran like 16 weeks or something like it. And so he wasn't that he was uninvolved with the plot, but he wanted you to do it, and he wanted you to break it down day by day, panel by panel. And at first he hired Len because he was told, I guess by Archie, that he said, "Who's your best writer?" And he said Len. And so because that was the politically correct answer, because Len was a former editor-in-chief. And so Len lasted a very short time, and Stan didn't like his plots, and I think Len didn't understand the newspaper strip stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So then he asked Archie, who's your next best writer? And he gives the politically correct answer. He says, Marv. So now Marv just saw his buddy get fired and embarrassed, not from the company, just from the strip. Okay. And so Marv said, I don't think so. So then Stan says, give me a list of all of your writers in order from best to worst. So Archie makes a list of 33 people, and he puts my name 33rd. Why? Because if he puts me ahead of Claremont will throw a fit. If you can, and it's going to get out. You just know it's going to get out.
Right.
He puts me ahead of Mensch. Mensch will throw it.
Also, he probably needed you to do more associate edit stuff anyway.
Yeah, and also he knew that I was the one guy who could be number 33, and I'm not going to quit or anything. You know, it's like, yeah, I don't care. I mean, I knew why he was doing it. It was because, you know, I was the staff guy, so, you know, I wasn't going to be offended, and I wasn't. I knew why. So Stan calls all 33 people, and all 32 turn him down. So finally, it comes to me. This is before, you know, this is when he still thinks I'm an idiot. and so he calls me in, and he looks like he has a headache, and he says, I need someone to plot the Spider-Man strip. I said, I'll do it. And paid like $100 a week or something. It's not, you know, not much money. It was the honor of the thing. I said, I'll do it. He said, all right. Let me explain. And he starts to explain to me newspaper strips like as if I'm 5 years old. You know?
You mean like basically it's you know, here you got 3 panels to do this thing, but you got to end it, then you got to start it off like that, the medium.
Some people will only read the dailies, Jim. So the dailies, you can't, the Sunday has to be additional. It has to work as part of the story for the people who read them all. But if you don't have it, you should still be able to read the story. And he's explaining to me like I'm in kindergarten. I got you. So anyway, I go off and I write the first plot, and I bring it to him, and he's like this again, and he reads it. He says, "This is good." I said, "Yeah, I know." He said, "No, this is good. Why is it good?" I said, "I know what I'm doing, Stan." You know, and he said, "Oh." And so we started working on it. And what I started doing was, it was easier for him if I did layouts. So I started doing my little cartoon layouts.
Yeah.
And he liked that. He would actually write the dialogue from my layouts.
Oh, cool.
And they give it all to John at once. And John, at first, he's like, "Oh, I don't need some kid doing layouts for me, you know?" And I you know, for about 10 minutes, he was mad at me. And then he realized he wasn't stuck with doing it my way. He could do anything he wanted. I'm just giving him the information of what's supposed to be going on, you know? You don't need to feed John Romita his lines, you know? But you do need to show the little stick figure of Spider-Man swinging on the web, so he knows Spider-Man's supposed to be swinging on the web. All right, so anyway, Stan and I worked on that for a while, and like I say, he started to finally get the idea I might know what I was doing. And then when Archie decided to leave, because he didn't like the pressure, because I think he also, when Stan was starting to talk to him about, you know, maybe doing special projects or something, I think he felt like he was being edged out, and maybe he thought I was edging him out. You know, I don't know. But at any rate, he decides he's going to be a contract writer and write 3 books a month. Archie never wrote 3 books in the best month of his life. Okay. So he goes off staff. Stan recommends me. I get hired by Galton, and I become the editor-in-chief. And boy, it was a mess there. But I got the trains running on time, and we introduced a lot of programs, made things better. You know, people started making a lot of money. Hey, you can make money at Marvel. More guys show up. Benefits, health insurance, life insurance. Buy all your materials for you. Pay your postage. Pay your phone bill. Pay your travel if I ask you to come to the office. Just, you know, really good. And then the royalties. Oh man, some of these guys were making many hundreds of thousands, if not $1 million a year.
Right. And before we get to that, we want to talk about Jim wants to go over Avengers with you real quick.
Oh, sure.
And then also just to throw a little background, Archie was also at this time doing Secret Agent X or Secret Agent Corrigan strips and other
X-9.
things too, right?
Secret Agent Corrigan, Agent X-9.
Yeah, he was doing other things in the background. Yeah. All right, Jim, go ahead.
All right. So besides the Legion, the thing I love most is probably the Avengers. So we're going to talk about that a little bit too. Okay. So you came into this following Conway, but he had a short run that had followed Englehart, who had been on the book for a long time and a much loved run on the Avengers.
Yes.
When you first started on the book, what was your notion? What were you going to do with it?
Well, the way I got started on it was that Steve Englehart was chronically late. I mean, he always late, and he he was supposed to write 3 books a month, and I don't think he ever delivered 2 scripts in a month. And so everything was late. The year before I got there, I think, or maybe the first year I was there, I think out of the 12 Avengers that were supposed to come out, like there were a couple unscheduled reprints, and there was some fill-ins, and I mean,
there was a lot of fill-ins on.
He couldn't make the deadlines, you know, and Jerry tried to convince him, Steve, you can't do 3 books a month, you know, why don't you give one up? And Steve said, you know, cut my income by 1/3. He said, you're not making 3 books of income. You're only delivering 2 scripts. And you get paid for 2 scripts. So why don't you just do 2? You know, pick one. You know, he would, but Steve wouldn't do it, and he quit. And so anyway, so then Jerry decided that he would do it, and he was obligated in his editor-in-chief contract to write a certain number of books. I don't remember, 3 or something, as well as be editor-in-chief. So he decided that would be one of his books, and he was going to do it. But Jerry had the same problem. I mean, after he left staff, his number of books he was going to do went from 3 to 8, and he just couldn't keep it up. And so some of those books would be plotted by Jerry, and then I'd write the script. Why? Because I was the only guy who would do it overnight, you know, because they'd always be late. Even the Englehart had been so late on this stuff, and Jerry, before Steve quit, Jerry told him that Avengers number, I think 150 was coming up, and Jerry told him, he said, Steve, this is 150. You got to deliver this book on time. Not on time. It was late, but you got to deliver it in time for us to get it out. And so it had been plotted, it had been drawn, but no script. And it didn't come. So finally, it's, you know, it's going to miss shipping. And so Jerry gives the book to me. He says, "Can you write this overnight? It's 150th issue of the Avengers." I said, "I'll do it," and I did, and brought it in. So it's being lettered on vellum and pasted up and colored at the same time, and some inking was being finished and stuff. It was my script, and then just as it's about to leave the house, Steve's script arrives. And Jerry didn't want to lose Steve, and so he comes to me and he says, "Look," he says, "it's missing shipping anyway." He says, "I want to keep Steve, so I'm going to use his script." And I said, "All right." So same thing, you know, all hands on deck trying to get this Steve's script pasted up and everything. So, all right, so mine, you know, I read his script, I edited it, and I read it, and I thought, I think mine's better. But that's just me. But at any rate, so my 150th issue didn't get published, and his did. But then shortly after that, he quit because he didn't want. So Jerry was doing the book, and then he had the same thing. He was late with it.
Don't all of y'all get credit on that issue? I do all.
I don't know.
I think so. I think you, Jerry, and Englehart all get like some credit for pages on that, as I recall. I could be wrong.
I don't remember exactly. All I know is that Steve's script came in at the last minute, and Jerry didn't want to, you know, upset Steve. So anyway, I mean, then Jerry's late on everything. So sometimes he would do the plot, and then we'd have to get somebody else to write it. And I ended up writing several of the Avengers, partially because when Jerry read that 150th issue that I did, he liked it. And so, you know, he thought, hey, this guy can write the Avengers. But I mean, Jerry just couldn't keep up. He had his wife writing scripts, and she didn't know anything about writing comics, you know, and he had Dawn Clute write scripts. And I mean, you're paying rates, and you're getting, you know, his wife. You know, it's not right. So anyway, that's how I got started on the Avengers. It's sort of just, I was the guy who kept bailing it out because it was late, and then you know, then I think Archie said, "Why don't you just, you know, do this book?" And I had 3 books. I had Daredevil, Avengers, and Ghost Rider. 2 bi-monthlies and a monthly.
So were you doing stories without credit? Or did you start with 158 with that Graviton story?
I'd written several before that. I don't know if I had credit on it or not. I don't really care. But I'd written several of the ones that Jerry was supposed to write. And also I wrote a Ghost Rider that Jerry was supposed to write, or two. I wrote, I don't know why I was writing Daredevil, but I did. I was writing Daredevil. I don't know. But yeah, I was associate editor, but that didn't pay all that well. So I needed to do a little bit of freelance, and for a long time there wasn't any. And then after Englehart leaves and Jerry's, late on everything, and a lot of guys were late. Isabella was always late. Englehart, oh man, it was a disaster with him. But a lot of guys were. I mean, he was in good company.
And then after a couple of issues, it really takes off because George Perez comes back.
Once I got on it, you asked me, like, what was my thinking? Well, my thinking was, like Stan, Earth's mightiest heroes. And the thing is, a lot of writers, Englehart, Jerry, others, they kept, like, downplaying the Thor, Iron Man, the big guns, and putting in people like Mantis and Tigra, and,
Swordsman
and stuff. Why? Because that way they didn't have to worry about anybody else's continuity. That way they didn't have to know what was going on in Iron Man, and so forth. So they were trying to make it, all these characters that were exclusive to the Avengers, and very few, a couple of token other characters, the Earth's Mightiest Heroes characters. Well, guess what? I was editing all the stories, so I knew exactly what the continuity was with Iron Man or whatever. And I thought, I'm going to do what, Earth's Mightiest Heroes, Thor, Iron Man, whatever, Yellow Jacket or whatever his name was at that point. He was Ant-Man at that point. Yeah, well, I wanted the old guys, the ones that Stan and Jack had in there. And so to the extent that I could, I did that. I wanted to make it Earth's Mightiest Heroes. And, after I got going a little bit, then I started making that happen.
And you did, you understood the other characters, though, besides those, because you did that Grim Reaper story. That's probably if it's not the only good Grim Reaper story, it's certainly the best one out of that. And that was one of the highlights of that first run, besides obviously the Korvac stuff. That was a beautiful story.
Thank you.
In 161, though, you bring back Henry Pym.
Right.
And sort of foreshadowing what you're going to do later, which we're going to talk about later.
Yeah.
He's pretty mentally unbalanced even in that. Did you have an idea that you wanted to really deconstruct him and make him into, and you could say deconstruct, but you could also say it was all there from way back even in Roy's time in terms of setting him up as a complicated character. But in that, I was reviewing that issue yesterday, and he's pretty awful, even going back there. What was your deal with him?
Well, basically, I wanted, for my associate editor job and also anything I wrote, I wanted to become the world's leading authority on those characters. I wanted to, so I went back and I read every single appearance of Hank Pym. Okay, we had a library, and some of the books I'd already read, and some the ones I hadn't read were there. So at any rate, I was researching it, and I'm reading it, and this guy, the biggest accomplishment in his life was creating Ultron. It's like the world's most terrible, deadliest villain. What else did he do? He came up with the shrinking, growing stuff, and and the helmet with enable him to communicate with ants. But what do you do after that? Pretty much nothing except create Ultron.
And he had an identity crisis. He kept changing his deal all the time.
He would, leave the Avengers dramatically to go back to the lab, and then he would come back to the Avengers because all he invented in the lab was Ultron. And he was this kind of screwed up guy, I thought. Also, if you read all of those stories, especially the Avengers, he's always the first guy captured or the first guy knocked out, or he doesn't do anything useful, or he, P.S. Meanwhile, his wife is supporting him. She's the rich one. She is the one who lets him go back to the lab. She's funding all that. And everything she does is great. She's beautiful. She's decides she wants to design clothing. She designs clothing. She is successful at that. She somehow becomes the leader of the Avengers. Guess what? Turns out to be a good one. And she's like successful and stuff. I actually was on a 5-hour plane ride one time, going out to LA, and the guy sitting next to me, I'm sitting there with comics, looking at comics and stuff. And he says, you into comics? I said, well, I work for Marvel. And he said, oh, tell me about it. So I told him, and I said, what do you do? He said, I'm a psychiatrist. I said, oh. I said, well, do you mind if I ask you a couple questions? And he said, no, I'm fine. So I asked him about my appraisal of the relationship between Hank Pym and Janet Van Dyne. And I said, I think that this guy, he's got to feel like, some inadequacy because, she's such a great success and everything. He just goes from failure to failure. And he said, well, I think you're right. He said a few things and he basically supported my idea. So I thought, well, I'm going to do it then. I'm gonna make that happen. And so my concept with him is this guy's a genius guy and he is heroic. He's going to screw up, and for the first time in comic book history, he's going to go to jail and stay there and do his time and come out a better man and come back and maybe even get back together with Jan. Right? I wanted to have this fall and redemption, and so I started on that. Man, I got hate mail. How dare you break up? It's one of the oldest marriages in comics. How can you do this? I went to Stan, happened to be in the office, and I walked into him. And I said, with some of these letters, they started getting death threats, Stan. He said, what? And I said, well, I'm having this story where Ant-Man and the Wasp are getting divorced. And I said, I'm getting all this hate mail. And he said, oh, it's no more. He said, I used to get that with Spider-Man. He said, why can't Spider-Man have, a girlfriend? Why can't he, have a, better life? And he said, just don't worry about it. He said, how are the sales doing? I said, it's going up about 10,000 copies an issue. He said, I think you're doing fine. So,
that's true.
Yeah.
So I'm going to save my discussion with you on that for when we get to the second run of Avengers.
Okay.
So that I can maintain goodwill with you for as long as I can. But we will get to it.
That's okay. I've been shot at.
I will say now, I'm not approaching it entirely as a fan. I'm approaching it as a divorce lawyer who deals with domestic violence, and we'll talk about it in that
out for you.
In that context.
Yep.
But it's interesting. It sounds like you vetted it with a psychiatrist before undergoing that storyline. Is that?
Yeah. Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, that's pretty interesting.
I was kind of playing with him a little bit because, like, as one of you guys pointed out, he even in some of the issues before that, he was not quite right. And
right. No, you set the stage for that in 161, but it goes back to the Yellow Jacket wedding and everything else. I mean, I get where you're coming from on questioning his mental balance. I mean, that makes sense to me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, same here.
I don't see Janet the way that you've written her as being that, but we'll get to it when we get to that storyline. So you go from Perez, and he's doing, I think, much stronger work than he was doing he's grown as an artist between working on the Englehart stuff, and he's got a good match with Pablo Marquez as his inker compared to Coletta, and it's looking really good. And then Byrne comes in as guest artist on the Count Nefarious story. I know you're bound to be getting good sales because these books are on fire visually. They look great and the stories are good, and you're bringing in Ms. Marvel and you're bringing in other characters, and it's just fun. It's a really good run at that point.
Thank you.
And then you go to the Kovac saga, And were you doing that with the notion that this was going to be your Kree Skull War? This was going to be your landmark good, like the saga they're going to talk about when they talk about this?
No, I didn't think like that. I just wanted to do a good story, and I figured like the Avengers should be doing kind of epic scale stuff. And so I had an idea for this. We had all these characters in Marvel who were sort of godlike, Odin and the Watchers and some very very people, Eternity. And I was kind of toying around with that, and I thought, well, how do you join that club, and what happens if you do? And I came up with the idea of somebody stealthily, becoming that powerful and using the fact that they weren't known yet to do something. So that was kind of the core of it. And then I started doing my writer thing, writing all lists and thinking and taking bits and pieces and starting to do construction.
I think it was the first time only time other than Avengers 98 through 100, where it basically starts to assemble almost everybody that's been in. It brings in everybody that's an Avenger, and you've got this huge body of people, so many that they have to get on a bus together because they can't all fit in any other vehicle.
And also Perez is really good at drawing like 100 characters in one shot.
Actually, one of the things that happened early on when I was coming up with this story is that George said, I want to draw a story with lots and lots and lots of characters. And I said, all right, well, that fits with what I'm thinking. And I know he sticks the two-gun kid in there, and that wasn't in the plot. Thing is with George is that you give him a plot, and he would give you what you wanted, but then he'd give you some other stuff besides. But it was George; it was always good. So you didn't, I'd work with it, and because it was George, and he was really good. So that a lot of that, all those millions of characters, that was somewhat George's,
Oh, that's interesting.
Man.
And I was reading the trade paperback of the Korvac saga much later as a 10-year-old, but that's how I was introduced to Two Gun Kid, oddly enough, was through that.
Yeah, he did. Well, like I said, he just wanted to draw everybody. So I helped him out. So, okay, we'll have a big story.
I love the Korvac saga and the love story and how it was so tragic. It touched me, honestly. Like, I reread that a bunch of times. Again, this was trade paperback later when I gained some level of consciousness enough. But it blew me away. I loved it. And I think they're going to bring Korvac into the next Captain Marvel movie. And I'm just so curious because I love the way you did it. They revisited Korvac a couple times. It never hit me like the way you did that. And I like this idea of power growing, that they start becoming crazy and then they're kind of losing control. And in the Beyonder was kind of like that to a degree that, I love that stuff. I can reread it and reread it and still enjoy it.
I was asked by Marvel, by Joe Quesada some years ago, to write a sequel to the Korvac saga. I don't know if you've read it. I have it online. Have you read it?
What year was that?
It was early 2000s. Something.
I haven't read that. That's crazy. That I'm wondering why.
No, it never got published.
Oh, okay, that's why.
But it's available at jimshooter.com.
I'm gonna read it.
Look in the download section, and it's free. You can
Oh wow.
No charge. But I put it there. Joe Quesada asked me to write the sequel to the Korvac saga, and I said, all right, I can do that. And he said, I want a few things. I want in there. I want you to have the Surfer in there, and because he's on some planet, and we want to get him back in the mix. He said, I want you to create a new Nova, and I want you to do some other things. I said, okay, all right, I can do it. And so I wrote the plot. And I said, I want to make sure that you guys are okay with this. Don't want paid yet. You tell me it's good, we go. You have any problems with it, we'll discuss. You don't like it, that's fine. So I sent it in, and Quesada gave it to Brevoort, Tom Brevoort. And so Brevoort sends me emails, calls me, I don't know what. And he said, where do you get off, just deciding to create a new Nova? I said, talk to your boss. He said, why are you putting the surfer in it? We don't need the surfer in this. I said, he has a critical role and we do need him. And again, Joe told me, that's what he wanted. And so he had objection to this and objection to that. It was all stuff that Quesada told me to do. And so okay, he got over that part of it. And then he says, well, you have all these characters in here. You're going to have to introduce these characters. I said, Tom, I was introducing characters before you were born. Come on, So he's giving me this hazing, and I got mad, and I said, why don't you call John Buscema and tell him to do proper anatomy? What are you talking about? I don't need this. Were you going to nitpick everything I do? I think a lot of people, I don't know, they just
he started there while you were editor-in-chief, didn't he?
Just when I was leaving.
Yeah, later.
Right after I left. But
interesting.
But, I think a lot of people there, they just didn't want me around. I somehow I was a threat to them or something. I don't know. But anyway, so I just said, you know what? Forget it. I'm not doing this. If it's going to be a hassle the whole way for these however many issues, 8 issues, 10 issues, whatever it was, I said, I don't need this crap. I had other work. I wasn't, I was doing it because it was fun. But if it's not going to be fun, then why am I doing it?
Right.
Anyway, you can read it. It's on jimshooter.com. It's free. You can download it. There's some other scripts of mine there that,
Yeah, I'm going to read those. That's great. Thanks. Because I love Korvac the way you did it.
On the original, let me go back to that for a minute, and then I'll give it back over to Alex. What was the reaction to the final issue? Because I know people that's what made it as legendary as it is. And I also know people that would talk about it in like it was the final episode of Dexter. It just that that was the thing that they couldn't handle, and they were disappointed with the ending because it wasn't where they thought the story was going to go.
Okay, well, I did the best I could with it. My ending was that I'd carefully set up that Moondragon is high-handed, high and mighty. This was all established by Englehart and others. And when she also established that Quicksilver had a real problem with androids. and so I had Moondragon kind of high-handedly just fix Quicksilver's mind. And I don't remember who was there, Hawkeye or somebody. You can't do that, Anyway, I was trying to establish this woman, this is how she thinks. It's like, you little people, and then I'm a goddess.
And we're going to fix you, yeah. Which is almost like a Squadron Supreme type of mechanism, too, yeah.
Yeah, it's parallel to what Korvac was saying. It's like, well, I'm going to fix things for you people, right? That to tee up a sequel story, which I eventually did way later, where Moondragon becomes kind of, she takes over this planet and so forth. So my theory there was that this guy was he had the ability to basically sneak up on the universe, and he didn't like how things were going, and he was going to fix them. Of course, people who are going to fix things for you, basically they're taking control. That's not a good thing. And so I had that be the end, that they stopped him. And who is the only one who thinks he was the good guy? Moondragon.
Right. Because she understands the motive, yeah. Yeah.
So at any rate, I'll tell you something. At the University, Michigan State University, there was a professor of literature, right? And they published these journals, big, thick books, where they do analysis of Shakespeare plays and stuff like that. He did Korvac Saga.
Oh wow, that's awesome.
And he did this whole scholarly thing, analyzing every little move I made. And I'm looking at some of it and say, I think I meant that. But
yeah, that's what we do.
He picked up my theme, which almost no one picked up, which is everything that happens in that story happens because someone takes no action. Every significant moment is because someone hesitates. They decide by not deciding. Okay, and he saw that. I mean, he basically saw everything I intended, and a few lucky accidents too. It was really just, and he liked it. And he took it apart and analyzed it like it was a Shakespeare play or something.
Yeah, I'll tell you what I remember. What really grabbed me, I think it was the Collector, where like he was about to say the name, and then boom, a bolt from the blue in front of all the Avengers, just destroyed, like into a bunch of ash right in front of everybody. And they're like, "What the hell just happened?" Yeah. And I remember as a kid, I was like, whoa, like in front of the Avengers, this guy just got assassinated and just blown up with such power and such precision. This is a crazy villain. I was sucked in. And I think that it was, and then just all the characters. And I was introduced to a lot of Avengers from that saga. So amazing.
Yeah. So why did you stop after that? Did you think, well, I can't top that? I mean, for now, that's a good place to leave the book.
Well, no, I was the editor-in-chief, and that's a full-time plus job. And I was making pretty good money, and it wasn't like I needed to do freelance. And I had all these great writers, and I was happy not to write, I mean, but things had come up where we just needed somebody and nobody was available, or else I couldn't find anybody appropriate for the thing. And so sometimes I did it kind of because I had to. And I started the Avengers, of course, when I was associate editor, and then I had a little more time and so I could do some freelance. But like I say, editor-in-chief, really kept you busy. So anyway, I did some stuff. One of the reasons of the Avengers is because I wanted to get somebody like Roger Stern on it. He wasn't available, and I couldn't. I tried some other people. I think Michelini and a few, and it's not that they're not bad. I mean, those guys are pretty good, but I wasn't happy with it. And so I eventually did get Roger Stern to do it. He picked up in the middle of that story you don't like, and he did a great job.
That's one of the great Avengers runs.
Yeah, Roger's great. He's a really talented guy. He's probably the least appreciated great talent that we've ever had.
Yeah, so when he created Monica Rambeau, Captain Marvel, right. Did he run that by you? Were you discussing that? Did he just write it and you're like, all right, I'm cool with this? I mean, how was that?
No, I told the guys, anytime you're going to do anything major, come and talk to me, and they did. And so when they told me that they wanted to create a new Captain Marvel, and Stern said, Captain doesn't specify a sex, we're going to make it a woman. I said, fine. Okay, good. Yeah. And so they did. And I'll tell you, you don't have to micromanage Roger. And I can't remember who he was working for at the time or who the editor was. Whoever the editor was good. And so I didn't interfere with it, because I knew it was going to be fun.
Yeah, and also an African-American female too. And I love the character. I love her powers, and I love seeing her in the WandaVision recently. But interesting, there were on Disney Plus, they have these little documentaries that are like an hour long. And I don't know if you saw it, but Dennis Cowan was there. And he said around 79-ish, he was trying to get into comics. He went over to DC, the art director. He said art director. Maybe it was Vince Coletta. I don't know. Said that, no, your art's fine, but we already have, a black man on staff. And so then he went over to you and you said, oh yeah, come on in and work, give him a job. And he said that he thanked you on Disney Plus for his entry into the comic industry. Did you see that?
No, I didn't. But that's nice to know. And he's a great guy. I mean, I know him pretty well. When I first took over as editor-in-chief, it was all guys. Okay. And you want to hire somebody, no women showed up. No, different nationalities and colors showed up, and all the same guys, right? Well, I mean, we had a few. Mary Jo Duffy, who was an assistant editor at that point, and a couple of the kind of administrative types. But the big thing that changed that equation was Warren was dying, went out of business, and so Louise Simonson was available. And I had been trying to get her to come to work for us for a long time, and so all of a sudden she needed a gig, and so she did. She came to work for me. I tell you, that was a great day. I hired 3 people, and they all started the same day: Denny O'Neil, Louise Simonson, and Larry Hama. That is a good day. Mm-hmm. So anyway, now once Louise was there, a lot of people, who didn't know me or were afraid of me or whatever, well, if Louise is there, how bad could it be? And so people started showing up, and we started getting a lot more women showing up, and artists, June Brigman, for instance, and then Louise trained Ann Nocenti, and then she became, a force to be reckoned with. And it was just kind of the same thing. I mean, we had a few black artists when I came there, but not many. Ron Wilson was kind of the main guy.
He says good things about you, by the way. I asked him at a comic convention, and he said Jim Shooter was always great to me, and I enjoyed working with the guy. That's what he said. Well,
I enjoyed working with him too. He's a good man. But we had a few guys. But then when Jim Owsley, who had started as a high school intern, but he was tremendously talented, smart kid, and so he started. I think he started as an assistant editor or somebody. He was really good. And so when an opening came up, I hired him to be an editor. Well, guess what then? Now a lot more black guys and Hispanic people. Well, Owsley's there. It was Owsley at that time. He's now Christopher Priest. But then it was Jim Owsley. And so that helped too. I mean, we started getting a really kind of, I don't know, like the UN. It was
like more of an eclectic crowd. You kind of helped foster that. It sounds like.
Yeah, it's like I'm not going to do any affirmative action or anything like that. It's like make it a good opportunity, open the door wide, take the best people. Guess what? Then you got one of every kind.
Yeah, that's cool.
Or whatever you want.
So a couple 1978 questions real quick before we go into 80s. And did you like the Christopher Reeve Superman movie?
Yes, I did. I didn't think it was great, but it was a seminal moment because there hadn't been any really good superhero movies as far as I was concerned. And when we heard that they were going to do this Superman movie, and was interested, and it opened and it was a hit. It seemed to be doing well. Everybody said good things about it. I said, great. This is where we're going. Mm-hmm. When I took the job, like Jim Galton, he said, your job is to preside over the death of Marvel Comics. I said, what do you mean? He says the comics business is a complete loser. He said, I'm going to get us out of comics and I'm going to send to children's books and animation. And I said, you're so wrong. I said, you are so wrong. I said, this can be big and we can make it big. I said, we're going to be bigger than Disney. He said, baloney. I said, we're a long way from there, but you watch. I said, we're a long way from there, but we can start. And he says, do whatever you want, just don't lose money. So I had a free hand. I could do anything I wanted. So anyway, and my plan was, movies, and when Superman came out, oh God, it's starting, this can happen. And so it was early on in my editor-in-chiefship. And so I told everybody, I said, look, the only show you can get into Superman is the first one in the morning. I said, so everybody be here, like about 20 after 9 tomorrow. Be here. You have to be here. We're going to the movies. And so what? Everybody came, And Marie didn't want to go. Maury Kuramoto didn't want to go. But I mean, all the young people did, and some of the older people. So I took like 30 some people over across town to the it's over near Times Square where the movie was. And we got in. I bought tickets for everybody. We got in, bought everybody popcorn, and we watched the movie. And I said, this is a landmark. This is an important moment in our industry.
Wow.
We need to see this. you know. And so we did, and it was pretty good. I liked it. I thought, you know, there were a couple of things I thought they should have hired me to fix their script. but at any rate, so we all come parading back to Marvel, right? And as we're coming in, this long column of people marching by, and Stan sees me and he says, he was in his office. He says, "Where were you?" I said, "I took everybody to see Superman." He says, "And you didn't ask me?" I said, "It never occurred to me that you want to do that. You're, you know, busy guy." And he said, "I should have taken everybody." And I said, "Well, let's all go next time." You know, and we never did, but you know. Yeah. But he was so disappointed that he didn't get to go.
He didn't get to go. That's cool. Okay, then. Now, when DC was imploding in like 78 or so, is it true that Star Wars saved Marvel from imploding the same way?
Yes. Star Wars was a 77, I think.
Yeah, the movie was. Yep.
What happened was Roy, you know, I think he was out in L.A. or was out there a lot. Anyway, he got wind of this Star Wars thing, and I guess he saw something of it or whatever. And he was just determined that Marvel should license it, and no one wanted to do it. I mean, I didn't really have an opinion. I didn't know what Star Wars was. But Len and Marv, they kept saying, science fiction doesn't sell. And I kept saying, show me a good one, you know? And comics, I mean. And a lot of the executives are really, you know, not turned on by this. And this was before I was editor-in-chief, so I didn't have a vote. But Roy like held his breath till he turned blue and stomped his feet, and look, he was Roy, and you know, Stan would listen to him. So he got it done. He got us to license it, so okay. The book comes out 2 months before the movie. Issue 1 comes out, sells really well because it was benefiting from all the TV advertising for the movie. Sold really well. Second issue sold really well. Third one came out when the movie came out, and it sold millions. And we kept going back to press and back to press. When we finished that first adaptation, we published that in every format known to man: a treasury book, a little book, and it's millions and millions and millions, and everything else was dying, and all late. And you know, if it wasn't for Star Wars, we would have gone out of business. So Star Wars actually, of course, kept going, and the comic book kept going and making a lot of money. It kept us alive throughout my first year.
There you go. That's what I was wondering about. Yeah.
It gave me time to turn things around, and then turned it around, and then everything was doing well.
Nice. So it gave the buffer space for you to organize stuff. And then one of the organization things you did initially was making sure that the editor and the writer couldn't be the same person. Is that right?
Yeah, no writer-editors. I mean, I inherited all these writer-editors because every time some editor-in-chief or some big shot would, you know, leave, or the big shot demanded it, you know, they'd make him a writer-editor. And it's like, so it just made it very hard to manage. And then you'd have somebody like Claremont saying, like, well, how come he's a writer-editor and I'm not, you know? Mm-hmm. And I'm like, no, I'm getting rid of that, you know? And I did. I mean, I had Marv and Roy and I think who else? Archie. Gerber was a writer. There was several of them. And I said Jerry was. Jack was.
Yeah, Kirby was too. But he ended up just leaving of his own accord, right?
Yeah, when his contract came to the end,
he went to animation or something.
Yeah, and that's when he started making legal threats against Marvel. So
right,
he made legal threats. Yeah. So anyway, well, not him, his people did. But anyway, I mean, I Star Wars gave us time. We turned it around.
How much of the Star Wars success did you attribute to Howard Chaykin versus it was more the franchise itself that was selling? The franchise.
Howard's, you know, he's a genius artist, but he's you know, he's never been like John Byrne. You put him on a book, sales jump up because it's John Byrne, right? And Howard can do great work, and he has done great work, and he's had a couple of hits like American Flag and stuff. But he's he's what they used to call an artist's artist. You
Mm-hmm.
know, they used to say that about Toth too. You know, like all the artists would like marvel at what he did and look at the pages and stuff, but a lot of the fans just didn't dig it. You know, and that it wasn't. They weren't. You know, Walt was like that for a while. Walt was like that. He was, you know, he used to joke that he was the guy that killed books because he, you know, end up doing a book and then would die.
Walt Simonson?
Galactica, yeah, and stuff like that, and then finally he did Thor, and that kind of turned it around for him.
What Thor did? Thor turned it around for Walt Simonson.
Yes, yeah, because that was such a big hit, and people started to say, "Hey, this guy's good."
What did you think of his Thor stuff like as it was coming out?
I loved it. I thought it was fine. I mean, he was, you know, this editor on Thor. I can't remember even who it was, but Thor sales were trickling down, and I said to the editor, I said, we have to do something. This is Thor. It's got to, you know, we got to do something better here.
Yeah.
And he said, oh, everything that can be done with Thor has already been
done.
Nothing you can do. And I said, I ought to fire you right now. I said, because if that's the way you think, you can't work here. And no, you know. So anyway, I said, we'll have to get a new team on it, get somebody new. And so I don't know, somehow Walt heard the rumor that I was looking for somebody for Thor. He called me up. He said, I'll do it. And I said, oh, okay, sure. So I went and told the editor, Walt wants to do it. And I told him it was all right. And he said, oh, great, okay. So he did, and he did all that Beta Ray Bill and all that. It was all, you know, nothing can be done with Thor. Are you kidding me? Oh, you know, he didn't reboot it. He didn't start from number one. He didn't change everything. He just made it good.
Yeah, that's right.
That's what you do. And then he sticks his head in my office one day. He said, Jim, I'm going to make Thor into a frog. And I'm thinking, if anybody but Walt Simonson said that to me, I'd say, no, you're not. But I said, Walt, that's how bad can it be? Fine. So I said, okay. He said, so, you know, they made the Frog of Thunder.
Yeah, because you had confidence that he would do it in a cool way.
Yeah, Walt's one of those guys. He's one in that elite class where he knows what he's doing, you know, and you get him on the right thing and leave him alone.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
And then one of the questions I had, because I've interviewed him before also, Rick Marshall, why did you let him go from Epic Illustrated and then have Archie Goodwin take over from that?
Okay. When I became editor-in-chief, I had been the associate editor, so needed to fill my spot. Not only that, but early on, I made it clear to the president that I had to hire some more people, that no one person is going to be editing 45 books, right? And he approved that. So I'm looking for editors, and I got a few people. I got Roger Stern for a while, Bob Hall, not sure who else. Anyway, Stan calls me in one day. He said, I was introduced to this guy. He said, I think we should hire him. And I said, who is he? You know, and Rick Marshall. And he was like, he did stuff to do with newspaper strips mostly, and like collections of old strips or something like that. I don't know what he did. It wasn't comics. I said, you know, Stan, why? You know, this guy doesn't have any experience. But see, Stan loved syndicated strips. His dream was syndicated strips or the Great American Novel. Right. It's not that he didn't like comics, but he always felt like he wished he had a real magazine.
And also, I think Rick also had some association with the European comics, and I think maybe that appealed to Stan in some way, right?
I doubt it. I don't think it made any difference. But I think the fact that he was involved with the newspaper strips and stuff, Stan was urging me to hire him. He didn't have any authority over me, but he's Stan. So I thought, all right, fine. So I talked to the guy, and he wanted way too much money, and I said no. And so we eventually reached a compromise. And he was being pretty well paid. He was our highest paid editor at that point. So he comes aboard, and he was doing black and white magazines and other magazine type publications. And Stan and I, Metal Hurlant wanted us to license Metal Hurlant and publish it in the United States. Stan advised me that he thought it was too violent and sexy. and why don't we make our own book that's more story oriented? I said, okay. So we were going to make this, publish this book that was creator owned, and more like a Metal Hurlant, only not so violent and sexy. So I was going to give that to Rick, and he started working on it. Well, meanwhile, he was doing like movie adaptation stuff, black and whites, and he kept making giant mistakes. I mean, he sent a Planet of the Apes to the printer without getting it approved by the licensor. It cost us $60,000. We had to throw the printing cost us $60,000, and it all had to go get scrapped. And several other things. And there was, after that, he had relatives visiting from Germany. He tells me, I'm taking this week off. I said, you can't, Rick. You got this, I think it was a Star Trek adaptation. I said, it's late. It's going down to the wire. You have to be here. And I said, I'm sorry, and he says, no, my relatives. And I was like, Rick, you've got to get this book out, So anyway, what's he do? He just calls in sick every day. Meanwhile, it comes to the attention of the president that he made a $60,000 mistake, and it wasn't his first. And so Galton calls me upstairs, and he says, who is this clown? And why is, what's going on here? And I said, well, he's I have some trouble with him. And he said, get rid of him. I said, well, maybe he can, no, fire him now, right now.
I see. So the order was from Galton to fire Rick Marshall.
Fire Rick Marshall. So I went downstairs. He wasn't there because he was calling in sick. So I called him at home. I had to fire him over the phone. And so he tells that story differently, but that's the truth.
Now there's, as far as setting up different people to be the editors of the writers, David Anthony Kraft, when we interviewed him, he had made a comment that you basically created a system that was like the old DC system, that you brought that with you from there. Was that inspired or influenced by that at all? Or was it just because there are just too many books for one person?
Too many books for one person, and nothing like DC, because each DC guy was his own little company. I mean, there was no cross-pollination except when Mort would force somebody to let him use the Flash or something. No, I wanted a team. I wanted to get them working together, get them all in the same, marching vaguely in the same direction. And because the industry was dying, people became available. After DC imploded, Larry Hama was available. And Denny, they got rid of Denny. His contract came to the end, and they just didn't want anything to do with him anymore.
Denny O'Neil, yeah. And then also Tom DeFalco came from that too.
Well, Tom DeFalco came from Archie because they were going all reprint. And all these guys are now available. Louise, Al Milgram. And so I was able to put together a great team. Getting Archie back was the ultimate coup because, like I said, he was editor-in-chief before me. So if somebody's your boss and then they're going to come back and work for you, you're their boss, that's awkward at best. And also, I think he really felt that maybe I screwed him over, to get him out and get the job.
I see. So that was thought of, okay.
And so, so we did this, I did this trickeration. When I fired Marshall, then I was talking to Stan. I said, I have to get somebody new to do Epic. Well, at that time, I think we were still calling it Odyssey. It ended up being Epic because Odyssey couldn't be used. I said, I got to get somebody new to do that. And he said, well, who can we get? And I said, well, the best guy in the world is Archie Goodwin. I said, but I don't think he wants to come back and work for me, And when Archie was struggling, he couldn't do the 3 books. He was falling behind on his quota and stuff. And I thought, Archie, it's a good job, So anyway, what I worked out with Stan is I said, let's pretend, Stan, that he works for you. Tell him he's on my level and he reports to you. Okay? And so I said, you interview him. I won't even be in the room. Nothing to do with it. It's like, what do I need to know about Archie? I know everything about Archie. So I gave Stan a term sheet. I said, this is what we can pay him. This is, the deal. So Stan had his little crib sheet there. And so Stan interviews Archie and convinces him to do Epic. And also Stan says that he has arranged for me to do all the paperwork stuff, licensing stuff, legal, accounting stuff.
The stuff that Archie doesn't like.
Yeah, he said Jim's already doing all that for the comics, and he said he won't, he can do that too. So Archie said, okay, fine. So all he had to do was create it, and I paved the road, and so and I didn't have to tell him, and I didn't have to coach him or anything. He knew what to do, and better than me. So time passes, and Stan moves out to California. It's real hard to pretend somebody reports to you if he's 3,000 miles away. And so Mike Hobson comes in, takes Stan's title was publisher. He wasn't the publisher, but because that's a business job, and he couldn't care less. So Mike Hobson comes in, and he was brought in actually to be the publisher of our new book division that Jim Galton wanted to do, children's books. But Galton needed a place to park him for a while until the book company got going. So he put him in as publisher of the comics. I didn't report to him. I reported to the president. But
to Galton, yeah.
Yeah, but he was a smart man, and he helped me, and he was great. I treated him like a boss because, he really was experienced publishing executive, and I had a couple little holes in my knowledge. So anyway,
was it like Galton was the president, you're editor-in-chief, and Hobson was like a vice president in a way?
Well, I was a vice president too.
Oh, okay. Oh,
yeah.
Okay. See, I didn't know that. That's crazy.
Yeah, I was a vice president, and Hobson was a vice president, and we both reported directly to Galton.
Oh, I see. There you go. There you go. That makes sense now.
Yeah, and the thing is, like, so Hobson comes in, and like I say, he's helping me, and I'm respecting him, and listening to him and everything. Not that he ever gave me orders, told me anything. I mean, we're very collegial. So anyway, he calls me in his office one time. He says, "What's the situation with Goodwin?" And I said, "Well, what do you mean?" He said, who does he work for you? I said, well, yeah. I said, but he doesn't know that. That's not right. And he says, look, he said, let's get this straightened out. I said, all right. So he calls Archie into his office. Archie comes, stands in the door. I'm sitting there. Hobson's sitting there. And Hobson says, Archie, you work for Jim, right? He says, yeah, I know. And he leaves. He always knew. He figured it out from the beginning.
He was just kind of nice and mellow about it.
Yeah, and we got along, just fine for the most part. I mean, I left him alone. The only time I ever got in a fight with him was I wanted him to do the Elektra Assassin series. Why? Because he needed a hit. None of his stuff was really selling, and Miller wanted to do this series, and Archie said, no, it's creator-owned. We don't do Marvel characters. And I said, Goodwin, if you don't do this, I might not be able to keep this epic line alive. You need a hit, So grumble. And then he does it, and it's one of the best things we ever did. He got Sienkiewicz, and
Right.
So it was great. And then what I was going to do, if I'd stayed there, I would have had each year. I would have taken 1 or 2 Marvel characters and done epic series, like the slightly more adult series with them,
right?
To keep epic alive, because Moon Shadow's not going to sell that much, and a lot of stuff was great, critically wonderful, but epic was not the biggest hit we had was Dreadstar.
Yeah, Starland's thing. Well, first, why did the Marvel Black and White magazines end? And then it sounds like you basically grafted some adult material from that conceptually over to Epic. What happened to the Black and White magazine line?
Well, Conan sold great, and Conan made a lot of money. Savage Sword of Conan, was it? Something, whatever it was. And I think we introduced another one, another book, Savage Tales or something. I don't remember what it was. But most of the other ones were vampires and Dracula and werewolves and stuff, and that fad ran out, and they just weren't selling. So we canceled some of those because they'd kind of run their course.
They just didn't make much money, it sounds like.
No, they didn't. The Conan made lots of money, and some of the other stuff we did end up publishing did very well. So the black and whites are inexpensive to produce, so
There was Deadly Hands of Kung Fu, and there was Planet of the Apes.
Yeah.
And there was Worlds Unknown, but that didn't or Unknown Worlds of Science Fiction.
Bizarre
That
Adventures
didn't last very long at all.
Yeah, none of those were doing very well. Planet of the Apes, every time we did one of those, we had a limited license. That sold extremely well. But 600,000 copies, whatever. But most of the other ones kind of ran their course. The Kung Fu craze had kind of come to the end.
That's right. The fad.
A lot of that stuff just, its time had passed. But Larry did a couple. He did the Savage Sword, and he did something else. I can't remember what it was.
There was okay. So this right here, right? I mean, you know this picture, comic scene, with you and Stan on the cover. Yep. He's the smiler, and you're not the smiler. And but it's a fun picture. A lot of people post this, and there's a lot of fond memories about this era. But in it, there is definitely showing that there was dialogue, a lot of ongoing dialogue between you, Stan, and Galton at the time.
Oh yeah.
Can you tell us about the relationship of you three in the context of this period of time?
Galton had never actually opened a comic book in his life, and even after I was gone, he never opened a comic book, and I can prove it. But no, I can. And Stan, like I said, his job really was to be Stan. He was the guy who was trying to sell stuff to Hollywood, animation, TV, movies, and other than that, he worked on the strip, and he didn't have any day-to-day duties, none. As far as the publishing and stuff, he wasn't involved at all. He wasn't even on the organizational chart. It's like. There's me, there's Galton, there's me, there's my editors and on down. Stan isn't there. So I mean, but he's Stan Lee, and and I would talk to him every chance I got. I take advantage of him being there if he was around. I mean, he moved out to L.A. I don't know what 81 or something.
Yeah, 81.
Yeah, and so he and Galton would talk a lot, and we all three would talk a lot. When I was trying to get the royalty plan done, when we ran the numbers, first Galton said, "Sure, fine." As a matter of fact, he said that the day I took the job. I said, "This is what I want to do." He said, "That's all right. Yeah, okay." Actually, it was these exact words where I said, "Well, I want to pay royalties." He said, "You mean we don't?"
Yeah. Because in publishing, usually you do.
Yeah, and he came out of book publishing, and he really didn't know. So I'd had it approved. We're trying to work out the plan, and then when Barry Kaplan, the financial guy, ran the numbers, he said all of our books are above the royalty threshold. Every single book. DC only has 3 books above their royalty threshold. So if they do their royalty, we knew that they were doing it too. He said if they do their royalties, he says their exposures, tens of thousands of dollars maybe, if we match their plan, our exposure is $750,000. In other words, $750,000 off the bottom line, unless sales shoot up. I said sales will shoot up, and Kaplan told Galton, "This is going to cost, it's $750,000 off the bottom line unless we get a bump in sales." And Galton says, "I have to get the board to approve this." So he asked me to go with him to a board meeting out in West Caldwell, New Jersey. That's where Caden's board of directors was. And I asked Stan, I said, "Stan, can you help me? This is life or death. We need to sell this." And he said, "Yeah, I'll help." So he came with us. And so I did the pitch. And Stan did things like, "Yeah, he's right. Yeah, listen to him." But we did it. We convinced him. And guess what? It wasn't $750,000. It was over $2 million. Because sales did go up.
Yeah, they did go up.
They were happy to pay that $2 million because the sales went through the roof.
Yeah,
and, they were going up anyway.
And did Levitz and Jeanette Kahn, them doing that at DC, right? That basically then preempted you to give you more leverage with these corporate board. Is that right?
Well, yeah. I mean, basically, like I said, I had my royalty plan approved the first day I was on the job, but then it took a while to get it instated. Couple reasons. Kirby was rattling his legal saber at us, and our lawyers cautioned us that that might be seen as a tacit admission that we always should have paid him royalties. And then another thing was that Barry Kaplan, good guy, he kept complicating it up. And he kept saying, well, maybe it should only be on an increase in sales. I said, no, royalties, period, So we would get in these arguments, and he kept running numbers and saying, well, how about this, how about that? And I'm like, Barry, we've got to get this done. And then when DC announced they were going to do it, I said, we need to get it done now, or else all our good guys are going to go to DC, which is what their plan was. So that helped during the pitch. When Stan and I went with Galton to the board of directors, it helped me sell the thing. I said it's life or death,
Mm-hmm.
So, like I said, it was tremendous success. Just it worked really well for us. I remember Vince Coletta one time. He had been doing some work for DC, like 9 months, a year, whatever the royalty period was earlier. He came into my office, and he'd been doing Superman, right? Came into my office, and he spread out 3 DC royalty checks on my desk that did not add up to $1. Because Superman was selling, you had to sell 100,000 to get royalties. So Superman was selling 100,050, 100,070 or something. So he gets these 3 checks that are like 20 cents, 18 cents, something like. After that, Paul Levitz changed it so if it's not $50, you don't get anything.
Right. Because it kind of looks stupid at some point.
Because that was silly.
What's your impression of Levitz and Kahn?
Well, I mean, Paul's he's very, very smart guy, and he's very business savvy. I think he's an MBA, and does good creative work. He was a good writer. He's one of the few people who, like me, has some business background and does creative. Okay. The main difference is that he went to business school and he knows more about, GAAP than I do. But I started companies, and I made several attempts at acquiring companies, and he never did anything like that. So we have different areas of expertise. But that is kind of a rare thing that the creative guy is also the business guy. I guess you could count Will Eisner in that.
Yeah, right. That's true. That's an interesting comparison. Did you like his run on Legion of Superheroes?
Yeah, I thought he did pretty good. Yeah, it's not what I would have done, but it was pretty good. I had no problem with it. I thought it was fun stuff. And he had some decent art. It was good.
I want to ask one quick question on Dazzler and then the direct market, and then Jim's going to ask you something. First, Dazzler, it was, I know we talked to Dom DeFalco, who did kind of the character Bible of that story, and there was this whole question of a disco album, the comic book, and maybe even a movie starring Bo Derek. Something I always wondered, was Dazzler based on like a real person before all this?
No. What happened was our vice president of business affairs, Alice Donenfeld, she was looking for business opportunities, and she realized that like Archie Comics, they had the Archies, a band, the Pussycats, and so she thought, well, why can't we do that? I mean, like what they do is they do comics, they have studio musicians do the records, and they cross-pollinate. Why can't we do that? And so she asked me if we could create a musician character, a singer, and I think she even said it'd be good if it was a female singer. And I said, all right, okay. And I some of it was mine. DeFalco contributed some things. He wanted to call her something stupid, and I said no.
Okay.
He wanted her name to be Evelyn, and the last name Free. Evelyn Free. Oh my God! What? Kidding me? Anyway.
So then, who came up with the name Allison Blair?
That would be DeFalco.
DeFalco did that. So you basically rejected that first name, then he came out with that one.
Yeah, and the thing is, he, I think the way he tells it is that he did most of the creation, and that's not really true. There was several of us involved. John Romita Jr., for instance. I thought we got to get somebody hip here, we need to get somebody who's in touch with the music scene. So John, young hip guy, he was going to draw it, and So he gave us a lot of insight and came up with a lot of ideas. The movie thing was that Alice, looking for some music company to do the music, spoke to Casablanca Record and Film Works, to Neal Bogart, who ran that, and he liked the idea. And so Alice and we had a Hollywood rep in those days. I can't remember the guy's name, and I don't know, somebody else. They call me up to her office, and they say, we got this thing with, Casablanca has agreed to do this, and they want to launch it with a half-hour animated special. And we need to, we told them we'd get it to them right away because they want to get going. And there was some timing reason, I can't remember why. They said, we need a story, in days. And the guy says, spend whatever you want. Hire whoever you want. Hire Harlan Ellison. I said, yeah, if we need it next year, sure. The best guy would be Archie, but Archie's too slow. He's not going to write it over a weekend, Everyone else is busy. And also, I didn't think anyone else, just didn't seem like the kind of thing that you'd give Claremont. And it didn't seem like the kind, I couldn't find a guy. I said, well, I'll do it. I'll either be the hero or I'll be the goat, And so I stayed up all weekend and wrote this story, which was supposed to be for the animated special. And see, Casablanca represented all kinds of talent. They represented Rodney Dangerfield and Robin Williams and Kiss and the Village People and Donna Summer and Cher and Lenny and Squiggy. I had to come up with roles for each of them to do the voices of the characters. And they wanted a lot of superheroes, and they wanted, Dazzler to be the star. Okay, so I wrote this thing over the weekend. It was called New York, New York, or A Tale of Two Cities, set in an apocalyptic future and stuff. And so the guy, the Casablanca guy came to meet with us after we sent it to them. They read it. And one of the Casablanca executives came and again called upstairs to the meeting, and he's tapping his finger on my treatment. He says, "This is not a half-hour special. This is a feature film.
It's a movie."
Yeah, and holy cow! So anyway, they started working on it, and it was right around the time of the Cannes Film Festival, and so Alice, our VP of business, she went to Cannes. And she was going to try to meet Bo Derek. Why? Because the movie 10 had just come out. Monster hit. So Bo Derek was the hottest thing in Hollywood. And somehow Alice wangles her way in, and she meets with Bo Derek. And there's a cover of People magazine that shows Bo Derek and John Derek sort of walking toward the camera. And if you look closely, in John Derek's hands, a big stack of Marvel comics. And Alice was cut out of that picture. She was standing next to them, but they cut her out of the picture. She loved it. She loved my treatment. She wanted to do it, and we were going to do it. And for 2 weeks, we had every studio in Hollywood bidding against each other to do this movie. And of course, then she decides that she'll only do it if her husband directs it, in which case every studio dropped out. Because John Derek's notoriously late, over budget, and bad.
The direct market, is budding in the early 80s, and that's changing the way comics are sold, because the newsstands, the comics code was needed on the newsstands, and newsstands were starting to kind of disintegrate. There was all this kind of fraud going on as far as what was being sold and not. But then these comic shops would pop up. You did not need the comics code anymore, and that seems like that was a gateway for more adult themes in comic books. Can you tell us about how you felt like when you were editor-in-chief? How are you coping with this change? Because Paul Levitz oversaw DC kind of dealing with that. How did you deal with that shift in marketplace?
Well, I think we caused it. I mean, basically, when I became the editor-in-chief, all of a sudden I get copied on all the print orders. Okay, and so I'm looking at the print orders, trying to figure them out. Okay, there's the military copies, here's the newsstand, here's subscription, here's the Whitman copies, just used to sell them through Whitman, something else. And at the bottom was this, it said Seagate. It was small number, 200, 500, 300, you know. What's Seagate? So I went and asked the circulation guy, Ed Shukin. I said, what is Seagate? And he closes the door and he says, I'm just selling comics to this guy I know, Phil Seuling.
Phil Seuling.
It's out the back door. It's cost plus. It's just to get a little more volume. He says, it's really just, it's nothing. It's just, you know, it was a little crony deal is what it was. So Phil, what he was doing is a lot of there were comic shops, but they all sold back issues because you couldn't get new comics unless you were a newsstand, unless you had worked with an ID wholesaler. So what Phil was doing was he was distributing some of these comic shops, just a few, you know, usually and nearby. He was down on Coney Island. So I said, all right. So anyway, I started noticing on these print orders that every month the numbers went up. I started keeping a track of it. Made charts, you know, what the numbers were, and they're going up every month, you know. And also, like, this one's 500, this one's 400, this one's 700, X-Men is 1,200. Oh. And it turned out that the ones we liked best were the ones that were selling best. Well, duh, you know. So then Chuck Rosansky shows up in my office, and I didn't know who he was. He said he was a retailer. He wanted to see Galton, but Galton wouldn't talk to him. And I said, well, what can I do for you? He said, are you aware of this thing we call the direct market? And I said, yeah, I'm very aware. Here, look, you know. I showed him my little sheets. And he started telling me, he says, look, this isn't fair. You can't just have an exclusive with one guy. It's not legal. You know, I love Phil, but, you know, he's a bottleneck. You know, this could be big. I said, he had an 11-point plan for what should happen. So I went up and I said, I'm going to get you in to see Galton. So I took him upstairs and I said, you got to talk to this guy. By the time that meeting was done, we had enacted 10 of his 11 points.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. And so EC was going to be first in the direct market. And then they backed away because they thought the newsstand guys would get mad at him. Okay. So Marvel was the first to do it, to actively start distributing through the direct market. And we published trade terms, opened up to anybody who could meet the minimums. All of a sudden, there's 18 distributors, of whom Phil was one. Actually, he was doing better than he was before because, you know, there's a lot more stores. And stores started opening up, and, you know, we helped them grow. Why? Because when I came in there, I got all the good editors, and we started getting better people. I started paying more, doubled the rates, doubled them again, all kinds of benefits. And so people start showing up, you know, and so we're making better books, and that helped the comic book stores because they had better product to sell. So they're doing well, and as they did well, we did better, you know, because they're helping us grow. So it's mutual. And then DC got into it, and it really it took off. It was great. It didn't have anything to do, as far as I was concerned, with adult content. The comics code was dying anyway. It was down to one person, Len Darvin. And sometimes he had an assistant. Laurie Sutton started as his assistant. And, you know, I mean, the thing is, most of the comics were late enough, not Marvel so much, but most of the comics were late enough that by the time they went to the code, they were already on the newsstand.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
And it would have been the same content, whether it was slightly adult or not, whether it was on newsstand or the comic shops at that point.
Well, I mean, the thing where we would do the more adult stuff was Epic. I told
Epic,
you,
yeah.
I don't want to look. As long as these comics are being sold on a spinner rack that says, "Hey kids, comics, wholesome entertainment," you know, I don't want to be, you know, I mean, we can do a hell of a lot without getting, you know, dirty or too violent or anything like that. DC, meanwhile, they're trying to be hip, so they decided they could use hells and dams and, you know.
Yeah, right. Because like there was Omega Man, and there's a lot of kind of graphic stuff going on with DC that they would put to comic specialty shops that they would not put to the newsstand. Yeah.
Yeah, and they used that, I think, not us so much. When we started doing some all direct books, you know, I guess I would have gone along with them doing slightly more adult content, but nobody did. They didn't want to,
Yeah.
They were just doing stories.
Mhm.
So, but we were happy about the direct market. We were making them grow and they were making us grow and everybody was doing really well. And my idea was to keep the newsstand strong too, because as long as you had two of them, and I kept getting a lot of pressure from people saying, the circulation guys and even the financial people started saying, why are we even bothering with this newsstand? We only make a few bucks, it's almost break even. Why are we even doing it? I said, because it's 70,000 outlets, because that's where you put the bait. You put G.I. Joe there. Kid reads G.I. Joe, maybe he wants to try Daredevil or Superman, who cares? Let's save this dying industry, And I said, 70,000 outlets, think of the volume. How are you going to make advertising revenues if you only have the direct market? Your CPM would be too small. And so I won that fight as long as I was there. I wanted to do newsstand exclusives, which would have pissed off the direct guys. But hey, trying to support both things. But that got shot down. They're just I had a lot of power, but other people had power too. And so when I'm pitching some of this stuff, and if the circulation guy is against it, and the VP of finance is against it, and I'm kind of outnumbered. They're not going to listen to me. So, but we tried, and then as long as I was there, we stayed on the newsstand. And then after I left, I think soon thereafter they stopped that. They just went all direct, and now here we are. Comics selling 15,000 copies.
All right. So on this one, let's talk about your next run on the Avengers in 1981. And the first thing you do is you change the lineup. And it's sort of bringing in the lineup that you wanted, which is the original Avengers for the most part.
Yep.
Plus Tigra, which always seemed like a weird thing to me. What was it behind the notion of bringing in such an outsider to what's a very traditional lineup otherwise?
I wanted a rookie.
That makes sense.
She wasn't being used anywhere. I thought that I could have some fun with her, because she was kind of a kooky character, and I did. All these guys that work for me, it's so hard to get people, off their tracks a little bit, because so many people who wrote the group books, all the heroes are exactly as brave as each other. They're always, even Chris on the X-Men, they're all equally brave and equally, noble, and they'll fight amongst themselves. But then when the bad guys come, they're all, all hands on deck. And I thought, no, not everybody who walks through the door with superpowers is going to be as brave as Captain America. I'm sorry, So I did a thing with Wonder Man where even though he was the strongest guy, that he had to get over this, fear he had. And then I had Tigra, and I thought, hey, there's a good story there. I mean, she doesn't know all the ropes yet. She's the rookie, she doesn't, and then when she does something or holds back from something, then she's always questioning herself, am I being smarter or am I afraid, and stuff like that. And so I was having a lot of fun with her. And like I said, I just needed a rookie. And
it totally makes sense, because you're putting these people that have worked together for their entire careers, and there's this giant fracture because of the Hank Pym thing, and you needed an outsider to comment on it and not say, but we know how great Hank is. Her view on it was, that guy's horrible. He punched Janet in the face, and so she didn't have all that history, so she was seeing it from a different perspective. It makes sense.
Can I tell you about the punch?
Oh, we're going to talk about the punch. Yes, you go ahead.
All right.
I mean,
see, I wrote that plot. I wrote all the plots, and in that story, in the plot, it's carefully described that Hank Pym is leaning on his lab table, okay, with his head hanging down, and Janet comes up behind him, okay, and she's trying to, be nice. She's trying to, be supportive, And he doesn't realize she's right behind him. And he was supposed to do this. Are you ready? Leave me alone. And accidentally hit her. Okay? So Bob Hall, who had went to the John B. Summer School and was taught, always do extreme action, he turned it into a right cross. The book comes in. It's late. I'm like, oh, Jesus, this isn't what I wanted. And I said, but there's no time. All right. I didn't think it was a big deal at that time. The book goes out. Two things happen. All of a sudden, my story becomes the wife-beating story. It had nothing to do with it. It was an accident. Two, Bill Sienkiewicz, who apparently knows something about this kind of thing, he came into my office carrying a copy of that book, threw it on my desk, and he said, why didn't you have me draw this? And I said, what do you mean? He said, he did this wrong. He said, this guy is not supposed to hit her. I said, how do you know that? He said, I know. He said, that's not what this is supposed to be. I should have drawn this. And I said, well, too late now. So anyway, forever, I kept getting asked about the wife beating story, and I always told it that, that I didn't tell Bob to draw that. He just did it because he thought it was making it more dramatic. And for a while, Bob was mad at me because he kept saying every time somebody asked him, for an interview, that they wanted to talk about, what I said, which is that he did it wrong. And so I ran into him at a convention last year or something, or a year before. And he says, I was so mad at you because I kept getting that question. And I said, yeah, Bob, but you didn't do what I asked you to do. He said, yeah, I know. I said, so, what am I supposed to say? And he said, oh, I'm over it. It's fine. So we went and had dinner and it was fine. But it was really never intended to be that. It was not supposed to be there. And if Bill Sienkiewicz could read the book and see that's wrong, not wrong in the sense of the act itself, but wrong that he drew it wrong.
So let me ask you a question on that, because I obviously had heard that, and we've interviewed Bob Hall and talked to him about it, and he didn't say anything different than what you said in relation to drawing that panel. But would you say that whether he hit her or not, don't you make him into a domestic violence abuser?
No. If he accidentally hits her when he's just throwing his hands up, then it's an accident.
See, that's where my problem is with the storyline, and with all respect, but in the previous issue, you have him destroy her clothes, her costumes. She says, look how nice these are. And he just flashes and burns them up. And in this issue, she says, I'm really stupid. Because he's angry. He's really pissed. I'm really stupid. Come on, let's just go to bed. I just want to make you feel good. She is acting 1,000% like an abused woman.
Now I refer you back to Stan and Jack. If you go back and read every single appearance of Hank Pym and Janet Van Dyne from the beginning till then, you find this incredible pattern of that behavior. Every time she's flitting around his shoulders, and she's flirting with him, and she's propping up his ego, and she's saying conciliatory things. She's always doing that. Throughout. And I ran this by the psychiatrist, and he said that's typical of this situation you're talking about, where the husband feels inadequate and the wife is very successful. And I said, all right, okay, I'm gonna do it. Maybe I didn't do it well enough. That's fine. I can screw up a 2-car funeral. But
and Hall may have put the expressions on her face, but there's a desperation and a fear on her face when she's saying, come on. It's not the same as the cute version that you're talking about over the history. It's a fear-based one. And secondly, when it happened, if it was an accident, which, I believe that's how you wrote it. But if it was an accident, why was she wearing the sunglasses? Why was she hiding it and trying to protect him from what he did?
That's what
I accidentally hit my wife. I would tell Alex, can you look at her eye? I accidentally punched her in the eye.
Well, like I said, that's her MO. That's her MO is to always
Cover up.
deflect. Prop up his ego, not be part of the problem, all that stuff.
Okay.
The point is that you say, oh, she looks terrified. To me, what we have here is an extremely serious situation, and this guy is not quite right. Think about what he did. He built an enemy so that he could be the hero, to justify himself to the Avengers. That's not quite solid thinking, And so she's dealing with a guy who's on the edge.
A lot of domestic abusers are not right in their heads.
What?
A lot of domestic abusers are not right in their heads, but that doesn't mean they're not domestic abusers.
But he wasn't a domestic abuser. He just wasn't right in the head. It's not.
It doesn't require physical violence either. But anyway, it's just how I'm reading it as a professional. It seemed, I was curious what you were going to say about that. It's not a judgment call, but I think it's easy to read it, and people obviously have, because that's canon.
Of course it is, because he drew her getting hit with a right cross. If it was done the way I asked for it to be done, it would be. He's a sad sack. Everything he does comes out wrong. Right. And that was the point. Even that goes wrong.
But what about the black eye?
Of course, you have to understand the guy that drew this drew a right cross. So what do you think he's going to draw?
Okay. All right.
We interviewed Bob Paul. He's saying a lot of what you said, that he felt artistically he just wasn't quite ready yet, probably, to draw the nuance that you were suggesting, and that he felt that artistically he was better later and would have better been able to present what was presented.
That's true.
I ask for a lot of nuance. I ask a lot of an artist, and I seldom get any of it. But that's why when I get to work with somebody like David Lapham or Don Perlin or some of the great guys I got to work with, who got it, who knew, understood, and gave me, or Perez, gives you everything you want and some besides. Those guys were great to work with, because I do ask a lot of an artist, a lot of subtlety, and I seldom get any of it.
But Alex, so we don't misquote Bob, he also said that he thought there were other elements in the story that besides that hit.
Well, he mentioned the taking off the sunglasses with the black guy was an element of a direction
domestic violence.
That he did mention that, but he also did say that he agreed with Jim Shooter's assessment of that. He just, in 1983 or so, I think, when this happened, that he wasn't the same guy that, let's say, he was in like 1997.
As to the panel, yes, absolutely.
Bob is a brilliant guy. I mean, he
really is.
Teaches theater. He's a playwright. He wrote some great stage plays. I mean, this guy knows nuance and subtlety.
And he's very complimentary to you, by the way. He told us he enjoyed working with you, and that even, which we'll talk about later, but even with later timelines where you guys ended up splitting apart at some point, just professionally, you went elsewhere, he was somewhere else, that he still feels, even to this day, a very strong loyalty toward you as a fellow professional and friend. So he told us all that.
Usual. I mean, I think that Bob is a great guy. I was on the board of his theater company.
That's right. He said that.
Yeah, he mentioned that.
So they were great, by the way. They were terrific.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't want this to reflect that you think any negative about how I view you as a writer or anything. This is a sole issue that I'm invested in because of my own profession, as I said.
No, I'm not taking it the wrong way, but I feel like I needed to, push back a little bit there. And the thing is, it is whatever it was to you is what it was to you. And I can't argue with that. I mean, it's like I probably wouldn't have done the the scene in the Hulk with the rapist. If I had thought it through, maybe I could have done this a lot better. Sure, I could have done it a lot better. Boy, it would have been nice if Bill had drawn it. I think Bill, somewhere along the line, encountered some kind of domestic violence. I'm not sure it had anything to do with him, but he was aware of it. He seemed to know something about it.
And he felt he could have probably done something with it.
Well, I think he would have done the whole thing more subtly. I think he would have not, pulled the triggers like Bob did.
Right.
And I think, Bob has, he was actually relatively new then, and anybody he'd ever worked with besides me never asked him to do stuff like that, So I was giving him a high degree of difficulty dive, and he was probably just not quite ready to do that.
Quite ready for the nuance of that. Yeah. And, just as a kid reading it, and for me, I put that in context with a lot of the comics of that period, because, Watchmen was out there a couple years after. The 80s just had an overall more of maybe a deconstruction or a overall commentary of superheroes as even more imperfect than Stan's 60s idea of imperfect. And so I put it in that spectrum. So to me, it just kind of felt like that was the flavor of the period. And I don't look at it quite the same way. But of course, at the same time, that's not in my profession to examine it either.
Right.
So,
and why should, people read a comic book, I don't expect them to analyze it as they go and, like it or not like it for reasons I think are good.
It
was part of the character's arc. That's how I look at it.
Your divorce lawyer readership is probably not that high, and so it doesn't. You don't have to write
percentage wise. Yeah,
I don't want to leave anyone out though.
No, but people who might be in domestic violence families who are reading it and recognize it, or girls who love the Wasp who are watching her make excuses for the domestic violence abuser. I mean, that was, all of that together is where I would reevaluate that particular story.
Okay. Well, like I said, I thought I was following in the footsteps of Stan and Jack, but if I didn't get it right, I didn't get it right.
Well, Stan and Jack had Reed spank and sue quite a few times, but I think that was of its time in a different way.
Exactly. You got to take that stuff in the context of its time.
Yeah, that's how I do it.
It happened on I Love Lucy, for God's sake. I mean,
almost like bringing some more, I don't want to say adult because adult has weird connotations, but bringing a certain maturity to comics, like you did with, let's say, Ferro Lad dying. You brought something similar with the death of Captain Marvel, which I love that graphic novel. I mean, I've read that a bunch of times, and it affected me. I felt in a good way that these characters, when written and drawn right, they almost have their own souls, and you're accepting of their souls, and you're acknowledging their passing in a deep and meaningful way. Can you tell us about how you brought that about, or helped bring that about with Jim Starlin?
Well, what happened was when I started going to Europe to the book fairs, and I saw that a lot of European comics were published in what they called albums, like thin trade paperback. I said, "Wait, we should do that," And so we're going to call them graphic novels, and I wanted to, get some good ones. I had some. Walt wanted to do one. There was Mike Friedrich had produced one with P. Craig Russell, Elric. I said, well, I want the first one to feature a Marvel character. So Jim Starlin at that time was doing a lot of work, I think mostly for Epic. So when Starlin heard we were going to do these graphic novels, and it paid very well, advance in royalties, non-refundable advance, by the way. So it was like a page rate.
Yeah, I get it.
It was a good rate, and the royalty was higher, more like a book. And because there was a DC had a 4% royalty pool. We had a sliding scale, so our royalty pool was 10%. So we beat them handily. But you started at the 4%, and then as you sold more, or you were still in the X-Men, you're getting the 10%.
Yeah.
So Starlin heard we were going to do these graphic novels, and it was a good deal. And he came and he pitched the idea of the Death of Captain Marvel to me. Not the whole story, just the basic idea. I thought, well, that's interesting. I mean, like a superhero dying of a disease.
Yeah.
You know? Holy cow. You know, I don't think anyone's ever done that. Let's do it.
So he pitched it?
Yeah, he came in and he pitched it. Well, then I found out years later, actually, that while he was creating that book, his father was dying of cancer.
Oh, I see. It was personal.
Yeah. I think a lot of the reason it feels so powerful is because he was going through it.
Yeah, I can feel it. Even now when I read it, it
I
does something to me.
Great.
When you read it, did you feel like you were doing something beautiful, that you were seeing something beautiful happening?
I was amazed. I mean, Starlin, brilliant creator, created a lot of great stuff. But not usually poignant. That didn't seem to be in his toolbox. But he made you feel it. It was really good. He drew it well, and I don't know. I was very proud of that book.
Even now, and even the way like him and Thanos, Marvel and Thanos and Death, kind of at the end, they like all accepted it. There's something really powerful about, and then all the heroes like observing that, wow, he's really gone. Like, that's it.
No, I thought he did a great job. I mean, he brought some real human stuff into the superhero genre, which is nice. I try to do that too.
Yeah, the humanity of it, like it's warts and all.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
So Chris Claremont's X-Men. So you've made a couple references to that as being almost like a certain gold standard of writing and success. Tell us about overseeing that run in its heyday, because X-Men hasn't really been, I don't think, the same since that era of time.
No, when I started there, Chris had left staff to go freelance because he had picked up the X-Men and I don't know what else. And he was on staff. A lot of people would be on staff only until they could get freelance work, and then they'd leave.
Yeah.
But you're in the office all the time. It's easier to pick up some freelance work. So when I started editing this stuff, I don't know, it was several issues after that one that Len did, Giant Size X-Men #1. So it was Chris was a couple issues into it.
Yes.
And I liked working with Chris. I mean, he was one of those guys. He didn't want you to fix it. He'd say, just put a little pencil X in the margin. Tell me what's wrong, and I'll fix it, because I want it all to be my words. And so, and usually it was stuff like, hey, Chris, it wouldn't be nice to mention the character's name somewhere, Oh, and then he'd run and find a typewriter. He typed the whole page over because he didn't want it to be perfect.
Yes.
And that was fine. And so I would try to, I thought, that's great, Chris. I'll just tell you what's wrong. You fix it, And I mean, he's pretty good, but he would make mistakes once in a while. He'd do stuff that I just, no, you can't do that. I mean, like, he had this one thing where Professor Xavier the Morlocks were going to dress him up in like transvestite bondage gear. And I said,
oh, they were going to do that to the Professor X?
Yeah.
The Morlocks were. Okay, I gotcha.
I said, I don't think so, Chris. I think we had that one changed. After I left there, he eventually had the entire X-Men wearing French maids costumes once. But
so yeah, he would have a certain thing he'd throw in. Yeah.
Dude, he would occasionally have an idea, and I would say, I don't think so, Chris. That's not. But I didn't really have too much, because pretty soon, I mean, Salicrup, I think, was his first editor. When I stopped being the associate editor, became editor-in-chief, I think his first editor was Jim Salicrup. Might have been Roger Stern.
Yeah.
But at any rate, I mean, Stern was very good. Salicrup was pretty good. And then he had Louise. And then he had Ann, who was trained by Louise.
Yeah, all good people, yeah.
So, I mean, he had the A-team, yes. And so I didn't have to, get involved too much, but I would occasionally, or the editor would come to me and say, "What do you think of this?" Or show me something. And I had to sign the books out. When the book was ready to go to the color separator, it was passed around to the production manager signed off on it, the editor signed off on it. If it was a licensed book, I had to get the legal department to sign off on it, and then me. I was the last signature. And so I would generally read them all before they went out. Now, I did a lot of traveling. I was going over to Europe and training the British guys. I was going to the book fairs. I did conventions and stuff. So I wasn't always there. And so sometimes Mark Gruenwald would sign the books out, or DeFalco would sign the books out, or Louise. And so some of it I didn't see. But many times I'd be reading something and I'd say, "Wait a minute," and I go and say, "Anne, can this girl have some clothes on, please?" And you'd think Anne would. And she's like, "You should have seen it before I had it corrected." Okay. But, because some of these guys, like Art Adams is irrepressible. He's going to have the girl falling out of her costume every time, But at any rate, I mean, I'd find stuff, and then I'd get into arguments with Chris, and he'd want to do something, and I'd say, "I don't think that's a good idea." And with me, he'd argue. If Louise said, "Chris, do it," he would do it. He was afraid of Louise. He wasn't afraid of me.
Yeah.
But he really worked really well with Anne and with Louise. They really knew how to get the best out of him. And so he did pretty good, and I chipped in where I could, and mostly didn't have too much. He's
I think that that whole thing of the Dark Phoenix saga and the Dabari planet and her roasting this planet of asparagus people, I think that even when I read it, I read it again as a trade paperback, but it made sense for her to pay for that mistake in some way. You can't cause a genocide of an entire planet and then just go live off happily ever after that. And so I know that was a point of conflict at the time where you told Chris that you can't just have her go scot-free away from this. This is a problem. And there was fan press at the time and all this outrage, but ultimately later on, it seemed like Claremont said that was the right call.
Yeah, he did. Yeah. It was funny. The story originally, he was stuck for a storyline, and he didn't like to have anybody else give him stuff, but he was really stuck. And so I went to lunch with him and Jim Salicrup, I think was his editor at the time. And we're sitting there just kind of spitballing and trying to come up with a germ of an idea. And I said, Chris, we've had a lot of Marvel villains who later become heroes. I said, Black Widow.
Right. Redemption. Yeah.
And Hawkeye, for instance. And so I said, but we've never had a Marvel villain or Marvel hero go bad and stay that way. He said, "Don't say another word. I want to do this all myself." I said, "Just don't say another word." I said, "Okay." And so he went off to do the story, and I guess he worked with he cooked it up, some of it with Byrne. It was mostly him. So okay, so now they're doing this story, and the point of the story was going to be that Phoenix was going to go bad, stay bad, and become like the Doctor Doom for the X-Men. She was going to become their greatest enemy, and that was the plan. Well, they're doing the story, and I'm reading them as they go out and stuff, and oh my God, it blew up a planet! Holy cow! So
these are the people. Those are the asparagus people. They were Jack and Stan created those characters back in, I think, Avengers or something, right?
Yeah, I think it was John's idea to use them. But at any rate, so I read that, and she destroys a starship full of people and stuff. And so I went to the editor, and I said, "What else you got?" I said, "How far are you on this?" He said, "Well, I have a couple books in progress, and I've got the plot for the finale." I said, "Give it to me." Look at my office, and I read it, and it's building, and it's building, and then the last issue is this total cop out. It's like the Shi'ar fix her mind, and then she goes back and lives in Westchester with the X-Men, and everything's fine. You know? I said, no. I said, first of all, think of this. Storm, champion of life. This lady murdered 1 billion people. I don't care if she was sick at the time. You don't just do that and skate. Storm would never sit next to her at the lunch table, I'll tell you that.
Yeah.
And I said, no one would just, everybody would have that would be a scar that would stay around, you know, one. And two, and more important, it's a lousy ending, Chris. It's stupid. I mean, it's like, you know, come on. You know, you build this huge buildup, and it's so great, and it's beautifully drawn, and it's great, and everybody's waiting for the big payoff, and it's a cop-out? I said, no. You need an ending for this story. And he said, well, I don't want to make her into a villain. I said, fine, give me another ending. And he said, well, what do you think? And I said, maybe she goes to jail, you know? Maybe she goes to galactic prison or something, you know? He said, no, the X-Men would try to rescue her. I said, that would probably not happen on my watch. But I said, okay, fine. Now it's your turn. You come up with something. Next day he comes in and says, I'm going to kill her. And I said, okay, done, deal. He said, what do you mean? I said, you're going to kill her. He said, you can't kill her. I said, you just said you were going to kill her. You know, I said, I think that could be a good ending. I said, if you do it right. And he gets all upset, and he runs out, and he finds a phone somewhere. And 10 seconds later, my phone rings, and it's John Byrne. And his first words to me are, you out of your mind? I said, no, we made a deal. She dies. Get to work. You know? And so, anyway, so they're all fuming at me, and they're mad at me for a while and stuff like that. But guess what? They put their heads to it, and they knocked it out of the ballpark.
They did. That Dark Phoenix saga, it was a tearjerker for me as well when I first read it.
Man, it was good. And I said, bingo. And the sales on that thing, it went from a high middle of the line book to top in the industry, where it stayed for 17 years.
Well, do you think that was the reason why it sold so well, or because there was like a free bicycle promised on the top of that cover, which I don't know what caused that success?
That was forced on me. I'm sorry. I couldn't do anything. But the thing is, no, it sold really well. It got tremendous reviews.
Yeah.
It became the talk of the industry. And like I said, it propelled the X-Men to the top. And Chris was very good at finding artists. I mean, other writers, they just let the editor find an artist. Chris was out bird dogging artists all the time.
Oh, I didn't know that. That's cool.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he would, if he knew that an artist was going to leave, he was actively looking for artists. I remember one time at ChicagoCon, this guy comes over and asked me if I look at his samples, and I did, and they were really great. I said, this is really good. I said, listen, give me your information. I'm going to see what we can do. And so he did. And as I'm walking away, I see Claremont. I say, hey, Chris, you should see this guy's work. I said, dude, this guy's good. And he says, really? And he runs over, and he looks, and he comes running back. He says, I want him on the X-Men. I said, well, we'll talk to Louise or Ann or something. I said, yeah, if they're okay with it, it's fine with me. I think he's good. Mark Silvestri.
Oh, yeah. Who was awesome. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it was Mark Silvestri. So at any rate, he was always out there. And I can tell you something else about Chris. Writers got royalties. Pencilers got royalties. Inkers got royalties. Editors got a little cut, too, as an incentive. And if you created the title or created, if you created the title, you got a 1% override forever, even if you didn't do the book anymore. Like John Byrne on Alpha Flight, you get a royalty every month for that. Okay, so letterers didn't get royalties. Colorists didn't get royalties. And letterers, I'm not sure. I mean, lettering you can't even copyright. And I'm not sure how much sales difference a letterer makes. Maybe Tom Orzechowski made some difference, but I mean, it was really hard to pitch. I've got to get royalties for letterers and colorists to the upstairs people, to the board. I mean, I actually did pitch it to Galton once. I said, I want to start paying royalties to these guys, And he said, you have a very rich royalty pool. If you want to divide it differently, fine. But we're not adding it.
Yeah, you're not adding more money to it.
Right. And so I said, all right. So I got together as many artists and writers as I could, in the next several days. I got them together. And I pitched it to him. I said, guys, if each of you, each writer, each inker, and each penciler, I said, if each of you will give up like a eighth of a point, we could pay royalties to these people. It would be small, but it'd be nice to get a little check. An eighth of a point or a fifth of a point or whatever it was. I remember. And they all shot it down. Nobody wanted to do it.
Mm-hmm.
And nobody wanted to lose like a couple bucks for the letterer. Come on. But anyway, they wouldn't go along with it, and I wasn't going to just high-handedly do it. Now, Claremont, who loved Warzakowski's work, and Warzakowski would do all kinds of artistic and interesting lettering.
That's right.
Chris wanted alien lettering. He'd come up with something, And also he had Glynis Oliver coloring the book. Glynis Ween, Glynis Oliver.
They're the same person?
Yeah, she was married to Len for a while, and then when she split up with Len, she took her maiden name back. Oliver.
Oh, it's crazy.
Yeah. So anyway, and he really liked her work, and she was one of our best colorists. So what Chris did was he paid them a royalty out of his own pocket.
Oh, that's cool.
Keep them on the book because he was married to that book. He wanted that book
perfect
to be perfect, and he. He wanted to. He couldn't keep the artist consistent all the time because artists do come and go. But he was determined to keep Warzakowski and Glynis if he could, and so he paid them extra out of his own pocket. He paid a percentage, a share of his royalty to them. I thought, there's some dedication for you.
Mm-hmm.
That's great. He was the only guy.
Interesting, because he would the overall thing had to be right. As far as John Byrne, right? So you mentioned him on the X-Men, and then he went on to Fantastic Four. There's a run he did of Captain America with Roger Stern. Tell us about working with John Byrne and overseeing his work there.
Well, when I was associate editor, he was trying to get work because the only thing he was doing was some stuff for Charlton, that Rog 2000 robot thing. And that didn't pay anything. But he was friends with Roger Stern. And so somehow Chris Claremont needed an artist for Iron Fist because Pat Broderick was supposed to do this issue and it just never arrived. And so we needed to get it done in a hurry. Chris, I guess through Roger or something, somehow he knew about John Byrne, or maybe he just read that book, but he said, let's try this guy. And so John did that issue of Iron Fist, and Chris liked it so much, he convinced Marv, I guess, to keep him on Iron Fist. Iron Fist was 8 times a year, so what they call twice quarterly. So there wasn't a big deal, but it was something. It didn't sell all that well. So anyway, so John really was looking for more work, and he actually came up to the office. He flew in from Calgary, and I don't know where he was staying, maybe in a hotel or something, I don't know. But he brought his sketchbook up to Marvel to try to see if he could get more work. And he showed it around, and Len and Marv didn't like it at all. They said, "No, it's cartoony, looks Japanese or something." They didn't want it. And so I'm looking at this sketchbook, and it's really good. And I'm thinking, you don't like his style. The guy can draw.
Yeah.
What style does not matter that much. He can draw. And so I went to bat for him. I said to Marv, I said, look, all these late books, this guy's fast, and I think he's really good. And I said, I think he can learn. He doesn't tell the story very well. I said, I think we can fix that. And I said, let's use them. Let's just use them on fill-ins for a while, just to catch up. And he said, all right. Well, he said, you can do that, but you're responsible for doing all those fill-ins. You have to get, the plots for them and, writers for them if you need to, and so forth. I said, all right, I'll take it. Fine, sure. I think I maybe did one story, and then Chris needed an artist for team up or something. I don't know. And so, somehow John got that. And that was also, I think, after Marv left. And it's probably when Archie was there. So he was, he got on board and he was fast, and Chris got him on the X-Men after Cockrum left, and of course that went well. And working with him, I mean, like, I used to call him all the time because he really did struggle with the storytelling for a while. I call him up and I said, John, silhouette, dynamics, you have a guy coming at you, you really can't tell from that angle, how fast he's going. And it's like if you're watching a race car coming around the turn and it's coming towards you, it hardly looks like it's moving. When it's passing you, you see it going at 200 miles an hour. I said, so you got to think about, convey the information, and I'm talking. And I kept referring him to Kirby and Ditko and those guys. And he just didn't seem to get it. His big hero was Neal Adams.
Yeah.
But he liked Neal's stuff. Neal will tell you that so many people who, patterned themselves after him, they look at the worst stuff he ever did. The rubber fingers and all that stuff. And and the broken panels and stuff. He said, it took me a while to learn to tell a story. He said, I said, but they copy all the bad stuff. I said, well, all right. Anyway, so finally he was going to
his Uncanny X-Men that he did in '69 with like the weird layouts. You're talking about that?
Yeah, he was doing weird layouts. There was one page he did where the panels were inside the silhouette of somebody's head. There was all kinds of.
Yes. Okay, I got you. I
kept talking to John. I wasn't making a dent. I don't think he was even understanding what I was telling him. And a lot of phone calls back and forth and stuff. So then the Fantastic Four was up, and he really wanted to do that. And so I don't know who was the editor. I said, yeah, that's all right. That's fine. So they put him on Fantastic Four. And what he did is he went back. He had a very large comic book collection. He went back and he read every single Kirby, well, every single issue of the Fantastic Four, but especially the Kirby stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And the light bulb went on. This is what Jim's been telling him. Clear, rectilinear, tell the story. Story comes first, And so he started doing the Fantastic Four, and he really had a breakthrough.
I see. That was the time when it changed.
That was the real breakthrough. Yeah. And because I think he just took a big bath in Kirby, and he learned.
Yeah.
No, he started to put together things I've been saying, and then he's looking. That's what Jack does, And I think Jack sort of replaced Neal as his, hero.
Oh, that's interesting. So it was more during that period of time when he shifted toward Jack from Neal Adams.
Yeah, I mean, there was this one, I don't know, team up or something, and he had Thor throwing his hammer, and everything's cropped, everything's too close, and the hammer is hitting the hull of a boat, and the boat is cropped, and you don't even know it's a boat. It's some shape, And there was an inset panel over where the hammer was hitting it, and it's like, what are you thinking? And there was one panel he drew where somebody has a sword, and he had the sword go up into the panel overhead, right on somebody's eye. John, but he was, he wasn't thinking of what the picture said. He was thinking of drawing.
Yeah, sure. That's different. Yes.
But he, he's great. I mean, he's a tremendous talent. I was his champion for a while, and then I didn't have to be. And then he really hit his stride. And, he's one of the, best guys of this era, at least.
Mm-hmm. So then what happened with Captain America? I had read somewhere that him and Stern wanted to do longer story arcs, and you had said that, look, based on the age readership, limit how many issues a story can go, and then that created some conflict. Did that contribute to their run ending? Tell us about that.
I think that Raj and I are pretty good friends. John decided he didn't like me after a while, but Raj and I still are pretty good friends.
Yeah.
And what I was finding is one of my things I always preached was you buy one unit of entertainment.
Yes. Okay.
There better be a story in here, or there better be enough story that you're satisfied, that you think you just spent your 50 cents wisely, And so I was getting more and more people doing these kind of endless things. Chris, even on the X-Men, was just the stories that kind of never ended. And so that was one of the things we would argue about. And I would say, look, guys, one unit of entertainment. I'll tell you how to do a continued story. I can teach you that. There's a way to do it. But, you should do a lot of single issue stories or short sequences. If you're going to do a 12-issue thing, it better be like the Kree Skrull Wars. It better be something worth it, And so I don't know what story they wanted to do. I don't even think it was a discussion about a particular story. I mean, because I thought Roger was great. But maybe I said, I would like you guys to, try to do some shorter, or one issue. And I guess that didn't suit one of them. Probably John wanted to do the longer stories. And if John wasn't going to do it, Stern didn't want to do it.
I gotcha. Now you wrote the Superman Spider-Man crossover with Parasite as a villain in 1981. Is that right?
That is true.
Yeah, and it seemed like to me it felt like you wrote both characters well and Parasite was well used. Tell us about putting that together, because I know that they had done the Superman Spider-Man crossover, before, like I think 76 or so.
During Roy's days, they did that. Maybe it was after Roy. I don't know. Jerry Conway wrote it. I know that.
Yeah, right.
Weisinger drew it. Mike Esposito inked it.
Correct. Yes.
Okay, so I'm relatively new editor-in-chief of Marvel. And Jeanette Kahn, I guess she started as publisher, and then they forced Saul Harrison out, and then she became the president and publisher. And she called me up, and she wanted to go to lunch. I said, sure. Okay. So I met her over near DC. We went to some fancy joint, and we were talking about things in general. It was funny, as when she first got the job, she came from Scholastic, never actually seen a comic book up close.
That's right. Yep.
She sent a letter to Mike Hobson, who was her old boss when he was at Scholastic.
Oh, they're connected.
And she sent a letter, and he was showing it around. The letter was funny. It was like, she's I'm really excited about this job, and I can't wait to find out what inking is. So she was like, getting her feet under her. And so she wanted to go to lunch, and we were talking about all kinds of things. And she's asked me questions and things. All right, fine. And then finally she says, I just found out that we once did a crossover with Spider-Man and Superman.
Yeah.
I said, yeah. I said, that was a little before my time, but yeah. And she said, why don't we do that again? Why can't we keep doing it? I said, no reason. And she said, you can make that deal? I said, yeah, I can make that deal. And so we made the deal right there. And it was going to be a one-page contract. The terms were, we'll take turns. We'll do one a year. Marvel will do one, and DC will do one. Costs come off the top, 50-50. Split them off at 50-50. Very simple. One-page contract, right? So anyway, we decided to do it, and we decided it should start with Superman and Spider-Man. And we'd figure out the rest later. So I went back to the office, and just to, this is a kind of a big deal. And so I thought, let me tell Galton. So I went to Galton's office, and I said, this is what I got going on. What do you think? And he said, fine with me. What are you bothering me for? So anyway, we started doing this. Had a contract, very simple, and we started doing it. And each one, if Marvel was producing it, then DC had an editor appointed who would okay it. It would check everything. Same the other way. So we started, and Marv worked for Marvel at that time. He was a freelance, or a contract writer. And I was the editor-in-chief. And so when he heard we were doing the Superman Spider-Man book, he wanted to do it. And I said, okay, all right. So we started talking about it. I kind of was plotting it with him, for him. And we came up with some ideas, didn't get very far. And then his contract was up, and he decided to go with DC because I wouldn't let him be a writer-editor. So he went to DC, where he was not a writer-editor.
That's true.
And he got paid a lot less, and it was a bad mistake. Although then he got Titans, then it was fine. But at any rate, so he was going to do it. And then when he was gone, I'm thinking, who am I going to get to do this? There's only one person at Marvel who had written both characters. Me. Yeah. And so I said, I'll do it. So I did it. And it came out pretty good. Buscema did the art, mostly Sinnott, a couple of helpers. And I don't know, it came out, or it's 80 page, I think, 80 pages.
I love that comic. Yeah.
Yeah, it was fun.
Yeah, there was a couple of there was another one. It was with Batman Hulk.
That was Len Wein. That was okay. It was a fun story. Len tends to do lighter.
Right. And the art was, I think, Jose Luis Garcia Lopez on that one.
Yeah. And then there was the what I thought was the best one, which was Claremont and Simonson, X-Men Titans.
That's awesome. And I can reread that, and it's just action-packed. You got some new gods in there. It's a great story. I also like how they didn't have to come up with a reason for the universes across. They just said, hey, meanwhile, over here, they didn't come up with a dimensional thing.
No, I thought they very well, you know, I mean, Walt, I'm sure, helped with that. And Chris is no slouch. I mean, they really came up with something wonderful there.
They did.
Yeah, I like that.
And then there was going to be a JLA Avengers. And actually, I think George Perez was part of that. And he had actually done some pages, but there was like some miscommunications and also some questionable story choices that led you to nix the project. Is that right?
Something like that. I mean, basically, I was the Marvel appointed editor. DC was going to do the book. The plot due date came and went, and I started calling Dick Giordano, saying, hey, where's the plot, right? He never would take the call. I'd get his secretary, and she'd say, I'll take a message. Oh, he'll call you right back. You know, never called back. I'm calling, and I'm not getting anywhere, you know. So it's getting to be months that it's late. And I'm like, this is ridiculous. I sent him a telegram. I said, if I don't get a return, if you don't call me, killing this project. And so then he calls me. And then he tells me, well, we've already drawn 23 pages. I said, what? He said, yeah, George Perez has drawn 23 pages. I said, I never saw a plot. Oh, I didn't know I had to send you the plot. You know. I said, Dick, we've been doing this several times, you know, procedure is pretty clear. He said, well, you know, we thought you'd approve it, so we just did it. And I'm like, what? And so I said, send it to me. Send me the plot. Send me Xeroxes. Let me see. So he sends me the plot. He sends me Xeroxes. And I'm reading this thing. The drawings are beautiful. But there's characters in there who are not supposed to be there. There's things in there just completely wrong. And I'm reading this plot, and this plot was horrible. I mean, I'm thinking, I got to check with somebody else just to see if it's just me, you know?
Yeah.
I showed Roger Stern, I think, and maybe Mark Gruenwald and Louise, maybe, or Anna Sandy, one of the two, and somebody else. There was a bunch of people that were hanging around in the X-Men office. I walked in and I said, I had copies of this. I said, you guys read this and just tell me, you know, what do you think? They're falling off their chairs. They were laughing so hard, like, show us the real plot. What the hell is this?
Like, it was ridiculous.
It was stupid. I mean, like, I'm like, Jerry, oh my God, did he really write this? I don't think so. Or he either farmed it out or, you know, they did it in his sleep or something. I don't know. So anyway, I mean, the things in there, I mean, the Marvel characters are bad enough. They even screwed up the DC characters. They had Superman, for some reason, there's a Time Master and Kang, and they're trying to capture this glowing ball at the end of time. And the ball is going to be something good. I don't know. And as a result of their fighting, the ball gets knocked back through time. It bounces from era to era. And we're told that if that ball reaches the beginning of time, there will be a giant explosion and the whole universe will be destroyed. Okay? And so the Avengers and the Justice League somehow get together, and for reasons that I do not understand, the Avengers guys go to the DC universe and the DC guys come to the Marvel universe. So the DC guys are going to fight Kang, and the Marvel guys are going to fight the Time Master and try to stop the bouncing ball. And it's also it's a one damn thing after another story. It's like, well, they fail here, they fail here, they fail here. You know, you get the drift. They're going to fail all the.
Wasn't there some weird thing where Galactus was going to
Right.
Krypton, and then Superman moves Krypton to the bottom of the planet list or something?
Superman is in Galactus's world ship for some reason, and he's walking around, and he sees this giant menu on the wall, a list of all the planets that Galactus has lined up to eat. Top one is Krypton. Remember, he's back in time. Okay. So Superman rearranges the menu to put Krypton down the bottom, put somebody else's planet first on the menu.
Which he would never do, yeah.
My Superman, but I thought, look, you want to screw up your characters, that's fine. Don't screw mine up.
Yeah.
But there were similar things like that. And the ending of the story was idiotic. The bouncing ball arrives at the beginning of time. Somehow does not explode. I don't know. In come the Avengers. In come the Justice League. Kang and Time Master have been taken care of, I guess. Anyway, for no reason stated, the Avengers and the Justice League start fighting each other. Or something to do with about the ball or something like that. Fighting each other. In the middle of the fight, Hawkeye takes a pointy, deadly arrow and fires it at Green Arrow. That's intent to kill, right? Green Arrow takes a pointy, deadly arrow and fires it at Hawkeye at exactly the same moment. Okay, my Hawkeye doesn't do that. I don't care what their Green Arrow is.
Yeah, try to kill someone.
The two arrows meet point to point. Ricochet at a 90-degree angle. Science says you're wrong. And the two arrows hit the glowing ball, causing it to explode. And what it does is it puts everything back exactly the way it was at the beginning of the story. I mean, you mean we did all this for nothing? Because the bouncing ball just put everything back the way it was anyway.
Yeah. And that was a lot of art that was actually drawn that didn't have to be drawn. Yeah.
I said, no, I don't. I said, look, I said, 23 pages. I'm sorry. I said, here's what you need to do. You need to write a real plot, send it to me for approval, start over.
Right. Instead of the unanswered phone calls.
He's trying to pull the fait accompli on me, and he keeps saying, he says, Jim, all of these suck. They're just stupid. You just put a bunch of characters in there and they fight. I said, A, I wrote one and it wasn't stupid. B, Chris and Walt did one and it was great. And C, Len's was great and the art was terrific. It doesn't have to be bad. I'm not going to let it be bad.
Yeah.
I'm going to let you piss all over our characters. And so he keeps ragging on me and telling me. So he takes me out to lunch and trying to talk me into this. And I said, no. And I started getting cold feet because these things made a lot of money. And I thought, if I just blow this off, I wonder what Galton's going to say when we have a whole big bunch of money off the bottom line. I better ask him. So I went to his office and I told him what was going on. And I was pretty sure. I mean, he's a money guy. He had never read a comic book. He couldn't care less. I was pretty sure he was going to say, just let him do it. And he says, you think it really will damage our characters? And I said, yes. He said, stand your ground. Yes, sir.
Yeah, based on the principle of the matter.
Yeah, so I stood my ground. So Roy tried to get involved. He was a friend of Jerry's. Roy got the pages and the plot, and he called me. He said, this plot is shit, And so he said, but I think I can fix it. Okay, you're a better man than I am. So he rewrote the plot, and he figured out how to use almost all of the 23 pages with maybe 8 panels redrawn and make it work.
Yeah.
Captain Continuity, Roy Thomas, man. So George gets all mad at me and he quits. So then the DC people said, well, George quits, unless you just let us do it. And I said, well, I'm sorry, George is leaving. I said, I guess you have to get another artist. He said, well, we're going to get Don Heck. They're threatening me with Don Heck, because they clearly did not think he was a good artist. They thought that would back me down. I said, all right, it's fine, Don Heck. And they're like, And then a little while later, I get a call, and they said, we're just going to pull the plug. I said, fine. So what they did. And Galton wasn't mad at me, and besides, I was making so much money for him at that point. I was still the fair-haired boy there. So that was it. And of course, the way they tell the story is that I was the megalomaniac and control freak, and it was all about nothing and everything. George, P.S., eventually found out what the real deal was. And George, I saw him at a convention a couple of years ago. Comes over and hugs me.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, and so we're all buddies again. And like he had been told a whole bunch of lies about how evil Jim Shooter is at this.
Yeah.
And so it's like I'm just trying to make my books good. There's no reason it has to be bad.
Yeah, right. So Contest of Champions, tell us about this concept of bringing all these characters together for a powwow. Contest of Champions 1982, written by Grunwald, Mantlo, and Grant. Tell us about that, and then how that then did that also then kind of germinate into Secret Wars.
Well, no, but the way that happened was that that was an Olympics year, and Bill Mantlo came to me and he said, let's do superhero Olympics. So I said, no, we can't. He said, why not? I said, because you'd have to license it, and the license is prohibitive. I'd already looked into it. So I said, can't do it. And he said, well, how would we just call it something else and have a contest with superheroes? And I said, fine, So he came up with this, and he realized that if he was trying to get Iron Man and the Fantastic Four and all that there'd be continuity problems, And so he decided to just make up most of the characters, and he did. And he had from all different countries and stuff. And some of them were pretty clever. He was good at that. He was a character making machine.
Who, Grunwald?
No, Mantlo.
Mantlo, there you go.
Grunwald was good too. They're all good. But Mantlo was just amazing making up characters. I had some problems with his writing. Actually, when I took over, he walked into my office that day and he said, well, I guess I'm fired. Because he was one of those guys that just hack the stuff out and tell me, I don't care, you fix it, And he said, well, I guess I'm fired. I said, nope, Bill, today is day one. I'll start over.
Oh, okay.
Don't hack. and he he got better. I mean, he did some pretty good stuff. He did Micronauts, wasn't bad. ROM was pretty good. He did some good stuff. Contest of Champions was his idea. He created lots of characters for it. He messed up the scorekeeping, but that's another thing.
That's right. Yeah. See, yeah, exactly. Because it was actually a tie.
Yeah. But so anyway, I'm like, Bill. I mean, nobody caught that. Anyway, but the idea of having it sold pretty well, and the idea of having a whole big bunch of characters, seemed reasonable. So when Mattel wanted to do superhero toys, they said, but we'd like you to do a really big publishing event that gets a lot of publicity, because nobody's heard of some of these characters. Everybody knows Superman and Wonder Woman and Batman, but nobody knows who Daredevil is or, who some of these people are. In the real world, in the comics world, we were outselling DC almost 4-1, over 4-1.
Sure.
They wanted a publishing event, and I said, how about, one massive story with all the, most important villains and most important heroes? Great, fine. And I put the black costume in there, which got them the publicity they wanted.
Mm-hmm.
It was massive. I had phones ringing off the hook, all the wire services, TV, all the papers. It was really amazing.
Yeah.
It did well.
Secret Wars sold 700,000 or something?
Oh, more than that. We were over 1 million.
Over 1 million copies, actually. Yeah. Maybe Secret Wars 2 was a 700,000.
No, that's probably right.
That's probably right. Yeah. And then the toys, there's a synergy with the toys, and it was a massive success. It had a huge impact on me because I was like, wow, you got all your characters right here. And they're interacting. You wrote that, and Mike Zeck was the artist. What was there a lot of, because there's a lot of corporate things lining up on Secret Wars, was there a lot of pressure on you to make sure it came out the way it did?
No, as a matter of fact, Mattel couldn't care less. They never asked to see anything. I never sent them anything. They asked for a couple of things that were kind of generic. They said, could there be like some fortresses and stuff, because we want to have play sets. I said, yeah, we can do that. They never made any effort to make it look like what we did, and we didn't make any effort to make it look like their play set. And we didn't even know what that stuff looked like. It didn't matter. They just wanted the concept of a fort. They said, can we have vehicles? Sure, Mike Zeck designs the vehicles. They never saw those. They just needed there to be vehicles.
How'd you like working with Mike Zeck on the project?
It was fun in some ways, and it was also kind of grueling because we were on a tight schedule. We started on a tight schedule. You know, I mean, we kind of started behind the eight ball, and because it had to be out, you know, before the toys. So it was a lot of pressure. It was hard. It was a lot of pressure on him and on the inker John Beatty, because, you know, I'm the first in the chain. So the pressure mounts as it goes. John Beatty got the worst. Mike he was a great artist and did some of the best covers ever. I mean, tremendous cover art. But he'd always done like sort of these single characters, Captain America, Master, stuff like that. And when I'm giving him, you know, seeing a panel with 30 people in it, you know, he was daunted by it a little bit. So for a while, I actually laid him out for him. Just to show him this is what we need to get across. You know, you need to pull the camera back, Mike, you know. And so I'm not sure if he had a very high opinion of me at that time, but since then we've become great friends. We do the the Secret Wars reunion tour. You know, the three of us go do appearances together because they invite us as a threesome. And so, you know, it was rough. But it was, the whole time I was at Marvel, when I came in there, everything was late. It took me a couple of months to catch up, to have the correct number of issues being published each month. Mm-hmm. At the end of that first year, we were on time, and we stayed on time for 10 years. Yeah. Never on scheduled reprint.
After that.
Fill-ins here and there, but never on scheduled reprint. And so I was determined, this book's coming out. We're not going to miss shipping.
Yeah, sure.
And so there was pressure. And, you know, I was busy being editor-in-chief, and so I sometimes didn't get things done as fast as I should have. And so they'd never lacked for work. But, you know, I mean, I was kind of, in a way, holding things up sometimes. And, but we got it done. We all got it out. The last issue was, we had kind of a jam, what they call them, jam. Had a lot of artists doing the inking at the end. Mm. Mike did the pencils, but we had, you go through issue 12 of Secret Wars and you can like see, oh, that's an Art Adams page.
Yeah, there's a different flavor on each page, yes. And then DC's counterpart to this was their superpowers thing they did with Kirby, right? That was like their counterpart to that?
I guess so. Their real counterpart to it was Crisis.
Crisis on Infinite Earths, yes.
The Crisis, they said, oh, we were planning that for years, way before Secret Wars. Their first, everybody says, oh, that Crisis came first. No, their first issue came out the same day as my 12th issue.
Oh, that's cool. The Marvel Universe series, I studied the Marvel Universe.
Marvel Universe Handbook?
Yeah, no? The handbook, okay. Yeah. I studied that. I read every page. I memorized how many tons everyone could lift and all that. They could bench press. You know, we had Pete Sanderson on, and he talked glowingly, of course, of Mark Grunwald and how you guys came up with this idea together. Tell us about your impression of Mark Grunwald and how Marvel Universe Handbook kind of came about.
And Alex, we should point out that we had Rubenstein on too.
That's right. Who inked?
They decided just to use one inker, and Joe was good and fast, and so they used him. The way it happened was I was in a bookstore and I found one of these books. It was called Jane's Ships, and it's, you open the book and there's a picture of a ship and it gives you all the specs. Picture of another ship, all the specs. Jane's planes, Jane's this, Jane's that. And these are cool. So I bought a couple and I took them and I gave them to Mark Grunwald. I said, what do you think? He said, oh, you know, we could do this. It'd be great. And I said, all right, let me see what I can do. So I went upstairs. I made a new project memo. Nobody could overrule me except the president. He didn't even look. He didn't care. So I made a new project memo saying we were going to do this handbook. And I get called by the lawyer, and the lawyer says, you can't do this. And I said, why not? And she says, we have a license with George Olszewski to do a Marvel encyclopedia, and I think this is too close. It's not an encyclopedia. It's, it's spec sheets. And she said, well, I just think it's too close to this Olszewski deal. She says, if you can talk him out of it, fine. I said, this is Alice Donenfeld, smart lady, fair lady. And she wasn't, she was right. And so I said, all right. So I called Olszewski. And I said, listen, you haven't had this license for a couple of years and you haven't done anything. I said, we'd like to do a book that's got specifications and stuff. And are you willing to give up this license? And he said, well, could I do something else instead? I said, all right, what do you got in mind? He said, Marvel indexes. That's what I really want to do. I said, done, fine, we'll trade you. So he became the index guy and, withdrew that license. And so I gave it to Mark. And I just wanted, like Jane's, I wanted the picture of the hero and specifications. He's the one that made it into a cycle. Once we were free to do that, he was one who came up with the idea, let's tell their origin, let's tell things about them and stuff. And, I didn't try to micromanage these guys. He knew what he was doing. And I said, it looks good. And I think people will like it, go with it. So they did. It became its own little industry. We were doing updates every year and, little extra books like the Book of the Dead and stuff.
Right.
And,
I love that.
The 13th in a 12-issue series.
Yeah.
No, he did an excellent job with it. And he got Elliot Brown, who's a genius. I mean, he was their sort of science and technology consultant. And he was working on it. He did some of the, there are some like mechanical drawings, like the X-Men's plane and stuff like that. He did all that.
Oh, cool.
He was good with the technical drawings. Mark had a ball. He loved it. I mean, this is right in his wheelhouse. It's just the kind of stuff he liked. And said, so I applauded.
Did you like Mark Grunwald?
Oh, I loved him. I thought he was great. He was a nut, but he was a good nut. I mean, he was always doing stuff, crazy stuff, just, for fun and stuff. And if you're working 14 hours a day, you got to goof off sometimes. You got to do something stupid once in a while. So this one time I come into work and there's a sign on the wall, the Great Marvel Whack-Off Contest. Whack off with Marvel, and it says a 5 on it. And I said, who put this? Grunwald, what's this? He said, I can't tell you. So next day it has a 4 and it says whack off with Marvel. Marvel whacks off best, and this goes every day. And I said, if this is what it looks like, I said, you're in trouble, kid. And so comes whack off day. And it was those ping pong paddles with the little rubber ball that you bounce.
That you whack off.
Yeah, you whack with a paddle. And there was a contest to see who could keep the ball in the air the most. But he was always doing goofy. And the worst goofy, or the best goofy or worst goofy stuff he ever did was one August, he comes into my office. He says, is it okay if I don't let anybody in my office for a couple months? I said, what? I can't tell you. I said, well, how are you going to get the work done? He said, well, the coffee room's right next door. We'll meet with the freelancers in there and, we'll get it done. I said, look, if you guarantee me you get the work done, I don't care what you do, right? So the offices had these glass windows facing in, and they papered those up, and they kept the door locked, and they did most of their work in the coffee room. And I was usually the last person to leave, and as I was leaving, it's like night, everyone's gone. But I would hear hammering and sawing in Mark's office. Nice big office, by the way. They had two-person offices, and they were nice and big. I hear hammering and sawing. What are they doing in there? Okay, so it comes the end of October, and I always threw a little party, and I tell people, bring your kids. They can wear costumes. We have it catered and stuff. And so we had our little Halloween party, and people came in costumes. And when I went out of my office to go to the main room, the bullpen room, where they were having the party, I see this long line of people at Grunwald's store. long line of people. So I go to the front of the line, and Grunwald was standing there, and I said, all right, what's going on? And he says, all right, say, everybody, just wait 1 minute, I gotta show Jim. They take me inside, and they built a haunted house in his office. And the hammering and sawing is they built creaky stairs. How do you build stairs to make them creak? I don't know, but they built creaky stairs. There were things that would drop, spooky things would drop on you from the ceiling, lights would flash, ghosts would appear, all this stuff. I mean, there was a technological marvel, I'm telling you. And so I walk out of there, I thought, if the upstairs executives see this, we are just toast. I mean, we're going to get such hell for this. Walk out, and all the vice presidents are in line to go see the haunted house. We're cool. But I mean, he was always up to crazy stuff like that. He was always doing that, the kind of thing, and it kept people happy. It kept people loose, you know. And, you know, everybody's like, "What's he up to now?" You know.
Was he kind of the only one that could get away with stuff like that?
He's the only one who did it. I mean, no, I'm not saying other people didn't do silly things once in a while, but he was sort of the mastermind.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, sounds like you like them. That's awesome.
Yeah. One time on March 15th, I come in the office, and everybody who sees me says, "Beware the Ides of March." What? So anyway, I feel like General Half Track half the time, and so I went into my office. I was packing up because I was going to go on a trip, and all of a sudden I have this sense that there's somebody behind me. And I turn around, and there's like 30 of my staff people with cardboard daggers, and they come and murder me. And it's not every day your staff murders you, you know. And March 15th, you know, beware the Ides of March. And so they're all laughing. I made everybody sign their daggers. I still have every dagger, and they all signed them.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
So Jim Shooter can be sentimental sometimes.
Oh, I'm a big sentimental fool, I guess. You know, it was fun stuff, and like I said, I'm pretty sure Grunwald cooked that up. And yeah, so he was a nut, and he was the most welcome nut in the world because he kept everybody loose.
That's awesome. Now, Destroyer Duck and Secret Wars 2, there was this discussion of Gerber and Howard the Duck, yada, yada, but there also seemed to be something specifically with you and Gerber in Secret Wars 2 and maybe Destroyer Duck, if that Ned Packer guy is supposed to be Jim Shooter, but you, I think, did intend for the Secret Wars 2 for there to be a Steve Gerber guy in there. Tell us, what was this back and forth going on with you guys?
Well, first of all, I never read Destroyer Duck, and I didn't know that there was a Jim Shooter character, but okay, I'm fine with that. Uh-huh. Second, you know, Gerber sued Marvel over ownership of Howard the Duck, and not my call, but upstairs, the president said, you know, don't use him anymore. So he was fired. And he was doing the Duck newspaper strip at the time too. So anyway,
Galton ordered his firing, right?
Oh yeah, because he was suing. Well, the lawyer said you can't keep this guy on staff while he's suing you. You're paying him. You know. So it was the lawyers who told Galton, and Galton told me.
Yes, so that's right.
There was another one, Stewart the Rat. That one I read.
Yep.
Stewart the Rat. Yeah, Gene Colan asked me if he could have an exception to his contract to do that. And I knew it was an anti-Marvel thing, but I didn't care. Mm-hmm. And so we gave Gene an exception, and he did that. I did that a lot for people. If you read the early issues of Howard the Duck, okay, the first several are all sort of parodies of various other Marvel writers, okay? There's one that's kind of making fun of Don McGregor, okay? And like Don's purple prose and using expressions like, and he actually used this in a book once, the dirt brown dirt, you know? It's like, Don. But anyway, and he did one that was kind of making fun of Englehart, and he did one that was kind of making fun of somebody else. But they were just good-natured.
Right,
just
sure.
Parody of their writing style and having the story be something that they might cook up. Gerber and I were never enemies. I mean, we argued about stuff sometimes, but we're never enemies or anything. I think his lawsuit was, he kind of lost, but they settled. And he wanted ownership of the Duck. By that time, I had installed programs where if you create a new character, you own 20% of the adjusted gross for that character, licensing and so forth. So that was standard policy. And so their settlement, and it wasn't really on board with this, but their settlement was, we'll give you the standard policy on the duck. And I thought, wait a minute, I mean, this guy sues us, and now he's got the 20% adjusted gross from the beginning of Howard the Duck. In other words, predating my program.
So that's how that was calculated. Okay.
So anyway, Gerber was a subject that was oft discussed then, and so I was writing this first issue of Secret Wars, and I had this idea to do a guy who creates himself as a superhero. So I didn't want to make it a comic book guy, so I made it an animator, a guy who wrote animation. And then I thought, hey, Gerber writes animation.
Yeah, he wrote animation at the time, yeah.
It was the Thundar the Barbarian or something. So I did exactly what he did. I had a character in there sort of vaguely like him and saying some of the things that he would say, which people wouldn't know.
Yeah. I didn't know that as a kid. I mean, I found out later.
In the comic book, he's talking about how he wants to do more sex and violence. Well, Gerber always used to say that about the Marvel comics. He didn't understand why he couldn't, have blatant sex and blood and gore, Sam Peckinpah stuff. And I kept saying, Steve, you're in the wrong medium. Write a novel or do a movie. But you can't do that stuff and put it on a spinner rack. And he couldn't understand why we couldn't do that. And he would sneak things in once in a while, or he'd tread real close to the edge, Okay, fine. So anyway, so I had the character in the book say Gerber-like things. And there was a Mary Screenis character, and there was, I don't know, and he worked in an animation studio. And so I had him create himself. He got this power, and I had him create himself as a superhero. And I don't remember what I called him, but it wasn't Thundar, but it was, reminiscent. And the horse wasn't Aragorn, it was Boromir.
Yeah, so that's what it was based on, Thundar. That's crazy.
So basically, I just did what he did, and like most of it was in jokes between me and him that no one would ever know.
Yeah. So it doesn't sound like it was mean-spirited.
No, it wasn't mean-spirited at all. And in fact, Steve read it, and he wrote me a glowing fan letter. He wrote me a fan letter saying, "Oh, it was so funny, Jim. That's great. Ha ha ha. Oh yeah, I remember that too. And it was just like a nice, cheerful, chummy letter." So then, part of the settlement was that he was going to come back and work for Marvel, writing for Marvel. And when we were going to revive the Duck, and he was going to write the Duck, and so the deal was he didn't want just regular editors editing him, and I said, fine, I personally will edit his stuff. Great. So that way he doesn't feel like he's being overruled by what he would think of as a lightweight. I don't know what he thought of me. Don't care. But at any rate, so he turns in his first story, and at the beginning of the first story, he has Howard the Duck on a bus with characters who are very clearly Stephen Grant, Chris Claremont, Bill Mantlo, and anyone else who had ever ridden the Duck. And they're all holding Howard down and punching him.
Okay,
and being horrible to him, right? And then somehow Howard wakes up, and I think does horrible things to them, or the bus explodes. I don't know why, but it was revenge on anyone else who had ever touched the Duck. And I said, I don't think so. I mean, it was really obviously Claremont and really obviously Mantlo, and really, I said, Steve, can't do it. Sorry. I said, you got to change this. Rest of the story's fine. This whole beginning part, no. He lost his mind and was furious and went to Galton and was, this asshole and he should be fired and blah, blah, blah. And he, tried to fire me. And Galton, when I told him what was going on, he said, this guy's out of his mind. And so then Gerber was going to sue me and Marvel for this parody of him. And so the lawyers came down to interview me about it. And I said, maybe you like this. And I gave them Gerber's letter. And they read the letter. I said, yeah, thanks. And they sent a copy of the letter to his lawyer, withdrew the suit.
Mm-hmm.
He loved it, and then he hated it because, he hated me. Because I wouldn't let him do horrible things to Chris Claremont. I thought, no, these guys they didn't do anything wrong. They did their best.
Yeah, they did their best, sure.
And then they were doing their job, and Howard the Duck, as far as they knew, Marvel owned it, and we did, as it turned out. The court threw his suit out several times about ownership, and he kept reinstating it. And then he, like I said, finally settled for standard policy.
So you mentioned earlier, and I wanted to kind of get I've always wondered this, but they talk about the original art returns and Jack Kirby. And for whatever reason, there was a condition on when people would get our original art back. There was a condition that people would sign, but Jack Kirby got a different contract than other people did. Was it Jim Galton that pushed that? What happened there?
He didn't get a different contract. It's not true. What happened was, I had gotten the authority to return all the old artwork in the warehouse. I got that in the summer of 1978. There was some discussion about, is this an asset of the corporation? Are we opening ourselves to a shareholder derivative suit? And I talked to the lawyers and the board and convinced them, no, this is a reward for their service. This is, you can couch it as a gift, And so anyway, I had that approved. And I was just about to start on that. And then Kirby, his contract came to the end, and within days, we start getting threatening letters from his lawyers. And also demanding his old pages back and stuff. So then our lawyers tell me, no, you can't return any of that artwork because it might be seen as a tacit admission that Kirby is right. It might be seen in court as a tacit admission he was right. All these other people want their artwork, So anyway, this goes on for a while. And I fought that fight every day. I kept saying, no, these other people aren't taking any legal action against us. This is how we're going to present it. It's part of their payment. It's a reward for their service. And so finally I won. I won the fight. And they said, okay, you can do it. I said, all right. So Ditko, when I told Steve, I said, look, we want to give you the artwork back. We have to sign this one-page release. And he said, is Jack getting his artwork back? I said, well, yeah, we've settled up with him. We didn't settle it. Basically, sort of like the Gerber thing. When we sent the documents, stack of documents this high that Jack Kirby had signed, saying that it was all work for hire, contracts, artwork return, all kinds of things. And especially, Martin Goodman had him sign a thick document that itemized every job he had ever done and testify that it was work for hire and that Marvel owned it. Because Martin needed that in order to sell the company way back in 1968. So anyway, when his lawyers saw all these documents, they apologized and they said, we were given to believe that Jack was Charles Schultz and you'd stolen Snoopy, and apparently he signed it away. And yes, he did. So anyway, so we were going to give Jack his artwork back. And Ditko said to me, he said, is Jack getting his artwork back? And I said, yes. And he said, I will sign this release if you absolutely guarantee me that Jack signs exactly the same thing. And I said, Steve, I can be overruled. I said, but I will guarantee you, I will tooth and nail fight for that. Okay? And so the lawyers are negotiating and they're going to make a special thing for him. No, I said, no, I'm not doing it. No. And I told him I had my deal with Ditko and wasn't going to do it. Jack signed exactly the same piece of paper that Ditko signed, one page. And there was floated around a couple different versions. But no, Jack signed the standard release. And he got his artwork back. It was not as many pages as it ought to be, but it was 1,100 pages, something like that. Should have been way more, but they were giving it away. back before my time.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, you want a Kirby book? Here you go.
The discussion of possibly giving Jack or giving him a different sequence of terms was because there was already some initial legal talk from Kirby to Marvel before all this.
Like I said, right after his contract expired, we started getting all these letters from his lawyers, and they were threatening to renew copyright in his name, and they were threatening one of the letters. I'm fighting with the lawyer, saying, why is this keeping me from doing what I need to do? And so the lawyer said, he said, I've got an education. He said, read this letter. I read the letter. And the letter said, it's very legal, formal. How many pages of Jack's do you have in your possession? He said, what's the answer? I said, about 1,100. He said, no. The answer is 0. Because if you say you have 1,100, you are acknowledging them as Jack's pages.
A lot of this was from the lawyers. Was Galton pushing a lot of this too?
No, he didn't.
You were made as the face of this at the time.
That's because they didn't like me anymore upstairs because they were trying to sell the company, and I was in. When you try to, the board of directors formed a little company of their own. It's called CMI, Cadence Management Incorporated.
Mm-hmm.
And they took the stock off the market. They bought the stock. Okay, so now it was originally 7 and they got rid of 1. There were 6 people who owned Cadence Industries, including Marvel. Okay, those 6 people soon started trying to sell it. This would have been in 84, early 84. And so they wanted to sell the company. And the thing is, when you sell a company like Marvel, you sell it for a multiple of its pre-tax profit, multiple of its earnings. Okay. If it's an entertainment company, it owns a lot of intellectual property, you can get like maybe a 25 multiple. So if you made $1 million, you sell the company for 25. You see? Okay, we were making a lot more than $1 million. So it was going to be a big amount of money. As soon as you're trying to sell that company, that bottom line, that number on the bottom line, you get a multiple of that. So every penny you can put on that bottom line might be 25 pennies in your pocket, and they started trying to save money. They cashed out our pension plan. They took away our health care. They gave us this crummy HMO. Nobody would take it. And remember, I'd given the same plan to all of the freelancers. They all had excellent health care. Now they have garbage. They took away the life insurance. They took away, they tried to take away the royalty plan. I won that fight. And because I was having an argument with them at the top of my lungs upstairs with the president, the executive vice president, financial officer. They're all screaming at me. I'm screaming at them. The lawyer hears this, comes out of his office and says, he's right. You can't do that. And that shut him up. That's the one fight I won. So anyway, they weren't liking me because I almost screwed the whole deal for them, because I was a key man. They couldn't sell the company without me. I was the key man. And so, there was some hostility there, so therefore I didn't have as much clout as, actually I had more clout than I knew. I was key man, and I could have used that, but Levitz would have known what to do. I didn't know. I should have gotten a golden parachute, got a lawyer, got a golden parachute, told him these are my terms, you will do this and that, and then you can sell the company. But I didn't. I was a little naive about that part of it.
You're saying that there was like, when it factored into the Jack Kirby contract, that it was basically about how you had less clout to be able to negotiate a better term for him.
I probably could have made it better for him if I'd known to use the power I had, but I didn't know. And you talked about, was there legal stuff before? There's all this legal saber rattling, all these letters going back and forth.
Yeah. And that made it more of a nervous exchange to give him original art.
Well, the thing is that was settled with all the letters going back and forth, and it was commonly referred to as the Kirby lawsuit. He never actually filed suit.
Right.
proved that he had no rights, and then his lawyers withdrew, and then I was going to return the artwork, but then his lawyers come back and they wanted special deals and stuff, and I said no, not doing it, and they let me have my way on that. But the thing is, it was a very weird time at Marvel because it was being sold. And
right.
A lot of it was being blamed on me.
Do you feel that the Comics Journal and Gary Groth misrepresented you during that period of time?
Oh, yes. I mean, they just hated me. They just said anything they wanted to, horrible things about me. And, whatever. I mean, and the thing is, in that little end game there, Marvel was almost helping them blame stuff on me because they wanted to get rid of me. And Joe Calamari told me one time, he said, we can't fire you because you're the only person who could tell us who could replace you. And I said, well, keep that up. But then I guess they talked to Tom DeFalco, and Hobson thought maybe he could do it, and Hobson was going to help and stuff. And so then they thought they had somebody who could replace me, and then they fired me. But no, so it was kind of a dicey time, and I did get my way with some stuff because even though I didn't know I had power, they knew, and so they're tiptoeing around me a little bit.
Interesting.
And I'm I was at war with them every day. Matter of fact, toward the end there, they just not only did they take away all the programs and stuff, they Mike Hobson and I don't know who else, they kind of were running the comics. I'm walking around my office where my 75 employees are. I look in a room, there's a guy, I don't know who he is. I said, who are you? He said, well, I'm the editor of such and such. Who hired him? What? And so, I mean, they were squeezing me out every which way they could. And like I said, when they felt they had somebody who could replace me, they fired me. And I'll tell you, by that time, I was about ready to go anyway.
You said that that you wanted him to sign the same agreement that everybody else. Kirby signed the same agreement about getting the art back as everybody else. But he wanted his lawyers wanted more than that. But if
they wanted all kinds of stuff.
But art related, because if you're giving it all back, I don't understand what else you could ask for.
One of the things they wanted him given credit as sole creator on all Marvel comics. Spider-Man, Doctor Strange, everything. Sole creator.
But that doesn't have anything to do with the art coming back, right?
Bingo.
But these are part of the discussions happening at the time that messed up a clean transaction.
Well, they're trying to do, like Congress does, and stick things in there that have nothing to do with it, trying to make it into a contract, an agreement, and oh, by the way, he gets the artwork back. But I said, no, this is only about artwork. He signs a standard form. That's it, But they had all kinds of things in there that they wanted, and how big his name had to be in the credits, and come on. Fine. I'm happy to put him in the credits. As a matter of fact, I ran into Jack at San Diego, and we were good friends. You can see my Kirby picture here.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, Jack. I bought it and gave it to him. He gave it back to me, and he signed it. It says to Jim, a good friend.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, but because we got along fine. He knew I wasn't a bad guy. And we got along just fine. So I ran into him in San Diego, and other people were doing this. It was Groth and his people and lawyers and Jack's wife who were really the driving force. Jack wasn't. I mean, I think he felt he should have been treated better, and he sure should have. But he wasn't really the one, doing all this stuff. It was
right. I think it's hard when you're a creative person and a creator advocate, but at the same time you have a fiduciary responsibility to look after the best interest of the company that you're in as a vice president. That must have been a weird situation for you.
Yeah, I was trying to do both. I kept, the thing is, at first I was winning, and because everything I was doing was successful and making so much money, outselling DC 4-1, beat my projections every year. Also was good at engineering the costs down and saving money and stuff. And so I was, for a while there, I was doing all this stuff, and I really got them convinced. No, do it right, play it fair, we'll all do better. and they were buying it. Why? Because we were. And then, at the end there, it's all started to go south. But what I was going to say is I ran into Jack in San Diego, and his lawyers were on this thing about he has to have sole credit creator. I just stood there leaning on the rail with him, and I said, Jack, I've talked to Steve, Stan, Saul, Flo, Maury, George Roussos, everybody I could find who was there. I said, and everybody tells the same story. They said that because he was telling me the story about how he created Spider-Man. He had everything out of order. Spider-Man was first, Fantastic Four was later, and a lot of details wrong. And because he was getting forgetful. When in 1976, I think he was driving somewhere and he forgot he was driving and he ran into a tree. And they wouldn't let him drive anymore after that. He also had trouble remembering how to get home. When he was talking to me on the phone about comics, oh man, it was sharp as a tack. He loved that. But other stuff, I think he'd fade in and out on. He was getting older, happens. But so anyway, I was talking to him and I said, look, I've talked to all these people and everybody says that Steve, and with help from Stan, created Spider-Man. Steve created Doctor Strange all by himself. I said, Stan will tell you that. I said, and of course you did a lot of the work, creating a lot of these characters. I said, didn't Stan do anything? Didn't he contribute at all? And so at the end of that conversation, he said, you're right. Spider-Man was Steve. He said, I did the drawing, a cover. And I said, yeah, he did the first cover. But Steve created the character. I said, look at him. Look at bib, attached belt, hockey stripes. That's not one of your costumes. I said, I saw your drawing. I did. I held it in my hands. Saul had it in his office.
Oh, you saw his Spider-Man proposal?
Yeah, and the guy had like Captain America boots. He had a web gun. He had trunks and tights.
Wow, that's cool that you saw that.
Yeah, he was with notes in the margin, and the notes said that he was going to be the son of the police commissioner, so that how he was aware of crimes and stuff. I said, that's the Fly, isn't it? But anyway, I mean, I saw that, and so I got him. He said, yes, you're right, Steve did it, and it's Doctor Strange's Steve's, and then he said, and yes, Stan, deserves credit too. And so we parted with the understanding that he was going to get credit on the stuff he created. And for some reason, he remembered that, and the lawyers backed off. And so that, actually, that's about the time I was leaving. So,
do you feel the success of Secret Wars 1 and 2 changed your approach on how you spoke and managed the other artists and writers that were working under you? Do you feel like that success changed your approach and how you handled discussions with them?
No, not at all. I don't think so. I mean, my policy was tell good stories, tell them all. And I never varied from that because I knew that's what works. Tell good stories, tell them all. It's been working for 40,000 years, No, I didn't. I mean, I was happy it was successful. I'm telling you, if you have the X-Men, the Fantastic Four, Spider-Man, the Hulk, and everybody else in one book and it doesn't sell, you're doing something wrong.
Right.
So didn't surprise me that it sold, and it didn't surprise me that it had some effect. But no, I didn't. My philosophy was pretty solidly entrenched by then.
One reason to ask you that question is there's a lot of people on the record that say things were fine until Secret Wars, and that's when Jim started to act differently or had a different attitude or whatever, and that's when their problem with you may have occurred.
Well, I'd like to know who the people who have the problem are, because I didn't notice anybody having any problem with me, except that when starting in somewhere in 1984, when they were trying to sell the company, all kinds of bad stuff was happening. Maybe, and I told you some of it was being blamed on me, because I mean, to tell the guys, like, I'd say, what's going on? I didn't get my foreign royalties, and I would say, I'm working on it. I said, I'm trying to take care of it. I'm trying to fix it. And I go upstairs and scream at the executives up there, some of whom were owners. And, so, guys like Walt, they get frustrated. They have a copy of their book in French, and they never got a check, And if I say to them, guys, the people upstairs are screwing you, then they all quit and go to DC. So then it's Jim Shooter's driving talent away.
Yeah, so that's a rock and a hard place.
I cannot win. I don't think I had any change of attitude. Certainly not because of Secret Wars.
The two people that I just that I had read said that. I'm not saying it's true. I wasn't there. That's why I'm asking you, or that's why we're asking you. Is Romita Sr. made a mention of that, and then John Byrne made a mention of that. And at the same time, I know John Byrne has got his own emotions and his own ego thing going on. So everything is with a grain of salt. But those are the two names I know offhand that have mentioned that.
I can think of a couple others that were here on the podcast that said that too.
Well, okay. I mean, John Byrne hates me, so I mean that's John. I don't know.
And I don't like John Byrne, so that we don't have a problem with that.
Talented guy, but he's got a chip on his shoulder about something. And I think with me, it was because I occasionally told him no, and creative people do not like to hear the word no, and so to me, I was hired to protect these franchises, and I don't want you to to do this. I worked with him as much as I could. He wanted to put the She-Hulk in the Fantastic Four. I made it part of Secret Wars. I tried to do everything I could for him. He certainly got paid well.
I have a Superman question for you in relation to John Byrne before I do that. Yeah. I grew up on that, that Superboy of Legion of Superheroes and Superman of that era. And Alex and I argue about this all the time, but I don't believe Superman kills people. I don't think Superman pulls necks. What's your feeling on that?
I think Superman, I'm with you. I mean, Superman, he better be the most noble person there is, because if he isn't, he's public enemy number one.
Right.
And the thing is, bad writers or people who aren't up to the task, in recent years, he's been petulant, he's been angry, he's been vengeful, he's been jealous, he's been all kinds of bad things. And that's not Superman to me. The way Mort never put it in so many words, but Mort said, this is like the noblest guy that ever lived, Julie put it in very direct words. He said, Superman never loses. He's never wrong. He might be misled temporarily, but he's never wrong. He doesn't lie. He doesn't, do this. He doesn't. A whole list of stuff. And I'm thinking, wow, all these rules. And then I thought, no, it's not rules. That's who he is. And if you can't write that, if you have to make him some petulant, violent creep because you can't think of stories for somebody better, well, get a better writer. If you play him right, he is the pinnacle.
And as you said, if he isn't, then he's the biggest danger to the world. He has to have those standards.
And if he showed any sign of that, every country in the world would have their secret anti-Superman program going underground, trying to figure out what to do with this guy. He just takes a whim and sinks the Seventh Fleet. That they can't. Nobody. They would worry about this guy. And but the fact that he's, that much of a Boy Scout, I could reason that, people wouldn't have the secret anti-Superman program, or at least they kept it really secret.
Because they all knew that what he was, he would never be that threat. So Alex, Jim and I have found common ground on John Byrne's Superman.
Right.
That he does not kill.
Yeah. And, if other people say I was, different after Secret Wars, that would have been about the time, I think, that the company was, going to be sold. And I was mightily distracted by all that was going on. Maybe that made me seem different to them. But
that makes sense. I mean, if the world around you professionally is going to hell, you're going to be more stressed. You might react differently to things, even if your heart is not trying to be malignant. And I get that.
Yeah. The thing is also, when the company was sold, all of a sudden there was a lot of pressure put on me by the new owners. And for instance, Bob Ramey came into my office and he threw a copy of Dark Knight on my desk. He said, "How come you haven't done something like this?" I said, "Well, we have. We've done lots of things like that." He said, "I don't see any books like this." I said, "Well," I said, "I could show you some of the graphic novels." I said, "But here's the problem." I said, "DC has Alison Gill doing their production, and Alison Gill's good. And they have a book designer. And look at this, look at the graphics, look at how good this book is. Look at the production values." I said, "I have Milt Schiffman. Milt Schiffman is like 80 years old. Milt Schiffman thinks there's only 3 kinds of ink in the world. Milt Schiffman sent photographs to a hand separator." You know, I said, I don't have a book designer. I don't have a printing production guy. I got in-house production. That's working fine. But I don't have, I don't control him, and he doesn't know what he's doing. And I love him. I buy him cigars every year for Christmas, but he just is way over his head. And he used to be the financial guy, and then when the new owners took over in '68, he was old then. They didn't want to keep him as the financial guy. They got in younger, smarter people, and they didn't want to fire him. So they made him in charge of printing production. Why? Because being in charge of printing production meant that you signed your name to 2 bills a month. Because Chemical Color Plate, World Color Press did everything. It was the same every month. There was nothing to manage. He didn't even have a secretary. He was a vice president, no secretary. And, when it was easy, now I'm giving him graphic novels, full color photos and stuff. He had no idea what to do. And so it was a nightmare. So I said, so Remy says, "All right, I'll get you a book designer." He said, "I'll get you a production person." He said, "I'm going to authorize that right now." He said, "And you're going to do something like this?" I said, "You do it better than that." He said, "What do you have in mind?" Claremont, whoever was doing the X-Men books, I get them to my office. And at this time, like I said, they'd done a pretty good job of making people hate me. And so they're all, like, "Well, what do you want?" And I said, "Look, this is what we're going to do. So we're going to have a 9-issue story. 3 issues of X-Men, 3 issues of X-Factor, 3 issues of New Mutants." I said, "They're all going to work independently. Each issue will work independently. Each trio will work independently. But they're also all going to make one big story." It's like, you're telling a story of World War II in Europe, and you're telling World War II in the Pacific, and it adds up to World War II, So they're like, "Well, what are you talking about?" I said, "Look, for years and years, we've been talking about the war between humans and mutants. We're doing it. You think we'll sell any?" So they're I don't want to do your ideas. They're all snarky at me, except Louise. And Louise said, "Gentlemen, I think we need to do what he says." And she said, just tell us, give us the blueprint, Jim, and we'll do it. And I said, "Okay, good. And then we'll bind it all together, sell millions. We'll bind it all together into a nice book. I'm getting a book designer. I'm getting a new production person. It's going to be good." So anyway, then not too long after that, Galton fired me. So I never got to see that through. I think there was they did something like that, The Fall of the Mutants or something.
Fall of the Mutants, yeah. Which was huge for my generation. We loved it.
Yeah, no. So they did something like that, but I mean, my challenge was make a book like this. So if people took that as me dictating stuff to them, well, I was. So if that's the crime, I'm guilty.
So my next field of questions has to do with departures, firings, book cancellations that have provoked a lot of criticism over the years against you, especially because of the internet, because of journals and so forth. And I mean, you have a blog, you've posted a lot of things with your version, and people post interviews and things with theirs. Before I go through any, because I don't want to play like gotcha and just quote people, and a lot of this has already been debated, but out of the ones that you know, all of the things, and you know some of them, are there anywhere you think, yeah, I could have handled that better, I regret what I did there, that you think that maybe there's some truth to it, in terms of any of those things, cancellations, departures, firings?
Absolutely not. None. I would do the same thing again 1,000 times. And that's not to say that I didn't make some bad judgments or do something stupid or couldn't have done things better, but I never did anything in self-interest. I didn't sleep with their wife. I didn't steal their money. I didn't kill their dog. I did the best I could for everybody, and they made a lot of money and lived well. And that's a crime, sorry, but my job was to protect those characters, to make that good, and to make, to build it, and I did. And basically I had the best people on earth work with me, Archie and Larry and Louise and everybody. And if you can't win with that team, fire the coach. But I probably did some stuff that shouldn't have been done, but nothing evil. Never in self-interest, and I wouldn't change anything of what you're talking about, cancel a book or firing or whatever. Yeah, all right. So ask me, tell me, give me an example.
Okay, and with that said, let me preface it by saying that when we were talking about Superman and how Alex sees it differently than we do, it's partly because of when you come into comics and what you're reading at the time and how things go. For me, because of my age, as much as I love Kirby and Ditko and all of that, my age, I turned 10 in 1970. So 1970 to 75, 76 was my input years. That's when it means the most, and you get that completely. So for me, that Steve Gerber, Minch, Wolfman and Colin on Tomb of Dracula, Chaykin, Don McGregor, all of that stuff, a lot of which maybe weren't the best sellers, were the books that and Kirby's Fourth World and those things. Those were it meant something to me. So I was always reading, and then in Comics Journal or somewhere, a lot of those people blamed you for their departure from Marvel to DC. I think Gene Colan said he left behind a pension plan just to get away from you, basically, after Tomb of Dracula.
I can tell you that story if you want.
Sure.
Okay, well, Gene, I went to his house for a couple times for parties and things, and we got along fine. Gene had alimony payments, okay? And he had to, when I took over, the page rates had not kept up with inflation. Page rates were very low. And that's all you got. You got your page rate and nothing else. No benefits, no rights, no nothing. And so Gene was in a situation where he had to churn out increasing numbers of pages to make money, And so he started hacking. I mean, it didn't happen overnight, but gradually he just kept, the one thing he loved was Tomb of Dracula, and that he poured his heart into. Everything else, he would just churn it out. He liked the duck too, so anyway, it got to the point where Bill Mantlo came to me. He said, Bill he just wanted work. He'd work with anybody. He came to me, he says, I won't work with Gene Colan anymore. I said, why not? He said, you give me all this, lectures about, you want my plots right, you want the stories right, the writing has to be right. He says, okay, so I do what you say. I do it the way you want. He said, and then you give it to Colan, and he doesn't draw it. He just does, unrelated stuff, just fast. And he said, I can't stand it anymore. Roger Stern, same thing. Did a story with Gene. He said, I'll never work with him again. Claremont wouldn't work with him. Nobody would work with him because what he was doing was he had to churn out so many pages a day. And so if a firecracker went off, he gave it a full page. He did some side of the pencil smoke around the edges. That's a page. And what was starting to happen is that he would do lots of big pictures and then kind of cram the whole story, or what he could of it, into the last page or two, like a whole bunch of little panels. And I kept talking to him. I said, Gene, look, I understand. I'm trying to make it better. And, I'm working on it. But you got to do the job, So anyway, finally, nobody would work with him. Marv had gone to DC. The reason Marv left was because he was a writer-editor, and I was going to not let him. I offered him the richest contract that any writer had ever been offered in comics, and because he wouldn't be a writer-editor, he turned it down and went to DC, where he was not a writer-editor. Why did he want to be a writer-editor? Because Marv also, when he poured his heart into something like Dracula, it could be very good. Some of the stuff that he did, it's just to pay the rent stuff, and he did just kind of, churned it out. And I didn't want that, and I think that he was afraid that, he's going to have to, do his job. So he went to DC. Colan, no one would work with him. I said, okay, Gene, look, I'll work with you on the Avengers. Okay? Here's the deal. You've got to do the plot I give you. You've got to pace it right. Okay? I don't have to explain it to him. I said, and if anything has to be redrawn, Gene, because he kept like skipping parts of stories or drawing the wrong thing or something. I said, if anything has to be redrawn, I said, for a while, I'll pay you to redraw it, so you won't lose any time. I said, but you got to, and I'm going to try to get you a raise. You're a contract guy, so it's a little harder. But, I'm going to try to get you a raise, doing the best I can, and it's going to get better. We're going to have royalties. It's going to be good. You'll be all right. And so he was working on the Avengers with me and doing okay. And, but, my stuff is very content heavy. So it couldn't go real quick for him. I guess he was feeling like he wasn't making his little quota of pages every day. And so that made him somewhat unhappy. Meanwhile, Wolfman is over at DC, and he's on the phone with Gene all the time saying, oh, come over here, you should work with me, we'll do stuff, So he's getting this, quote, offer from DC all the time, and I'm oppressing him. So finally, I guess DC made him kind of a firm offer, and so he didn't want to leave Marvel, so he called Jim Galton. And he told him, this guy Shooter's a monster. He's doing horrible things to me. You got to get rid of this asshole. And so anyway, Galton gets done with the phone call. He calls me up. He says, who's Gene Colan? And I said, he's an artist. He says, is he good? I said, he's excellent. He's Hall of Fame. I said, but recently he's been kind of churning it out. And I'm trying to work with him. I said, he's mad at me. And he said, well, look, I don't really give a damn. He said, just tell them not to call me, okay? He said, I don't want these people calling me. I said, okay, I'll try to spread the word, So, okay, so anyway, I talked to Gene, and I said, come on, Gene, let's try to work something out here, And so he came in, he made an appointment to see Mike Hobson. He thought Mike Hobson might be my boss, who he was, but he wasn't. So Mike comes and tells me, he says, this guy Gene Colan wants to talk to me. And I said, well, let's talk to him. Or you talk to him. I don't care. And he said, well, I want you to be there. And I said, okay. So Gene comes in, and there I am sitting in Mike's office. And he's like, uh-oh, what are you doing here, And Mike had told me, he said, I'm really good with people. He said, I'm sure I can calm him down. And so he sits down, and he's now gotten the firm offer from DC. And he sits down and he starts listing off his terms. And nothing can be corrected. Anything he delivers is fine as delivered. He gets to pick what he wants to work on. Well, there's terms. And I didn't say a word. And Mike said, he looks at me, and I'm like, I don't know. And Mike said, Gene, I hope it works out for you at DC. And then Gene gets up and storms out. And then he went to DC, and nothing worked out for him there. They did They tried even to shoot from his pencils because nobody could ink his side of the pencil stuff. They tried a couple different projects. Nothing was working. Meanwhile, at Marvel, I had found a way to raise the rates and things were good. And I've been putting in all these programs and stuff. He'd stuck around. He would have been making good royalty money. He wouldn't have had to do 6 or 8 pages a day. But no, he went over there, and for the rest of his life, he hated me. And, okay, I can't imagine doing anything different than what I did. I did the best I could, and no one else would work with him.
One thing that Wolfman, Colin, and I think even Palmer said was that Dracula was supposed to go one more issue, and you cut it off, and they had to redo it to squeeze everything in, and that they were robbed of the issue to close it out the way they wanted to.
Talking about the color comic?
The color comic, yeah.
What year was that canceled?
79 or so?
Yeah, it was during your time, I think.
Okay, well, if it was canceled, it was because it wasn't selling at all. And the vampire craze had died down. Seems to me they did wasn't the last issue 50 or something like that?
50 or 60.
It was 70 issues, I thought.
I don't remember it being closed early. It could be that, it was selling so badly that I was getting pressure from upstairs or something. Usually canceling books was up to me. I mean, I would get pressure because the financial guys say, hey, this book, surely we can do something better than this. It's only selling 130,000 copies. I'd say, yeah, well, that's pretty good, but okay, I'll see what I can do. So I can't imagine doing that to anybody. The last issue of the black and white Dracula, Gene and I did together. It was one of the best jobs he ever did.
Oh, he did beautiful work on the black and white stuff.
Yeah, he did a really great job on that, and it was a good story. And I went right into his wheelhouse. I teed up a good one for him that he liked. There's a Civil War era.
Yeah, I know which one you're talking about. It's beautiful, beautiful work.
Well, he did such a great job on that. It was amazing. And he was, Gene was like really, really good with human people. The guys in the superhero suits, he didn't care about that as much.
Right.
But he really, when you were doing normal people, normal clothes, it was the best. Best.
I agree.
So another one, Roy Thomas said you didn't let him stay on the Conan comic strip, and you wouldn't let him finish Thor 300 just out of spite.
That's horseshit. That's just nonsense. Roy, when Roy's contract, everybody knew I didn't like the idea of writer-editors. Marv wanted to be a writer-editor, I think, because he could, kind of crank stuff out that he didn't care that much about, and he didn't want anybody interfering with that. Roy always gave you his best. He was terrific. I didn't want to lose Roy. I sure didn't want to lose Roy. But he knew I was against the concept of writer-editors, and we had a constant dialogue about that. And he kept, saying, you're going to, not give me the writer-editor status. And I said, Roy, I'm trying to work it out so that you're happy. I'm trying to come up with a situation that you can live with. I said, it can't be the way it is now. I said, but it can be close, What do you mean by that? And I said, well, let me, put together this offer. Let me see what I can do. And so what I did with Roy was I gave him a contract. I sent him a contract offer. This happens over months. I sent him a contract offer that, again, was the best ever offered to anyone. And what I did was I let him do every meaningful aspect of editing, okay, and paid him for it, which as a writer-editor, he wasn't getting paid anything for that. He was just getting some little tiny editorial fee or something. But, I said, design your own covers. You do the letter columns and any other columns you want. Do your own editing and proofreading, stuff like that. I will have someone here look at your books as they go by. And if there's ever anything that they see that they question, I said, they can come to me and I'll call you and we'll work it out. I said, and I'm giving you the highest rate by far. I'm giving you all these benefits, improving the benefits that are built into your contract. just as much as I could give him, because he was Roy and he's good. And so he, after a while, he finally said that he would do it. He'd sign the contract. And then, I don't know, I guess he had other conversations, maybe across town. So then he changed his mind. He decided he wasn't going to. So, and he at one point called Galton and tried to, go over my head, threatened that wherever he went, he would take Conan with him, stuff like that. And so finally, he wanted a meeting with Galton. And so Galton calls me and he says, Roy wants to meet with me. He says, I want you to be here. I said, okay. So when Roy walks in, he sees me there with Galton. It's just like Colan with Hobson. And he's like, what's he doing here? So anyway, we sit down and Galton's saying, well, what's up, Roy? What's the problem here? And so we're talking. And Roy said that he reconsidered and he was going to sign the contract. And it was fine. It was fair. And so Galton looks at me like, this is the most reasonable man on earth. Why couldn't you make a deal with him? And so I'm like, okay. He said, why don't you two go downstairs and sign a contract? And then Roy says, well, there's one thing. He says, I'm also going to be working for DC at the same time. He says, so I'll do certain things for Marvel, and then I'm going to do certain things for DC. And Galton said, he says, I should send you a bill for my time. He said, you just wasted an hour of my time. It's goodbye. And after he left, Galton closed the door and he said, I will never doubt you again. Okay? That's great, thanks. So anyway, that's Roy. Roy was over at DC. That didn't work out so well. Later, Roy came back. And he said he wanted to work at Marvel again. I said, come right in. Come on in. And it wasn't that I didn't let him finish anything or whatever. I mean, he had stuff that was late. Maybe he didn't get to do something because it was late. I don't know. I don't remember. But I didn't do anything to him. I certainly didn't kill his dog. None of that. Things that Roy did as a writer-editor that were troubling was, in Savage Sword, he did like columns, and sometimes they were like kind of all about him, real personal, ran pictures of him and his girlfriend and stuff. And so when Galton was saying, what's wrong with what Roy does, I showed him that. He says, this is unprofessional. I said, yeah, I mean, it's like he's doing his fanzine days again. And another thing he did was when he would get late, he would have other people, he'd have Don Glued or somebody write his story. And I'm paying for Don Glued. I'm paying Roy Thomas rates to get Don Glued. And he would say, oh, well, I touch it up. So that's why it should be my rate. He had a girlfriend named, I think, Claire Noto. And she ended up, she borrowed some money from him. And so he let her work it off, writing stories. She wasn't even a writer. I'm like, no. And so I showed Galton this stuff. And I said, this is what I'm up against here, And he said, well, that's not good. He said, you can't let this guy, have that much control. I said, fine. That's what I think. I think give him meaningful control. Only I can, overrule him. And, and that, like I said, it was okay for a while, but by that time he'd made a deal to do stuff for DC. So, okay. And he comes back and he wanted to come back to Marvel, and I welcomed him in. And I have a letter from him. I think I ran part of it in my blog, which says how pleased he is and how agreeable it was to be back at Marvel again. And even Roy always used to tell people, even when he hated me, he would tell people, Jim's good about the money, and I was, because money,
Yeah.
Thing. Since then, I've done, I did an interview for one of his magazines, Alter Egos. I've been on stage with him a couple times. We get along fine. We see each other at conventions and stuff. Everybody reads the article where Roy condemns me, and no one gets the retraction, or it's okay now, all clear. So, but Roy and I get along. We don't see eye to eye on everything, and why would we? But
it's hard. You're in a difficult position, and I appreciate that, and I appreciate you answering these.
You always hear about the guy complaining. You don't hear about him coming back. Englehart came back. I didn't fire Englehart. He quit when Jerry was there. But he came back. You know, I mean, everybody, a lot of people turned up that you know, at one point didn't like me and then came back. McGregor was let go by Archie. And when Archie was gone and I was there, Don came back looking for work. And I gave him some. And he wouldn't do it right. He kept doing, you know, stories that just almost didn't bear any resemblance to what was in the art. Don, what are you doing, you know? I even, when he was broke, I loaned him money. Gave him money. You know, I mean, I did everything I could for the guy. But, you know, I guess if I was not going to just let him do what he wanted to do, then that wasn't good enough.
What about Doug Mensch?
Mensch. Doug, when I started as editor, Doug had been, like everyone else, all the writers are kind of their own editors. So all of a sudden now he has to send plots to me, and I call him up and ask him questions about the plots and stuff. And usually his plots were usually fine. And his scripts were usually fine too, except that Doug would overwrite. Like usually in a regular panel, if you get up above 40 words, you're pushing it. You know, I'm not saying you can't. I'm just saying, you know, you want to keep it, you know, the amount of copy fairly light. Doug was writing, he would have a ninth of a page panel with Shang-Chi in it. And he would write 80 words for Shang-Chi to say. That would cover Shang-Chi down to his feet. Okay? So I'd call him up. I'd say, Doug, you know, got a problem with this because this, you know, it's too much copy. Can you cut some? And he'd argue with me. No, it's perfect. I said, it doesn't fit the art. Doug, you know, what am I supposed to do? He says, don't touch it. Leave it alone. It's perfect. And that was his attitude. It was always like, you know, I'd say, what about this? And he'd say, no, I think it's fine. So anyway, and he was doing at that time, he was doing that 6-part Master of Kung Fu thing where it featured Jack Black Tar and different character each issue, and it culminated with Shang-Chi versus Fu Manchu.
This was Paul Galassi.
Yeah, Paul Galassi.
When he was still on there. Yeah.
Galassi. But yeah, and Paul's art was gorgeous. And I mean, Doug was covering it up. He was way covering it up. The story was so good, and the writing was good too, but it was too much of it. It was so good, and I would call Doug, and he'd yell at me, he'd swear at me, and I finally said, then I'm not going to call you anymore. You know, so the stuff would come in, and I would have panels inked without copy, shot down, finish the art to the edges to make room for Doug's balloon. I would carefully cut copy here and there, careful not to change the meaning. I was doing every trick I could. I would have the balloon go outside the panel border. I'd do everything I could to preserve Paul's art and preserve Doug's story because I loved it. It was a good story.
It's a good story.
And I gave that book more care and more work because it was that good. Doug won like an Eagle Award or something for that. I'm sure that he thinks if I didn't touch it, he would have won the Pulitzer. But the fact is that it was a good story. I worked with it the best I could. I preserved as much Paul Galassi artwork as I could, and he hated me for it. Okay, so anyway, then years later, I mean, I thought he was a decent writer, and he kept doing Kung Fu. I don't know what else he did.
Moon Knight.
Did Moon Knight. It was okay. And he had pretty good editors on Kung Fu and Moon Knight. I think O'Neal was on Moon Knight. And he liked I mean, O'Neal came up with some of that Moon Knight stuff. Fist of whatever, Greek, Egyptian god, Fist of Horus.
Khonshu.
Whatever. Anyway, okay, so Doug's working on Kung Fu, and like I said, I get pressure once in a while to cancel books. And so the 3 bottom books were Dazzler, Ghost Rider, and Master of Kung Fu. Master of Kung Fu was the lowest. All of our books sold over 100,000. Master Kung Fu was probably 105,000, somewhere in there. Not much.
Is this when Gene Day was doing it?
Yeah, it was when Gene Day was doing it. And so Dazzler and Ghost Rider weren't doing much better. I'm getting a lot of pressure from Barry Kaplan saying, come on, all these other books are selling 200,000. Your line average is 300,000. Line average. And he said, well, why are we keeping these turkeys? Make something new that sells better. So I get a lot of heat from him, and of course he's talking to Galton and getting some heat from the circulation guy. Why don't you cancel this dog? They gave me that same song and dance for Daredevil, and I said, no, this Miller guy is just starting out, and he's taking off, and this is going to be good. I've won that fight. I said, no, we're staying with this guy because he's going to turn this around, and he did.
And you worked with him a little bit, didn't you? I mean, in terms of developing him as an artist.
Yeah, I gave him his first superhero gig. He actually had a 1-page war job from DC and a 5-page Wheeling in the Chopper bunch from what's his name, Wally Green over at Gold Key, Whitman, whatever. And I gave him a 5-page tryout, which he botched. It was terrible. I said, well, I'll pay you for this, but we can't use you. And he's like, give me another chance, And so I said, all right, I'll give you one more. I said, but this time you have to listen to what I'm telling you about telling the story and telling it clearly and stuff. And so I gave him the lecture and I gave him another story, and he did what I told him. And then for a while I made him work in the Kirby grid and, keep it, real straightforward. And then he started to get them, to understand it. And he started becoming great. And all of a sudden I'm learning from him. He's doing all this wonderful stuff. Anyway, so I won that fight, and we kept Daredevil because I knew that he was going to turn it around. So I called Doug because I got Ghost Rider. Kind of nobody cared about because I was the only person there that ever ridden a motorcycle, and no one else wanted to do it. And I did it for a while, but I couldn't keep up because I was editor-in-chief. Dazzler had kind of run its course. And again, Chris liked to use her in X-Men, but most Archie wrote it for a while. It was one of the best books we had for a while when Archie was writing. But it had kind of run its course. So anyway, that leaves Master Kung Fu, and everybody liked Master Kung Fu. It was like it was one of the first books people would read when the bundle came. So I called Doug. I said, look, Doug, I'm getting a lot of heat, a lot of pressure. They're going to force me to cancel this. Oh, what do you mean? You can't cancel it? And I said, well, yeah, I can, but I don't want to, And I said, here's what we got to do. I said, you got to help come up with something that I can go to them and say, just like I said with Daredevil, this Miller kid is a genius. He's getting better every day. It's going to be okay. I have to have something to tell them. I say, oh, we're going to do this new thing, or we're going to, we have this great storyline coming up, or we have to make some move that I can pitch and say, that's why we need to hang on to this. And I said, I'll buy us another 6 months or a year, and then, maybe we can promote it more, maybe pick it up, whatever. And he said, I don't want to change anything. And I said, well, we talk, come up something that I can pitch and give them as a reason. And he wouldn't do it. He said, nope, it's just fine the way it is. And I said, well, I'm afraid it's going to be canceled then. So I had to cancel it, and I did. And Gene Day was very, was not happy. I mean, he loved Kung Fu. And I also found out that he loved Indiana Jones and he loved Star Wars, both of which, I don't know who was editing Star Wars, but Louise Simonson was editing Indiana Jones. Yeah. And so the same time I called him to tell him that we're going to cancel Kung Fu, he said, well, what am I going to do? And I said, how would you like to, instead of penciling and inking Kung Fu, I can't remember which one, pencil one of those two and ink the other, Raiders and Star Wars. And he was thrilled. It's great. And P.S., that would have just about quintupled his income. So, he wasn't unhappy with me. You know, I mean, I know he wanted to work with Doug. He liked Doug, so he ended up doing some stuff at DC with Doug. Fine. And then he started on Star Wars and Indiana Jones, and then he passed away. You know, and that gets blamed on me too.
I've read that, and which is outrageous. I mean, that's one of the ones that you can't. Nobody in there can. And even your critics have said no. That's not true.
No, it wasn't true at all. I had nothing to do. I mean, the way Dave Sim tells the story is it's totally fiction, Dave. You said, oh, we made him work all night with the heat off and it was freezing.
Sleeping on the floor with no blanket. It was,
yeah. You know, I always left the door to my office open. I had a big 7-foot couch. If anybody had to work late or if they're doing an all-nighter or a jam or something, they could come in and crash on my couch. And also Mike Hobson had a couch. They could crash on his couch. I made sure he left his door open too. And so at night, and it was warm. We had control over our own HVAC. They don't turn the heat off at night in big office buildings. They, you know, it was nonsense. And when people came to town, I put them up in good hotels. They stayed in nice hotels. The only time Gene Day ever stayed in a bad hotel was because Denny picked it. Denny picked the Gramercy Hotel, and Gene the next day was saying, that hotel room's kind of creepy. I said, what? And he said, where are you? It's Gramercy Hotel. He's telling me like it's a wet spot in the carpet and, you know, it seem clean. So I had my secretary get him in a good hotel right away. Send some interns over there to get his bags and stuff. You know, I mean, so he spent one night in a not good hotel, but that was Denny. And I said, Denny, why'd you put him in this hotel? And he said, well, it's a historical hotel and great, you know, writers have stayed there. And well, yeah, it's not now. It's not a very good place now. Anyway, so, you know, I had no problem with Gene. And when he passed away, and a lot of it was blamed on me, and then it came up in my blog and everybody's asking these kind of questions. Gene's brother, Dan, wrote to my blog and said, no, Jim didn't. That's, you know, Gene was sick. You know, all that other stuff they say isn't true. And, you know, it had nothing to do with Gene's death.
Just as I raised with the Hank Pym thing, my divorce lawyer, I will do it here and say that my experience is no side is completely one. It's nothing. Everything has two sides. And I think that you probably get the raw deal on that to some degree on some of these things, and that it's complicated.
I think you're wrong because, see, people like you, what happens is there's a disagreement, all right? Okay, like I had one with Howard Chaykin.
For Your Eyes Only.
Is that the one with the skis?
Yep.
The one with the skiing, yeah, okay. So I had disagreement with him. And so Louise, who was friendly with Howard and, you know, like me, we got along. So Howard's, you know, ranting and raving to everyone. And Louise came to my office and she said, I know what the problem is. She said, you're both so bullheaded. He's probably, you know, he says this, you say that. It's probably somewhere in the middle. And I said, Louise, that's how the bad guys win. I said, because people like you always say, oh, it's something in the middle. We'll split the difference. And I said, so they've already won 50% right there. I said, he's all wrong. He's entirely wrong. You know, and you know, but he'll tell it a different way, and then you split the difference. And so I come out, you know, as half bad guy. No, he was all wrong. And if you ever want to hear a story, I'll tell you.
No, that's interesting because Ditko is kind of like that. It's like there's no gray. It's.
What I'm saying is, if one person is really right and the other person is lying or erring in their favor, the person who is right will never get credit for being right.
Right. No, I get that. It pollutes it by doing this 50% thing. Yeah.
So Jim Mooney was 100% wrong. Steve Gerber is 100% wrong. Howard Chaykin's 100% wrong. Mike Plug is 100% wrong. George Perez is 100% wrong. Pat Broderick is 100% wrong. I mean, they all left and said it's partly because of their dealings with you.
Well, I don't. Well, first of all, George, when he left, he wrote me a nice long letter. We were good friends. I'm going to his house, parties, you know, hung out. And when he left, he wrote me like a long letter saying that he was really sorry to go, but DC had offered him the Justice League, and it was his childhood dream, and really kind of you know, an apology. And I said, God bless you, you know, go, George, you know, follow your heart, man. And you know, and If you ever want to come back, we're here. And so he went over there and he ended up not doing the Justice League. He ended up doing Titans, which worked out pretty well.
Yeah.
But George didn't leave Marvel because of any enmity with me. We were buddies. And the only time we had a problem was when they were lying to him during the Superman Spider-Man book.
I thought it was the JLA Avengers, or at least he said JLA Avengers.
It was the JLA Avengers. And that was because they were lying to him. And the other names, Plug had a problem with me because he was going to do this book called Weird World magazine. And I explained to him, this is back when the work for hire stuff started. You had to sign a work for hire document. So I explained to Mike, you have to sign this document, Mike. I'm sorry, that's the way it is. And so he said, okay, yeah, sure, send it to me, So I sent it to him. And he starts work and he's sending in vouchers. And I don't get the thing back. And I called him. I kept calling. Oh, yeah, I forgot. I'll send it tomorrow, So this goes on for a while. Now we paid him a whole bunch of money, and I don't even have any pages. I've been taking his word for it. And, and finally I called him up and I said, Mike, if you stop work, because if you're not going to sign this, we can't do it. I said, it's not up to me. I said, dude, this is the law now, and Marvel is going to insist on this. And he just wouldn't do it. And so Marvel actually, the Marvel lawyers, I reported this to my boss, and the Marvel lawyers got in touch with him and I guess made threatening noises or something. I don't know. I wasn't there. And he actually sent in the pages. And so, he got paid. We got pages that we couldn't use. And I had Buscema draw the book. If he hates me for that, okay. I think I've seen him since then, and I don't think he had any grudge against me that I could tell. And if in any of those cases that you cite, if I did something wrong, I'll tell you. But I can tell you the story on each one. And I think if you were sitting next to me the whole time, you'd say, yeah, well, that's reasonable. I wasn't out to get anybody.
I was saying that maybe it's just people have different perspectives, but that was the part that you took some exception to.
It could be. What did I do to Byrne? But he I told him he couldn't do certain things. When he wanted to do this or he wanted to do that, and I said, no.
You notice he wasn't on my list.
Yeah, but but he hates me. He'll talk about it in his forum. He accused me of foisting Terry Austin on him. He said that he wanted to keep Sam Granger when he started the X-Men, and that no, Shooter, wanted to stick him with this guy Terry Austin. Well, first of all, when Terry was doing the book at first, John loved it. 1, 2, I wasn't the editor-in-chief at that time. Archie was. I had nothing to do with picking Terry over Granger. It wasn't my call, but he will tell you confidently that Jim Shooter screwed him on the inks. I thought the stuff looked good.
I did too.
Oh yeah, Terry Austin's like a very celebrated inker.
Yeah, really, he's an amazing guy. Anyway, he was doing Sonic the Hedgehog for Archie Comics. Last time I heard.
Coming up with New Universe, I understand that it's a side universe and a different reality and an opportunity to create kind of another brand at Marvel. Question I have is it true in that you actually, I find it hard to believe, but is it true that you wanted to actually destroy the Marvel universe to create the new universe?
No. What's happening is about 2 years before our 25th anniversary, I proposed an idea. They were talking about the PR person had organized a meeting for all the executives to talk about what we should do for our 25th anniversary. Now, years before that, when Jeanette Kahn first became publisher of DC, she had a party at her house, and I was one of the people she invited. And she didn't know much about comics or anything like that. And she said, "Oh, you're supposed to be like the comics guru. What should I do?" And I said, "Nuke it to the ground and start over." I said, "Here's what you do. In January, you announce the DC universe ends in the month of May." I said, or pick a month, doesn't matter. I said, and then each month you build toward the end of the universe, and ended. Every book, every single thing, gone. All right? And then the next month, you start with all number ones, but you don't do all of them. You do the big characters first, add slowly, and keep what's good. Keep everything that's good. Get rid of everything that's dumb. Don't have them in made-up cities. You do try to have continuity. Just keep it, try to make it, better. I said, first of all, you sell it crazy for 6 months. And then that number one, boom. And if it's any good, it'll keep selling. It'll go way up. I said, I've just given you the formula to beat Marvel, And she later told me that Jerry Conway also suggested something very similar. All right, so here I am at this meeting, talk about the 25th anniversary. And so these executives, like most of them, have never opened a comic book in their lives. And so they're coming up with ideas like, well, we could do a coffee table book. And yes, that's pretty thrilling. So then it comes to me. Well, Jim, what do you got, And the first thing I said is the DC plan. End it, start it again. Don't have Iron Man's origin in Vietnam. Don't have the Fantastic Four, in the Mercury program. Like update, smooth it out. Don't, get the stories like Hercules towing Manhattan out to sea out of the continuity. Get the story where Bill Mantlo had a rocket taking off and the rocket goes down because there was nothing, they moved the floor out and there was nothing to push against. Stuff like that. I said, just get rid of the dumb stuff and do it again. And then eventually they did with the Ultimates and did
I see.
The Ultimates. And everybody shouted me down. The circulation guy says, we're outselling DC 4.5 to 1. It ain't broke. Don't fix it. And the financial guy and the president saying, oh, well, I don't know. That sounds, I'm saying it would be a killer. We would sell like crazy this 6 months. We'd have huge sales on number ones, And they said, no. All right, fine. What else you got? I said, well, it's to celebrate the creation of the universe. Let's create another one. And they said, oh, yeah, we like that, So walked out of that room with a big budget just for development, just for developing the characters, and guaranteed royalties and a marketing budget, all kinds of things that would be useful to get it started. Because how are you going to get Walt Simonson to leave Thor and do something new unless you can guarantee he won't lose any income? Because this might not work. Who knows? Thor works. This new thing might not. So anyway, they all liked that. And so I went downstairs and told the guys and that we were going to start on it. Well, rumors spread like crazy. Oh, Jim wanted to destroy the Marvel Universe. Well, it was an idea. Well, but it was shouted down immediately. It's not like I was plotting, conniving to do this. Anyway, so New Universe, about 2 weeks after that whole budget and everything was approved, Galton calls me up to his office. And he says, that budget you have, how much have you spent? I said, I don't know, $10,000, something like that. He said, don't spend another penny. I don't want to spend another nickel on this. I said, you mean you don't want us to do it? He said, no, you just have to do it on staff. Because they had just decided to sell the company and they didn't want to invest a penny in anything.
I see.
And there's another couple of stories about not investing a penny. They're really amazing. But at any rate, so he says, nope, I don't want to spend a penny. You have to do it on staff. So if you look at the credits, who did the work? Me, Archie Goodwin, and mostly assistant editors, because they're the only ones who would just stay after work and help me for free, and so you see a lot of assistant editors' names in the credits, and they did pretty good, but we had no guaranteed royalties, we had no special rates, we had nothing like that.
Right. And so it wasn't as good as it could have been.
No, not by a long shot, man. I mean, if I had been able to have that budget and get good artists and do good promotion and stuff. I mean, Archie was a hero. He created a bunch of stuff and he wrote some stories and they were great. But we just, we basically the artists we got were people who couldn't get any other work that week, and a few good ones. John Romita Jr. Came to me and he said, you have an artist for your book? And I was writing one. And I said, no. He said, I want to draw your book. And I said, John, this is going to fail. I said, it's just ridiculous. I said, they took away all our support. I said, you'd have to give something up. And why would you give up something that's making a lot of money? He said, I don't care. I want to do your book. So anyway, that's a favor to me. So I said, all right, okay. Gave up. I don't know what he gave up. I don't know. Iron Man, X-Men, something. I don't know. He gave something up. And then that same day, Al Williamson calls me. And he says, hey, JR's drawing your book. He said, I want to ink it. I said, you guys are nuts, And he said, no, I want to ink your book. I said, okay. So at least Starbrand had great art. And that wasn't because I used clout. That was because 2 guys volunteered.
Right. Yeah, I like the art in Starbrand.
And we had a couple of guys that turned out to be good, but they were new at the time. Will Sportaccio, for instance. But he was like kind of brand new. I mean, relatively new. And Mark Teixeira. He also started out, he wasn't fully developed yet. So we had some good guys, and then they grew up later, but it was too late. And it just was, and about that time is about the time I was leaving anyway. So I think I was there for 6 or 7 issues of Starbrand.
Was Jim Galton the one that fired you then?
Yeah, he was the only one who could.
I see. So there was a breakdown in your guys' relationship, because it sounds like there was a good professional relationship for a long time. It broke down. And it sounds like it was because they were doing some kind of weird, shady things corporate-wise during the sale to New World Cinema, I think.
It was New World Pictures, and then they changed their name to New World Entertainment after they bought it.
And during that, and when you called them out on it, they then decided, let's nix this guy.
They're stripping away programs. They're stiffing guys on foreign royalties. They're doing all this stuff. And I talked to Kaplan. I said, how come you're not paying Walt? He says, we might pay him if he shows up with a lawyer. I said, what are you doing to me? He said, look, they're going to not pay anything they don't really have to pay, and so just forget it. It's not happening. And I said, oh man. So there were other things like that too. And so I railed at these people. I went to Galton 100 times. I was arguing all the time. And like I said, I only won one fight. That was the royalty fight. So finally it got to the point where it was just like November, maybe the middle of November, something like that. I wrote my resignation letter. I went up and I handed it to Galton. And he reads it and he goes, no, you can't leave. And I said, well, why would I stay? And so we sit down, and for the first time, instead of having a screaming argument, we talked about it. I said, look, these people, they signed up to do this job expecting to get that royalty. You can't not give it to them. He's like, yeah, well, you gotta, you understand it's the board, and they expect me to have certain revenues, and I've got to shave everything I can, and this. And I'm like, I said, that's just not right. I said, I can't work here. If this is what it's going to be, I'm not going to work here. And he said, no, you can't leave. And see, I didn't realize I was a key man, that they needed me there. I could squelch the whole deal. And he said, I promise you, I guarantee you that the day this sale is completed, he said, once it's done, all that stuff will be fixed. He said, guarantee it. Now, Galton had never lied to me before, and he had stood up for me a couple times. Okay? No, he didn't read comics. He didn't know comics. He wasn't terribly useful in the publishing world. But, he'd always, I thought, played fair, I said, all right, I'll stay. So I stayed. The deal was signed on like January 4th or something like that. So the deal is signed. And I went up to his office and walked in. I said, our deal closed. I said, when can we start, setting things right? And he said, and I quote, fuck you. That's what he said. Well, I could have thrown him out the window. I thought that probably wouldn't work out too well. So I shrugged, walked downstairs, started a resignation letter again. And then I stopped. And I changed, I put that away, and I wrote a letter to the new owners, telling them where the bodies were buried.
Telling them where the bodies were buried. Interesting.
Yeah, telling them this is what these people are doing, and this is why it's evil, and this is how they cheated you, right? on this sale by artificially inflating the bottom line by stiffing people and stuff. So I sent it, and I get a call from Bob Ramey, and that's when he comes in and he throws the Dark Knight book on me. He's like, "Well, you're so hot. How come you haven't done this?" And I said, "Okay, I will." He also told me at that meeting. He said, "I'm going to look into some of this stuff." Good. So I'm working on my stuff, doing the best I can, spending a lot of time upstairs still arguing. And also, New World kept asking me to come out to LA because they were interested in developing comic book character movies. And they needed me because they didn't know the characters. So I was spending a lot of time out there, not much back at my desk. And then they had one of these team building things, 3-day, and I was the only person from Marvel who was invited. I'm doing that. And finally, called in by Hobson, and he said, "You're going to be fired." He said, "I don't have the authority to do it." He said, "So you're going to have to go upstairs to see Galton." And I said, "Okay." So I walk upstairs, and Galton fires me, and I left. And then I get a call, or I went back down, and I get a call from Bob Ramey. And he says, I think the next day, he said, "Get on a plane, come out here, I want to talk to you." I said, "Okay." So on Marvel's tab, I flew to LA, and I met with Bob Ramey the next day in his office. And he said, "I looked into everything you said." He said, "And you were entirely right." He said, "These people are thieves, they're scoundrels. They're also lightweights." He said, they don't know their own business. He said, "I've talked to all of them." He said, "This is probably the worst crew of executives ever assembled." He said, "Here's my problem." He said, "If I keep you and fire all of them, how am I going to explain to my shareholders that I just bought a company that was run by crooks?" He said, "If I fired you, okay, that eases the trouble there for a little while." He said, "And we'll filter our people in there. We'll get rid of these people one at a time." He said, "Meanwhile, with you," he said, "you know what happens in Hollywood when like a studio exec is fired?" I said, "No." He said, "What we do," he says, the studio exec is then set up in his own company to produce movies, and the studio that fired him distributes the movies and has a share of the intellectual property and so forth. He says, "That's what we're going to do with you." He said, we're going to get you an office, get you all the staff you need, and you're going to make comics." He said, "Marvel will, you can even handle the printing." He said, "Marvel will distribute them, and we'll own part of what you do, and you own it or you do whatever you want for the rest of it." I said, "Oh, that sounds all right. Okay." So I go back, and then when Galton hears about this plan, he just dug his heels in, and he kept fighting it and fighting it and fighting it because I had ratted him out. He wanted me dead, and it wasn't important enough to Ramey to really go to war over it. So after a couple weeks of arguing, he finally said, "All right, then fine, the hell with it." So they just fired me, and I was fired.
Then in 1987 to 1989, New World owns Marvel, and then in 1989 there was basically some bidding war. You had actually did some fundraising or money raising to actually then purchase Marvel back, but then Perlman's people, the Revlon people, who were the next corporate owners, basically ended up winning the bid. First, what did you do right after Marvel?
Well, first I had a couple of the Marvel editors. Most of them liked me, and a couple of them offered me work. One wanted me to do a Hulk graphic novel. Jim Salicrup needed a Spider-Man fill-in right away. So I wrote a plot for the novel. I wrote this issue of Spider-Man. It was drawn by Jim Starlin. I mean, I thought, well, all right, fine, I'll just be a writer. Good. But Salicrup had all this stuff he wanted me to do. And then after this first Spider-Man book was on its way to the printer or something, Salicrup called me up. He said, "I can't give you any work I said, why not? He said, they won't let me. He said, you're not welcome here. DeFalco, the Hulk plot I sent to the editor, comes back from DeFalco with a little note saying that it was rejected.
What was DeFalco your friend through this?
Well, the funny thing is, like, DeFalco was kind of my second in command. He was really good at getting books on time, and so he and Virginia Ramita, kind of helped the other editors. I mean, his motto was 4 in the drawer. He would have like 4 months worth of books done in the drawer, and that was good. And so he was trying to tell other people how he did it and stuff. And his office was right next to mine, so we were always talking and stuff. So anyway, they took him out to lunch the day they were going to fire me, and he comes back. He was the first person to tell me. He comes back. He says, they're going to fire you. I said, I figured it. It figures. So he said, I don't know what to do. I said, take the job. Fine, go. And so then I go upstairs and get fired. At any rate, so the first 2 weeks, every day he calls me. And he's like, I feel like I'm sitting in your chair. I don't know what to do. What do we do about this? What do we do about that? And he says, this is your office. This isn't my office. He says, I don't belong here. And I'm like, Tom, you're going to do fine. If you just, if it feels right, do it. I said, just don't worry about it. So then about 2 weeks in, I get a call from Stan. And Stan is just, I mean, he was good at trying to make you feel good and stuff like that. He said, I think you were the best we ever had.
Okay, so he actually gave you like a condolence call in a way.
Yeah, condolence. He says, I'm so sorry this happened. He said, I really wish it hadn't. He said, you're the best we ever had, and really sad. So then, hang up with Stan. 10 minutes later, the phone rings, and it's DeFalco. He said, I just got a call from Stan, and he's encouraging me and telling me, you're going to do fine, and Stan thinks I can do it, and I said, oh, good, we'll do it, So after that, he never called me anymore.
DeFalco did it?
DeFalco didn't call me. And that's when I get the rejected plot, and I'm told no more Spider-Man, and I'm told, this and that. And then I wrote this guy named Steve Massarsky got the rights to all live action performance by Marvel characters. $12,500 a year. That's how stupid these people upstairs were. All Marvel characters. All live action rights, 2 years, $25,000. They thought they were stealing the money. They didn't understand the value of the property, So when he was making this deal with Marvel to do this arena show, this is what he wanted to do, a live action arena show. I was talking to one good licensing person they had, Doug McKenzie, who actually knew at least who the characters were. And he said to Doug, he said, the thing is, he said, I want to do this. He said, but who am I going to get to write it? He said, I don't know any writers that write, this kind of stuff. Mackenzie says, we have this genius editor-in-chief, as soon as we sign this deal, I'll hook you up with him. He'll get you the right guys. No problem. Everything's fine. So Massarsky comes in and signs the deal, and he says, I want to meet this editor-in-chief of yours. And Mackenzie said, he just got fired. And Massarsky says, what am I going to do? And he said, Mackenzie says, hire him to do it. He says, if Jim writes it, all the characters will be fine.
Oh, cool.
Because, he knows it better than anybody. And so Massarsky calls me. We ended up writing this arena show, right? It's a substantial arena show. I told him I didn't want to do it because arena shows are stupid. But he said, no, I want to do the Wizard of Oz of arena shows. I said, okay, that I can do. And so I wrote it. MCA Universal put up $1 million right away, and they said they wanted to do it as a feature film, and I told them how screwed up the film rights were. I said, no, you can't do that. There's a legal tangle because these people don't know. Joe Calamari thought Spectacular Spider-Man and Amazing Spider-Man were two different characters, so he liked, stuff like that. He forgot that he didn't know that Iron Man was in the Avengers, so he licenses Iron Man and he licenses the Avengers for $5,000 for the film rights. Each. All right. So anyway, I write this thing. MCA Universal loved it, and I said, no, you can't do it. And they said, well, great. Well, we're going to have it play in all our amphitheaters. and we'll have the music rights, and blah, 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 blah. Massarsky still needed to raise $2.5 million to mount the show. So, meanwhile, he sent my script to Marvel for approval. Doug McKenzie sent it to DeFalco. DeFalco rejects it.
Oh, gosh.
McKenzie calls, says, boy, this guy rejected it. I can't believe it. Massarsky says, why don't we have a meeting with him? So it was DeFalco, Gruenwald, Doug McKenzie, me, and Massarsky in my old office.
Wow.
And so Massarsky says, well, what's the problem with this? And DeFalco says, oh, well, this character isn't introduced. And I said, read page 14, And he kept coming up with stuff like that. Well, you haven't established his powers. I said, look at the beginning. He picks up a car, All this stuff. And he's wrong on everything. Everything he pointed out is wrong. And I showed him the page. Here, right? It's there, And finally, Massarsky says, he says, Tom, he said, it's not your job to figure out the staging or whether or not the characters, you're not here to judge the play. You're here to tell if the Marvel characters are wrongly represented. He said, well, they are. How so? He says, well, you have somebody say that Spider-Man, they saw Spider-Man pick up a bus. Spider-Man can't pick up a bus. I said, for the last 10 years, on the intro panel of the Spider-Man newspaper strip, written by Stan Lee and drawn by John Romita, in the intro panel, he picks up a bus for 10 years. Are you telling me that Stan and John don't know what Spider-Man can do? Well, I don't think he can pick up a bus. I said, I'll make it a car. Is he happy? Picks up a car. So then he says, there's this character, the Maestra, and she sees Dr. Doom's face. And she doesn't recoil in horror. I said, no, she's in love with him, And he's like, no, everybody recoils in horror when they see his face. And I said, you gonna tell him, Mark, or am I? And we started to list all the people who've seen Doom's face, Sue Storm and others, can't remember right now, but they're a whole bunch. And did not recoil in horror, And so Thomas, he says, is that right, Mark? Well, I thought everybody recoiled in horror. And Mark says, well, maybe they did between panels.
I see. So was he being friendly toward you in this meeting?
No, he was being a prick.
And what was this driven by Galton still, or was this just him?
I think it was him. I think there were two things going on there, and that's total speculation on my part. Number one, I think he felt there was a danger that they might want me back. Okay, he wasn't feeling real secure. Number two, as long as I was hanging around writing stories and stuff, like I'm on tap, I could be brought back. And I think that had a lot to do with it. He just wanted me to be far away, and have nothing to do with it. At the end of this little meeting, after I said to Tom, I said, not only does she not recoil in horror, not only does everyone not recoil in horror, I said, you're here to judge the Marvel characters. That's my character. She does what I say. I invented her. And if I say she doesn't recoil in horror, she doesn't recoil in horror.
Yeah, that's good.
Mackenzie said, I think this meeting is done. He took us and walked me and Massarsky upstairs and signed the approval. He said, I will never show anything to that asshole again. So another Pyrrhic victory for me. I get a lot of them.
Oh.
Yeah, but so anyway, and then ever since then, he's, he keeps trying to friend me on Facebook and stuff, or, LinkedIn, and it's not like I hate him or anything. I don't think about him at all. I can't think of a reason to do that.
Then you had raised money to...
Oh, yeah, what I did was, I knew that they were going to sell Marvel. They had to, because I was keeping track of them in the trades. They were losing. The corporation, New World Entertainment, was losing $1 million a day. The only thing they had was saleable was Marvel. So I got together with some people at Chase Bank, and we put out a feeler. And they said it will never be for sale. And then 2 weeks later, they called us up and said we're having an auction. And so I got a team together: Massarsky, a lawyer, Winston Folks, a retired Time Incorporated senior financial officer, and Chase was going to be our lender. We got a venture capital company to put up, I think, $15 million of cash, and we were ready, and we bid $81 million. We were the only bidder, There were 9 people who started out in the auction and 8 dropped out. We were the only bidder. And so we thought we won for 2 weeks. Perlman was an insider at the selling company. If you're an insider at the selling company, you need an arm's length bid to also be a buyer. So we bid 81, he bid 82 and a half. And as a seller, he could also be a buyer because he had an arm's length bid. So we were just a stalking horse, the whole time. Cost us a bunch of time and some money, but we never had a chance really.
So then, did the money for that then was used to found Voyager Communications and Valiant Comics? Was that the same money?
No, I mean, Chase Bank is not going to lend money for a startup, and venture people don't like startups either. But we finally found somebody who was willing to put up a million and $1,125,000. And that was all they would put up. So we started Valiant on a shoestring and did pretty good eventually. Massarsky was a lawyer. He also started dating the venture capital lady who funded us. All of a sudden, he's her partner, not Michael. They had me outvoted on the board. So Massarsky decides we're not going to do Jim's superheroes because I had licensed the gold key characters.
Yeah, the gold key characters. Because before that, it was Nintendo and WWF licensed characters.
Because Massarsky was the entertainment lawyer for Nintendo. And he didn't care about the comics. He didn't have any faith. So he made a deal with himself. He was on both sides of the table.
Okay.
And he got a nice fat fee for doing that from us. And he never had any faith that this was going to go anywhere.
Yeah.
He was trying to get as much money out as he could.
This is money.
All of a sudden, I'm doing Nintendo comics. And I would have quit, except if I quit, then the people I'd hired, who were friends of mine, they couldn't get a job because I was blacklisted. If they worked for me, they're blacklisted.
Yeah.
So J.J. Jackson, Don Perlin, Debbie Fix, a few others, they'd be out on the street, no job and couldn't get one. So I thought, let me just make this work, make a bunch of money, and then I'll be able to raise money to buy these turkeys out.
Mm-hmm.
And because all they want is money. So Nintendo failed. And then guess who else Massarsky represented? World Wrestling. So I'm doing wrestling comics, which, and we gave our best to each of those. I was trying to make some money so I could raise money to buy them out. But those were not likely to succeed. And so, the bottom line is that we went through our small capitalization, and now we're over our limit, which means we're technically vulnerable to them calling a default. And so they were, to some extent, micromanaging. But at least I got to do with my superheroes, and since they didn't know anything about comics, I got pretty much left alone.
Yeah, with the gold key ones.
Yeah, with the gold key and then the ones I created.
Harbinger, right? You created that.
I created all of them.
Yeah.
I mean, I had more to do with, I had a lot more input on, like, say, Shadow Man, because David Lapham was interested in doing that.
Yeah.
He have a lot of input. And I think J.J. Jackson also contributed there. And when we were creating Rye, Don Perlin actually did some of the character designs and stuff.
I love all your stuff from that period, actually. And in fact, I remember just recently I started looking at Harbinger again, and I couldn't stop reading it, especially your issues. I like the way you do it. Because I like how you make it kind of real, like there's a consequence to the power. I like how you reinforce that point in different ways.
Thanks. Thank you. I poured my heart into that stuff. I mean, because in a way, it was all of our last chance. It was do or die.
And then also, like, Steve Ditko also did some stuff over at Valiant. Barry Windsor-Smith. You mentioned Don Perlin. Is Steve Ditko, was he a friend of yours?
I ran into Steve sometime after I became editor-in-chief. I ran into Steve at Neal Adams' studio and introduced myself. And we were talking. And he said, no, I hate him. I said, anytime you want work, or anytime, you're always welcome. The door's always open.
Oh, in 1980 or so?
Around then.
Yeah. That's when he did what? You did Captain Universe and things like that?
I'm not sure what the first thing he did, but what happened was he said no. And every time I saw him after that, I'd say, Steve, there's new sheriff in town. We pay a lot better, rights, benefits, all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, ROM. He did ROM, yeah.
If you ever need, I said, if you ever need work, if you ever need anything, I said, call me. You're a founding father.
Yeah.
So one day he turns up at Marvel. And the receptionist didn't know who he was. She says, this is Steve Ditko here. You want to talk to him? I said, yes, I want to talk to Steve Ditko. So I talked to him, and they were just talking about the weather. I mean, nothing major. He didn't bring up work. I didn't either. So after a while, I said, well, I better get going. I'll see you. So he goes. And I told the receptionist, that's Steve Ditko, and you better be nice to him. So the next time he comes up, about a week later, he comes up again. And, oh, right, come right in, Mr. Ditko. And, she's real nice to him and stuff. And then she gets on the phone and she calls every editor in the place and says, Steve Ditko's in the office. And so I'm sitting there, we're talking about nothing. And in comes this herd of people to meet Steve Ditko.
Yeah.
Steve, oh, man, really nice to meet you, and just showering adulation on him. And then finally Steve says, well, I got to go. And they're all asking me, is he going to work for us? And I said, we didn't even talk about it. I'm not pushing him. And next time he came in, treated like royalty, he comes in and he says, if you have anything interesting, I'll do it. And so I think we gave him a Captain America was his first.
Oh, okay.
Might have been. I don't know.
And I know he did Machine Man and something else.
Machine Man, he did ROM, he did...
I know he did some Captain Universe for sure.
Yeah, some stuff. We kept him busy.
Yeah.
And then after I left there, the work kind of dried up. They stopped giving him stuff. He did like Chuck Norris's Karate Commandos or something. And that, did this couple of one-shots. And then they cut him loose. He's a founding father, you fool. You don't cut him loose. So anyway, he shows up at Valiant. He's looking for work. He needed work. And he only wanted to do heroes who are all good and villains who are all bad. He didn't like conflicted characters.
Right.
And so we were doing at that time wrestling books. I said, faces and heels. I said, hey, Steve, could you do wrestling books? Sure. Okay, so he did some really nice wrestling books for us. And then I talked him into doing Magnus. I said, Magnus is all good. He's a good guy.
He's a good guy, yeah.
So he did work for me. After they threw me out of Valiant, then they threw him out.
I see.
He came, I was like, what's wrong with you? Because he was doing some nice work. And they had Ralph Reese inking him. It really looked good. And then...
and you leaving Valiant, you said that Massarsky and then the cash donor, the lady, the venture capitalist lady, they voted you out. Was there something that triggered them wanting you gone? And also, was there some deal they made with Bob Layton to then take your place?
Something like that. Basically, what happened was it took me, once we started doing the superheroes, it took me, let's call it 9-10 months to turn the corner. We did okay with Magnus and Solar at first. Harbinger started out not too great and went down a little bit. They wanted to cancel it. I dug my heels in. It's just like with Daredevil. I said, this Lapham kid is good. This is going to turn around. And it did. It became our bestseller. So anyway, by the time we get to like next February, I guess, we started making money. Started really solidly making money. And then we planned I planned the Unity event. And that's really what put us over the top. But what I didn't realize is that once we started making all this money, Massarsky and his now wife started shopping the company behind my back. Okay, and it was especially like when Unity hit, and we got the orders. Of course, you get the orders way before you ship, so we knew we were making millions of dollars a month, over $2 million a month, pre-tax profit.
Yeah.
So they got Allen and Company to represent the sale, and because his wife's brother worked at Allen and Company, everything very incestuous. And so Allen and Company shopped it to Paramount, and Paramount made a bona fide offer for $250 million.
Wow.
$250 million for a company that it took me less than a year to build.
Right, and that cost $2 million.
And yeah, the startup was just a little over $1 million. We went through that and then some besides because the wrestling and the Nintendo lost money. But I mean, basically, money's rolling in over the gun whales, and they got a deal with Paramount for $250 million. I'll tell you why I know this. They tried to do what's called a cram down. They tried to kind of force me, threaten my friends, stuff like that. It's a cram down. But the deal was terrible. I mean, they wouldn't show me I said, what's the deal? Show me the deal. Maybe I'll consider it. Because they needed me. I owned too much stock for them to just go around me. So finally, they showed me the deal, and they deliberately did it on a weekend where I was going to the Diamond show. So they thought maybe I wouldn't have time to read it. You know, they didn't know who they were playing with. I stayed up all night and read the thing. It was a terrible contract. Employment contract, 10 years, 2-year non-compete, specifying every job I could ever possibly do. The contract, the employment contract, specified no title, specified no job, specified no salary, and had 2 provisions in it. One was I had to report to the new CEO, who was going to be Massarsky's wife's brother. And if I failed to report to the new CEO, if I failed to obey the new CEO, they could claw back all my stock.
Mm.
I'm going to sign this? And the other provision was if I failed to engender good morale, they could claw back all my stock. So I come in and piss off the editor one day, they take all my stock. Mm. So it's either die now or die later. It's either, refuse to sign and stuff. So I refused to sign. And that's when they did the plan. Well, Bob can run the bullpen. We'll get Barry as a figurehead, and we'll make it go and get rid of him, and then we'll be able to sell it. Paramount pulled out after I was gone, and I knew a guy at Allen Company too. His name was Enrique Sr., number 2 man, and I had business with him at some point later, and he said, "Do you know what happened at Valiant?" And I said, "No." He said, "I ran that sale." He said, "I was the one running that deal." And he said it was $250 million. He said Paramount pulled out because, quote, the creative guy was gone.
Oh, really? So there you go. So it's the goose and the golden egg there.
Forbes magazine somehow found out about this, and they found it so outrageous. They actually did an article on it called "How Not to Start a Company," or "What Do You Do When Your Partner Starts Sleeping with the Banker?"
Oh, really? That's funny. So now, when you were then voted out, did you have some severance or money, or did they buy out your stocks from you?
No, what happened was my contract, they got rid of me in June. My contract ran through October, so I was paid through the end of my contract. They couldn't escape that. They wanted the stock back. They sued me, claiming that I owed them $50,000 because that was my personal guarantee if we ever went into default. And they spent $350,000 suing me to get $50,000. Why? Because if they could get a court to certify that the company was in default, my stock was worthless. They didn't have to. It wouldn't cost them anything. They pay me worthless money to get my worthless stock. That failed because they had forged documents. I had the real documents, which I took home and kept safe. And so when the real documents were presented in court, the judge ruled in my favor. It cost me $70,000 to defend against losing $50,000.
Oh gosh.
Yeah. So then the next thing that happened is they forced arbitration because there was a clause in the contract that they could force arbitration if they fired me. They forced arbitration, and the arbiter was a guy who had no entertainment experience, a really old man. I think he'd only done like shoe factories and stuff before. He really had no idea what he was talking about. And so his decision was, there was not the offer from Paramount, but there was Allen and Company, when they chose to represent the deal, they bought some stock. Now this is Massarsky's wife selling stock to her brother. Discount rate, let's face it, okay? And so he said, well, that's the value of the stock. And so you'll get, that times however many shares you have. So it came out to less money than it cost me to pay my lawyers. I actually lost money on it. And then they were shed of me. And my partner, Winston, objected when Massarsky started dating Melanie Oken, the venture lady. My other partner, Winston, objected, and they fired him. They fired him. But he would still own some shares, so he would still get reports and stuff, and then he would tell me what was going on. So between him and Enrique Sr., I pretty much know everything. But it was ugly, and so we started Defiant. And
then Layton, did he also then kind of suddenly go cold on you the way DeFalco did?
Oh, yeah. I mean, he basically stabbed us in the back, and me and J.J. Jackson and W. Fix all fired because anybody they thought was too close to me, they better get rid of him. And no, I didn't like him anymore. And I think he seriously, I mean, if you're going to stab somebody in the back, you're not going to then try to buddy up with him, I guess.
What about Barry Windsor-Smith? Did he also go cold on you during that?
Sort of. Barry, both Bob and Barry had burned his bridges at both Marvel and DC. Bob, because of some personal activities he did, DC, he was unwelcome at DC. He was banned from DC forever because of marital things. And as a result of that, DC just didn't want him anymore.
Really?
Personal issues, things he'd done that they didn't like. And then when his contract, he wasn't real popular at Marvel either. And when his contract came to the end at Marvel, they said, we're not renewing it and we have no work for you. So he showed up on my doorstep begging for work.
At the beginning of the Valiant, you mean?
Yeah. Well, it wasn't at the beginning. It was 6 or 8 months into it.
6 to 8 months into it.
I needed an inker. I said, okay, I'll hire you as an inker. But you have to work on staff. Well, okay. He took that deal. And so he was inking. And I had Don Perlin, who hated Marvel and had to get out of there. And I said, Don, you're near retirement age. Stay there. He's, I hate this place. I want to be with you. Okay. So he comes to work with me, and that was great. I thought Don, being, older adult type person, he would run the bullpen and Bob would ink. And they kind of changed places. Don spent most of the time at the drawing board, occasionally helping the young artists. Bob spent a lot of time running the bullpen.
Yeah, managerial.
And that was how it worked fine. I didn't care as long as it got done. So anyway, we had them, we had Barry, we had Bob. Barry was just doing art, for us. He lived in Woodstock. When they were getting rid of me, they thought they better get a big name to be the president of the company, for appearance's sake. So they asked Barry to be the president of the company.
I didn't know that. I didn't know Barry Windsor-Smith was the president of Valiant at that point.
For a little while, in 1992.
1992.
So the thing is, to get Bob and also the marketing guy, John Hartz, and Barry to agree to this thing, they paid each of them several $1 million.
Oh, wow. Crazy.
Bob 4, the marketing guy 3, and they were going to give Barry 4. Barry screwed up because Bob just took it. John Hartz just took it. Barry kept negotiating, and he negotiated, past the point they didn't need him anymore. And so, and the reason I know about that is because I come home from wherever I was one night, and there's this long message on my answering machine. As long as you kept talking, it would keep recording. From Barry about, I was wrong. I should have asked you. I should have talked to you. These people are evil. They screwed me. P.S. He'll still find some reason to be mad at me. That's common.
But he apologized.
Oh yeah, he did, and that was fine. But
you also penciled some stories under the name Paul Creddick, right?
Yep.
I just want to confirm that. And then 2, Joe Quesada, he got his start in comics at Valiant while you were there?
I believe so. I think we gave him his first comics job. He was a colorist. He drew one page for us once, like a feature page kind of thing for Captain N.
Oh, Captain N, yeah.
Yeah. And then he got, I guess he was showing samples around and stuff. And he got an offer from Marvel, and he said, well, I got to go. I said, well, of course you do, And so he did. And, he ended up doing pretty good.
When the image, the quote-unquote image revolution, when all those guys left and took up some market share, kind of like how Valiant had done, when they did that, one, were you rooting for them at all, or did you not really have any emotion toward it? And 2, do you feel that the creator royalties that you started at Marvel helped make that possible because they used that seed money to create that company?
Oh yeah, and those guys. The thing is, like to McFarlane, for instance, he was doing a little bit of work for DC toward the end of my time at Marvel, and he was Canadian, so he needed a green card, and DC would not give him a guarantee of work. So he came to see me. He showed me his stuff. I wasn't really familiar, and I said, okay, we'll give you a guarantee of work. Fine. So I got him his green card, and he started working. Salicrup picked him up and had him start, I think, on Spider-Man. But I was gone before that first issue of his came out, and then he started making huge money on Spider-Man. Everybody was making really good money because the sales were so good and the royalties were high, and so he was doing great. They're all doing great, and the royalty program was good. These guys, and then because Perlman brought in all these marketing people, so they're doing gold embossed covers and gimmicky stuff, which did drive the sales up. So a lot of these guys are making huge money, and all the X titles were doing great. Jim Lee got kicked Claremont out and was doing the whole thing himself and getting all the royalties. And anyway, so they're all doing that. I knew McFarlane. I really didn't know. Well, I knew Eric Larson. A couple of the other ones I didn't really know. But anyway, so they went to, I guess, Galton, and they tried to negotiate a better deal for themselves. Now, to me, it's like, you guys are getting awfully rich anyway, so I don't have entire sympathy for you. However, they pay Babe Ruth more than they paid, the average player. They pay, if you are a superstar, maybe you should have a better deal. If you're doing a book and it's selling 1.5 million copies, well, maybe you do get a better cut. It made sense that, okay, why does the deal have to be the same for everybody? It did when I was there because we were just starting out. I think if I were there and they said, hey, my book sells, because of me, and obviously it did, I might have been able to rationalize, okay, you pay, your star, the home run hitter more than you pay your utility infielder, But so I didn't have much feeling either way. It seemed reasonable, whatever. They actually called me up, one of them. I'm not sure which one. One of them called me up because they were just starting out, and he says, hey, Jim, how do you get inking, or how do you get lettering done? So I turned them on to some letterers and told them what to...
They actually asked you a little bit of professional advice when they were starting up?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, and then I put Janet Jackson on the phone, and she walked them through all the technical stuff they needed to know, introduced them to the printer and the printing rep and everything. And, so we tried to help them,
Oh, that's cool. This is while you were at Valiant that you gave them some tips?
Yes.
Oh, wow. That's wild. You never hear that. That's crazy.
I'd always done that. Like when we were when I was at Marvel and the direct market was starting to go, the direct market created a venue for all these little publishers to sell their stuff, and I tried to help them. And even bigger publishers, the Shanis brothers showed up at my office. They said they were already a distributor. They wanted to publish. I said, let me show you how. And I showed them how. Bick Obadiah came to license Warp to us, and we're talking, and I was explaining the direct market. He got real interested in it, and he was thinking of publishing himself. So I showed him how. I said, this is what you need to know. This is who you call. This, And the guys, some of the guys are saying to me, why are you helping First Comics get started? And I said, more or less quote, I said, if on a level playing field we can't win against any of these guys, we don't deserve it. And I was confident that we could win. We had the best team. And so I thought, no, we're trying to build the industry here. We're trying to save this dying industry. Let's turn it around. The more the better, the more the merrier. Come on. Segment the market a little bit. Fine. So anyway, and then, we helped Milestone get started. The Milestone guys called me up, and they needed some advice about stuff. So I took Janet Jackson over there with me, JJ Jackson and me. We went over there. She worked with their production department all day, trying to teach them what they needed to know, production and printing. And I worked with the executives, talking about distribution and all that stuff. And Derek Dingle, I think, was the boss. And Dwayne McDuffie was there.
Oh, wow.
And Dennis Cowan. And Joe James, who eventually came over and worked for us, actually. Not because we stole him. He left there and showed up. He was good. He also knew Janet, so.
This is really cool. I did not know about the connection to Milestone and Image as far as just kind of giving him tips and things. That's pretty amazing.
Yeah, and like I said, when artists would want to get an exception for their contract, so they could do some special job, I always did it. It's like, even when it was, Stewart the Rat or something, that I knew was an anti-Marvel. I didn't care. I thought, you know what, Gene wants to do this. God bless him.
You're about to tell me about Defiant Comics, and that lasted about 13 months. It started out pretty cool, but then there were some economic legal things that happened.
I had developed this property, Plasm, and
Plasm, PLASM.
Yes. I developed this thing, and I've been working on it for years. The people who funded Defiant happened to own a trading card company. It was called the River Group, and they owned, I can't remember the name of the trading card company. So one of the things that was in the deal was that they would do superhero trading cards based on our stuff. And they would pay for it, but we would do the creative work, and then they would publish the cards. And we would get some little license fee, and they would get all the money. They wanted an idea what we could do, and I said, why don't we do a comic book made out of trading cards, And I showed them what I meant. And they thought that was great. And so we did the Plasm card set first. And card set sold gangbusters, did incredible, so they were happy. So what happened then is that we were going to publish the comics starting in August. This would have been in the spring sometime, probably April, May, I don't know. I get a call from Terry Stewart at Marvel. He says, we're going to have to sue you. I said, what for? He said, trademark infringement. I said, what? He said, your Plasm is way too close to a trademark we have. I said, what is it? I searched it. I didn't find anything close. And he said, we have registered with intent to use. In other words, nothing been created yet. A name. The name Plasmer. I said, so you don't even have a character. You've got a name registered with intent to use in the UK, which is why it didn't turn up in my search. And he said, yep, too close. I said, Terry, you've got a Black Knight, DC has a Black Knight. You've got Power Man, they've got Power Girl. You've got Wonder Man, they've got Wonder Woman. Don't tell me it's too close. He said, no, we have to sue you.
And you had already registered the trademark to Plasm?
Yeah, sure. Yeah. But they had the name Plasmer. And the thing is, ordinarily, the trademark people would search it and would have not done that. They didn't see it with too close. So, okay, our lawyers end up working something out with their lawyers, and we decided to add in, P.S., I'd already sold this thing as a toy to Mattel, $9 million guarantee. They said if we added words to the title, we could do it. So I said, Warriors of Plasma. Mattel liked that even better. So then we had agreement documents, and we signed them. Marvel never sent them back. And so my financial guy, I got him back, Winston Folks. He was with me at Valiant, and then when I started Defiant, I hired him again. He came to me and he said, I know what they're up to. I said, what? He said, they're going to wait till you're about to ship the comic, and then they're going to get a temporary restraining order. And if we don't get those revenues, we're dead. I said, So I called our printer. I talked to our rep, Marie-Jose Danielle, and I told her what was up. And she says, I'll take care of it. I said, how are you going to take care of it? You don't need to know that. Okay. So anyway, it comes time for Plasm #1 to ship. We had orders for 650,000. And sure enough, Marvel shows up at Quebecor with a temporary restraining order. And Marie-Jose tells them, we would be happy to stop the shipping of Plasm #1. However, it is interlaced on every single pallet that carries a Marvel comic. You stop theirs, you stop all of yours. Right? Because they're all shrink wrapped and stuff. You can't just go pick them out, So they withdrew the temporary restraining order, sued us for temporary injunction. This whole thing takes a long time. We missed our window with Mattel. That deal, we missed the window. We couldn't do it. They weren't going to do it while we were being sued. The thing was, it went to trial, and the judge was Michael B. McCasey, and he just ruled, he slammed him. There are 3 tests, and you have to win every point of every test. We won every point, every single point. They won not a point. And they had to win all the points to get their temporary injunction. And then he lectures them. He says, you ever use my court as a business weapon again, he says, you will sincerely regret it. He read his opinion, and his opinion was a glowing review of my book and a kind of a scathing denunciation of theirs, because they had, by that time, had made a comic book. And so I won. Cost me $300,000 to win. You take $300,000 out of a small startup, that'll do some damage. And so we just ran out of money. You know, I mean, the market also collapsed right around it.
Mm-hmm.
When the market fell off the edge of the table, it was hard environment to survive in.
Once that Mattel thing left, then that was pretty much it.
Well, they killed the Mattel deal. That wasn't their goal, but it did work in their favor because that $9 million would have, you know, done me fine. And that was just the advance. That was just, I'm sorry, the guarantee. No, it was the advance. And the royalties would have been on top of that. Met with Jill Barad, and she said, this is a very low sales estimate. She says, we're going to do way better than this. And I said, okay. She said, we have some technology. We've been looking for something to use it on, and this is perfect. So that didn't get done. We had a couple offers to buy us. And I didn't want to sell, but I said, you can buy my partner out, you know, with the River Group. And they were happy to sell, except that they kept asking for a nickel more. And so first New Line Cinema tried to buy us, and then they gave up. And they said, you know, we can't deal with this guy. His name was Dan Shedrick. And then the same day, I get a call from Savoy Pictures, Victor Kaufman, and he wanted to buy it. And so Winston and I went up to his office uptown, and we're sitting there in the conference room talking. And Victor Kaufman walks in and says, Winston, and they're old buddies. They were, you know, like old school chums or something. And they actually made us a bigger offer than New Line did. Again, these evil, greedy people, they just kept nickel and diming. They had the sweetest deal in the world. They had already gotten all their money back, so they're clean. They had they were going to keep 10% of the company. They were going to we were going to get like $11 million, and they were going to get some of that. I don't remember how much, and the rest of it was going to be to keep us running. And they kept it came down to this Dan Shedrick guy who was such a pain in the ass to them, to Victor and everybody with his nickel and dime stuff. He demanded a seat on the board. And Victor called me up and he said, come back someday without this jerk. You know, he said, I can't deal with him. And so that deal fell through, and we ended up running out of money, you know, so.
Tell me about Broadway Comics. You did that right after Defiant, right?
So one of the suitors to fund Defiant was Broadway Video Entertainment, which was Lorne Michaels' company. Okay. The man who ran that division for him was a man named Eric Ellenbogen. And Eric had actually sort of made us an offer for Defiant, but it wasn't that great of an offer. And we ended up with this River Group. What a mistake. But at any rate, so after that crashed, somehow this Eric Ellenbogen guy from Broadway knew about it or found out about it. And he called Winston, and he said he was looking for some creative people to work on a project. You know, do we have any? You know, and so Winston organized like Janet Jackson, Debbie Fix, a couple of other people to go and work on this project for Eric at Broadway. And then he started getting interested in well, first of all, on that project, I had to sit at my desk every day until my contract expired. So I was sitting there for a month and a half. And I showed up for work every day. I sat there and listened to radio, and I went home. But then when my contract expired, Eric Ellenbogen called me up after that. And he said, these people are creative. He said, but this team needs a leader. He said, do you want to work on this thing? And I said, sure, I need work, you know. So I went and I worked on it. It was something, development to do with Harley Davidson. Developing a property around Harley Davidson. That deal never went anywhere. They could never make that fly. We did a pretty good creative work, but they could never make that fly. And then Eric came to me and he said, let's start a comic book company. And I said, you know, it's a bad time for comics right now. You know, it's like the market's down. He said, try not to lose too much money. He said, well, we're really interested in properties that we can use for movies and stuff. I said, all right, fine. So we started Broadway Comics, and we actually were doing pretty well. I mean, we got to the point where we were actually profitable. But that was when Lorne Michaels, I was 50-50 partners, but he was the general partner. And so he sold us, along with Lassie and the Lone Ranger and movies and stuff, and a music company, to Golden Books Family Entertainment. And we just sold in the package, you know. And the crown jewels there, obviously, Lassie and the Lone Ranger. So I met the CEO of Golden Books Family Entertainment, a guy named Dick Snyder, and they had a little reception, meet and greet. And I walked over to him and I said, "Hi, Mr. Snyder. I'm Jim Shooter. I run the comics." And he said, "Oh, we're going to put you out of business." He says, "We're going to close you down." He said, "We don't want to be in that business." Well, not even a hello, you know.
Oh wow.
So I said, "All right, well, what are you going to do?" And we weren't strong enough to stand on our own. I mean, yeah, and also raising money in that climate, forget it. You know, you're not going to raise money in it.
After a crash.
Marvel's going bankrupt. You're not going to raise money.
Yeah. How did you react to the Marvel bankruptcy as it was happening? Did you feel like Perlman and them just ran it into the ground?
Yeah, they did. They did. The thing is, the year before, everybody, Steve Dept used to have all the industry leaders write their prospectus for the year. In my perspective, everybody was, "Oh, it's going to get bigger and better. We're selling so great." Da, 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 da. And mine was the one that said, "This is a bubble and it's going to burst." You know, because it's all phony collectors, Franklin Mint. You know, buy this issue because there's the foil cover, or somebody gets a new costume, or somebody gets married or killed, or what, you know, I mean, it was all about events and fancy covers and stuff. Phony collectibles. And I thought, that's a bubble. That's going to burst. And it did. When Marvel was going bankrupt, I mean, I felt like, I told you so, you know. Marvel was going to go bankrupt. And way back when Perlman first bought Marvel, he had a CEO of the holding company that ran Marvel. His CEO was a guy named Bill Bevins. And Bill Bevins had a meeting with me to talk about hiring me as president of Marvel. We talked, and I said, the trouble is, I said, your executive staff, I said, they're terrible. I have to get rid of a lot of people, you know, because they don't even open the comics. They don't know what's in them. My licensing, international licensing lady made a deal for Wonder Woman. I said, "Gil, we don't own Wonder Woman." You didn't know. And he said, "Why'd they call me?" I said, "Because we're comics. You know, we're Marvel Comics, and everybody thinks we're comics, you know." And we were dominating the market and everything. Anyway, I mean, that's what you're up against there. And I said, I'd have to get rid of some of these people. And he said, we're going to go public. You can't start with a bloodbath. And I said, I hear you. And I said, "So, all right." And he said, "Let's stay in touch. I'll call you sometime." And I said, "Fine." So then I went off and did my other things. Well, then when Broadway was going down, I get a call from Bevins, and he said, and I quote, "Can you fix this?" And I said, "Yes." And he said, "Come up to my office." So I went uptown, just off of Madison Avenue or something. And we talked for a while. And he said, "All right, it's gonna take me a couple of weeks to put this together." He said, I'll be in touch. Within a week, they went bankrupt. So that didn't happen.
That was that.
I tried to buy it out of bankruptcy. I got an equity partner, Perry Capital. I called Chase back, and I got the head of media and entertainment on the phone. And I told him what was up, and I had a couple Cap City ABC execs, ex-Cap City ABC execs, each of whom run billion-dollar units for Cap City ABC. And because I knew they're not going to, it's going to be $1 billion transaction. They're not going to give a guy with a high school education $1 billion. I'm sorry, that's not going to happen. So I had these two guys. They were going to run the media. I'd run everything else. And so I told him what I had going on. And he said, I quote, "You can count on our support." So we had the lender, we had the equity. We just went and started reviewing documents. Marvel had set up a document room over in Jersey City at their lawyer's office. We were reviewing documents and stuff. And there were a lot of contingent liabilities. There's Marvel suing Toy Biz suing Marvel. It's a mess. I said, well, the only solution is to buy both. And so, because the Toy Biz was in bankruptcy too. And the guy says to me, he says, "Can you run a toy company?" And I said, "I know a lot about toys, but I don't think I'm qualified to run a toy company." So what are you going to do? I said, "Let's get a partner. Let's get a toy company partner." And so I called Joe Barad. I said, "That's what we got going. You guys, Hasbro has boys toys. Kenner has boys toys. You got Barbie. You could have the best brand for boys toys, And she said, "I'm going to send my business affairs guy." So she sent this guy Seymour something, or something Seymour, I don't know. Anyway, she sends this guy, and he looks at documents, and his take was, let's let it collapse and pick up the pieces. I said, it's not going to collapse. The trustee is going to merge them and give them Chapter 7 until they get on their feet. It's exactly what happened. And so, couldn't get it done. Tried twice, could not get it done.
How did you react when Mark Grunwald died of his heart attack?
I couldn't believe it, but a lot of comic book people have died young. John Borden was in his 30s. Carol Kalish was in her 30s.
Mm-hmm, true.
Mark seemed all healthy and her stuff. I'm surprised. And that's a loss. That was terrible. He was such a good guy. Gene Kay was in his 30s.
That's right. He died early too. Yeah.
I think because a lot of comic book people have pretty sedentary lives and drink too much Coca-Cola and Twinkies, and
the cardiovascular risk increases.
Yeah. Well, Gene Kay smoked, and he was sick. He had some.
You returned to Valiant. It was now owned or called Acclaim in 1999. And you wrote, Unity 2000 to combine old and new Valiant universes. 3 out of 6 issues were published. What was up with that?
Well, the editor, Mike Martz, and he called me, and he said something about me working for them, and I wasn't terribly interested. And he said, well, you at least have lunch with me and my boss. And I said, all right, fine. So it took me to a nice restaurant, and they basically told me what they wanted me to do was take all this scattered crap and straighten it out, rebuild the universe and make it make sense, and do it in a way that makes sense. And they were going to call it Unity 2000. I said, I can do that. And so I wrote the story. They liked it. I suggested Starlin. They got Starlin. I don't know who picked Rubenstein, but that was a good combination. We started on it, and but they were on their last legs. This was supposed to save them, but we didn't get it done in time. And it was a pretty good story. On my blog, if you look in the downloads, I think it's in there. If it's not, I'll send it to you if you want. I have, I all 6, I think, were penciled. All 6 were plotted. All 6 were penciled. We did it Marvel style. 5 were fully scripted. The last one, the script wasn't done. And of course, it wasn't inked because it was, they cut it off. So a lot of it exists. Only 3 issues saw print.
Then in 2003, you joined Illustrated Media as creative director and editor-in-chief, and you've been there ever since, right?
Yeah, it's basically I'm on call for them. I mean, I don't go to an office every day or anything. Joe Lauria runs it, and he and his people who work with him, they either get me gigs or get the company gigs, and I'm the machine that makes the product. Or if I get something, they'll manage it for me. And for instance, Dark Horse. When I worked for Dark Horse, I worked through Illustrated Media.
Okay, you talk about 2009 when you were writing the Gold Key guys again?
Yeah. But I met him earlier on. The first project we were going to do was the State Department was interested in doing Voice of America comics. Let's call it that. Okay. Mm-hmm. Comics that they would distribute in Arab and Muslim countries that would have a pro-America message, right? And so he got in touch with me somehow and asked me if I'd come to this meeting with this number 2 person at the State Department in charge of this stuff, Peggy England. And so I went with him. His brother did comics. And he actually published his brother's comics. His brother was a retired Navy SEAL. All right. Peggy England is saying, we've got a lot of money and we'd like to do this. What do you have in mind? And so he started talking. And I said, I don't necessarily, I hardly knew him. I said, I don't necessarily agree with what he's saying. And Joe looks at me like I'm stabbing him in the back. And I said, she said, well, what do you have in mind? So I told her, all the characters had to be Arab or Muslim. You can't set any stories in present day, or if they're superheroes, why aren't they freeing Palestine? I said, it had to be fantasy. It has to be genies. You could do one in the future, like the picture of Star Trek with all Arabs. absolutely wonderful entertainment. And then if you can lay a little bit of subtle message between the lines, very subtly, tolerance and, respect for people on these other planets and stuff, fine, but it has to be entertainment first. It has to be so popular that, everybody reads it. And so they liked that. And then the Gulf War broke out. And then they got busy with that, and the lady who ran it quit, and, that never happened. But that's how we got together. And then after that, we did a lot of little projects and a few big projects, like Dark Horse.
Mm-hmm.
And Joe's great. He's a lawyer. His wife's a lawyer. They've been terrific to me, and they've helped me an awful lot. And I do good work, and I've been holding up my end. So when stuff happens, like Illustrated Media handles all the stuff I don't want to handle, and I just get a paycheck.
You also worked on Legion of Superheroes in 2007. You co-created Gazelle. It went for 13 issues. Did you enjoy doing that?
Well, it was the best of times. It was the worst of times. I mean, Dan Didio and Mike Martz had gone from Acclaim to DC. So it was Dan Didio and Mike Martz. So they took me out to lunch, nice steakhouse, and were trying to talk me into this. And I said, a lot of people at DC don't like me. I said, and Didio said, I don't care. He says, new sheriff in town. I don't care what they think, Because at one time before, I talked to Levitz about doing something there, and several of his people didn't like me that I'd fired from Marvel, Denny O'Neil and Mike Carlin, objected. And Levitz didn't want to get into any controversies, so he just said, maybe we better not do this. Well, Didio said, I don't care what they say. And I said, all right, fine. So the deal was I was going to do the Legion. They wanted me to create a new version of Superboy because the Siegel and Schuster estates they couldn't win suing the DC for Superman. They did get a concession. They got this perpetual payment of, I think, $40,000 a year each. And they got the credits on the books and stuff. So they got something out of that. Then they sued for Superboy, and they won. And so all of a sudden, all Superboy licensing and revenues, that goes to them. So DC wanted to have a new Superboy that they could license.
Oh.
Right? And so they asked me to create it. And so I thought, well, Legion of Superheroes. So I call him Super Lad. And I designed the character. I always designed all the characters. I designed the character, and I came up with the origin story and stuff. And it was enough Superman history in it to make sense, but that didn't touch the Superboy.
Wow. Okay.
And it was set in the future, so they couldn't say like, "Oh, it's just Superboy." So anyway, I did that, and right away, I was pouring my heart into it. I was doing the best I could. Right away, I started being in trouble because Mike Martz was editing this thing. I think it was called Countdown, 52 books, one a week. And he just didn't have his eye on the ball with me at all. He's like, Jim knows what he's doing. Just leave him alone. Well, yeah, but Jim could use some help here. Jim can't tell the artist anything. The artist doesn't have to listen to me and stuff. And then we got this artist, Francis Manipul, and that is a promising kid. He could, at the time he was fairly new, I think. It was still pretty good. Could learn a little more about storytelling and stuff, but he was really pretty good, but he was slow. And so in the first 8 issues, I had 4 fill-in artists, including one by Sanford Green, which is just terrible. And all these editorial problems, and everything always came down to the last minute. And there was never a time to get anything redrawn, but they would send me art and stuff at the last minute. And they say, this doesn't work, what are we going to do? And I'd have to rewrite it to make it fit the art, And I got real tired of that. I mean, it was like writing everything twice. You write it once your way. It's a full script. They know what the copy is. They could leave room for it. They could put the first balloon on the left if they, No, Francis Manipul draws the guy who speaks first at the bottom right-hand corner of the panel. And then all the people that are speaking second and third up there. So you got to rewrite it to make it that they can speak first. He was a really good, really talented guy, but he hadn't gone through boot camp yet, And I couldn't tell him anything. And Mike was too busy, and his assistant didn't really know much. And just one thing after another, just a nightmare. I got a email from Mark Way. He says, you're going through it too. You know, I didn't even tell him. He says, I bet you're going through it too. You know, because he had the same problems.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, and then so finally, the thing that really, they asked me to write a text feature about the Legion flight ring, a text feature. Okay, so I wrote it like an encyclopedia article, and I called for several little thumbnail shots, picture of the ring, you know, normal stuff. I delivered that 10 months early, 10 months. All right. So it comes down to the wire of the issue that this thing is supposed to be published in. And they said, we're going to send you the stuff. You got to make sure you check it, and it has to go out tomorrow. And this thing comes. They gave my text piece to an artist who took it as a plot and drew comic book panels. And they weren't even good. And I had like 1,500 words. How am I going to fit 1,500 words in like 12 panels? And I called them. I said, this is terrible. What am I going to do? And they said, well, it has to be out tomorrow. I said, I will stay up all night and I will rewrite this to fit these 6 panels per page. So I stayed up all night and I came up with something I thought was pretty good. I sent it off first thing in the morning. And I'm waiting for a call. And I kept calling Mike Martz and getting his answering machine. So finally, I called his assistant. And I said, I can't get a hold of Mike. Oh, he took the day off. I said, wait a minute, he's got a hot deadline and he took the day off? You know? And she said, yeah, he decided to start his weekend early. You know, he has a house on the lake. And well, swell for him. I stayed up all night to finish this. So she said, I already sent it out. I said, sent out what? She said, well, I rewrote it. I said, you rewrote it? I said, whose byline is on it? She said, yours. I said, my name is on something you wrote. I said, oh, that's unacceptable. That is really, I said, stop it. Call the printer. Get it back. You know, I can't do that. So anyway, that ran. A piece of shit that she wrote.
That's terrible. Yeah.
I'm sorry. It was garbage. And it has my name on it. And that was one thing. Finally, there was enough arguing going back and forth. They took Superlad away from me because they didn't want to have to be paying me royalties. They didn't like me anymore. Levitz liked me. You know, we were still friends. And he tried to smooth over things here and there. And it was kind of a race to see if I'd quit or they'd fire me first. And Levitz, just to spare everyone, canceled the book. That way, graceful exit, you know, all the books canceled. They canceled my book, which was selling 30-something thousand copies, which is lousy, but it was good for DC. And they kept books that were selling 15 and 10,000 copies. So, you know, all right, fine. I didn't get to finish, so they told me I could finish the story if I did a one issue. And I had already gotten it approved double size. So I'm writing this script. I'm up on page like 30 of the 30-something pages. And then I get a call from Mike Martz. He said, when are you going to have that? And I said, well, I'm on page 30. I said, oh, it'll be done, you know, a couple days. He said, 30? He said, this is a regular size book. It should be 22 pages. I said, you told me it was double size. He said, no, it's single size. You'll have to cut it down. I said, you know what? I quit. So I wrote those 30 pages, never got paid for them. I just quit. They got, what's his name? They got a writer to do it. Guy who did fill in stuff for them. And he used a pseudonym. His pseudonym is Justin Time. And he did it, and it was terrible. So my story up to the last issue, and then I don't know, this train wreck. Anyway, so that didn't work out.
So then, and I appreciate you talking about your career with us today, because it's so vast and there's so many aspects and decisions and encounters you had. I mean, it's like, it's an immense amount of detail and data. And I'm impressed that you remember all of that stuff.
You have a good memory, a very good memory.
Yeah, it's amazing. And did you ever get married or have kids?
Yeah, I was married for a while. It didn't work out so well. I have one son. He's 23, 24 in August. And he's a musician, and he's doing real well.
Oh, that's awesome.
He writes music. He writes lyrics. And he plays 6 instruments, and he has a band, and he has a website. And, he's doing great. It's a great kid. I keep thinking, maybe the mailman was his real father.
That's awesome. You love him. That's great.
Oh, he's terrific. He's just the best thing.
When did your parents, are they still around? And if not, when did they pass away?
My father died in 2001, September 17th. My mother's still with us, but she's in her nursing home. She's in her 90s, and she's lost her memory. She doesn't know who I am. She has no idea. But she's happy. She's cheerful. She loves everybody. It's really funny. She can't remember who I am. But they do these sing-alongs. She remembers every word to every song.
Yeah, that's so interesting. Memory is such a weird thing.
Yeah, kind of weird. But so I as long as she's happy, and you can't go visit now because of the COVID thing. And so I once in a while, either they'll call me or there's a minister that goes to visit her. There's the lady who does her hair, and there's a social worker. And I talk to them, and they give me reports. She's fine. She's healthy and happy. So can't ask for more.
And then was there any sort of religious affiliation you had just growing up overall?
My mother was a very, very religious lady. I think she still is, but and the minister always comes to see her. I was not like that. I mean, she would take me with her to Episcopal church, and that was, I didn't hate it or anything. I just, I wasn't as into it as she was,
Mm-hmm. Wasn't your interest?
No, I was, fine. That's not my thing. I wear a flag on my lapel for my father, who was a war hero, and a cross for my mother. And people ask me about it, and I say, it's for my mother. That's my mother's cross. And but I mean, that's not me so much.
And what war did your father fight in?
World War II. He was in Normandy and Brittany. Purple Heart with a crest. Bronze Star should have been the Medal of Honor. He was a machine gunner.
Oh wow, cool.
Infantryman. But all the people in the machine gun crew were killed, so he did it.
Mm-hmm.
He knew how to fire a gun. He acquitted himself with honor. He was wounded twice. Once he was wounded, and he kept going. And then the next time he got wounded, not going. War over. So, but he recovered pretty well. He became a steel worker, and great man, a great man. Really, his generation wasn't an enlightened generation, if you know what I mean. I mean, no, not in terms of racial stuff or societal stuff. Just like he grew up in rough times, and he didn't have a lot of please and thank you in him,
Mm-hmm.
But I didn't care because he was my hero, and he was great, and he deserved better than he got.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I know what you mean. I have a grandmother that had just a hard life. Do you lean politically conservative, liberal, kind of in the middle?
I don't know. I mean, I'm not a member of any party, and I'm sort of a common sense person. If the guy or woman seems reasonable, I do vote.
You're kind of a swing voter, it sounds like.
I guess so. Not every election. I mean, I try to vote for people I think are good or people I believe in. And if I just don't know, I don't vote for anyone.
Yeah, sometimes no. Yeah, exactly.
I guess some of my views might be considered conservative. Probably like fiscally conservative.
Fiscally, yeah, I know what you mean. I'm kind of like that.
I'm human rights advocate. I try to. I just try to do the right thing.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
I want to thank you for really answering all my questions with grace and with patience. I appreciate it.
Oh yeah, my pleasure. Even if we don't agree on everything.
Thank you so much for spending time with us today. I've been a big fan even before I knew your name. I just read all your stuff, and as I grew up and I put a name to it, I followed it, and I've enjoyed everything that I've read from you. And you're always like a comic book hero to me, honestly, and you still are. And it's funny, like I don't know, there's something about this picture that's just great. And thank you, sincerely. Thank you so much.
Okay, thanks. Good night.